Exodus from the Long Sun, The Book of the Long Sun, Book 4, by Gene Wolfe. Copyright 1996 by Gene Wolfe. Read by John Horton.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Library of Congress Annotation. In this sequel to Calde of the Long Sun, RC 40293, the story of the huge spacecraft Whorl reaches its climax as Patera Silk, the young priest who has become ruler, is confronted by an army of aliens. Some Violence, 1996. From the Book Jacket. Exodus from the Long Sun is Gene Wolfe's avidly awaited final volume of the Book of the Long Sun, one of the most ambitious SF works of the decade. Of the first volume, Nightside, the Long Sun, Ursula K. Le Guin said, "An energetic opener, fast-paced, rich and knotty, densely packed with action and imagination." It was a nominee for the Nebula Award as Best SF Novel. Lake of the Long Sun, Volume 2, proved Wolfe remains in full command of his powers of language, vision, and storytelling. Washington Post-Book World. Of Calde of the Long Sun, Volume 3, Lucius Shepard says, "Every page reflects the intricacy of mind and largeness of soul that are the signatures of science fiction's finest writer." Patera Silk, who has received enlightenment from a god, has risen from a humble priest to ruler of his city-state. Revolution and war have broken out, and the mysterious gods have intervened in human affairs in ways that make them appear as much like a dysfunctional family as immortals. An unknowable crisis has been building, and now this great tale reaches its climax in Exodus from the Long Sun. The Whorl, the huge generation starship sent out from Earth, is discovered to have already reached its destination. An entirely unexpected future awaits as Patera Silk and the other inhabitants are confronted with the world of an alien race. Wolfe's great work is complete, with the mysterious fullness of life itself. About the author. Gene Wolfe lives in Barrington, Illinois. He is the author of the classic The Book of the New Sun, recently reprinted in 2 volumes as Shadow and Claw and Sword and Citadel. Other books by Gene Wolfe: novels, The Fifth Head of Cerberus, The Devil in a Forest, Peace, Free Live Free, The Earth of the New Sun, Soldier of the Mist, Soldier of Arity, There Are Doors, Castle View, Pandora by Holly Hollander. Novellas: The Death of Dr. Island, 7 American Nights. Collections: Endangered Species, Stories from the Old Hotel, Castle of Days. For Paul and Vicky Markson, we go way back. Gods, persons, and animals mentioned in the text. N.B. The names of tribigontes, flyers, and gods do not adhere to the Vironese conventions. As in Calde of the Long Sun, the names of major characters are given in capitals. Colonel Abanha, capitalized, Sayuf's spy master. Air, Sayathan's lover, a flyer. Aster, a former classmate of Nettles. Orc, capitalized, the prophet of Tartarus. Matera Beetle, the big dark woman with sleepy eyes, whom Silk was shown during his first enlightenment, now dead. Colonel Bison, Mint's chief subordinate. Blood, Rose's son and Mucor's adopted father, a crime lord. He was killed by Silk. Bluebell, one of the women at Orchids. Bongo, the trained baboon Silk noticed when buying Orib. Chenille, capitalized, Tusser's natural daughter. Chamomile, Swallow's assistant. Dr. Crane, a subordinate of Abanhaz. His death caused Sayuf to send Saber's airship to Viron. Dace, a fisherman killed by one of Eurus's gang. Dahlia, a student at the Palestra on Sun Street long ago. Desmid, one of Potto's spy catchers, now dead. Echidna, capitalized, the goddess who conspired to murder Pas, her husband. Eland, a convicted murderer. Feather, a small boy who attended the Sun Street Palestra. Patera Feeler, a proverbial carper. Fulmer, a member of Incas's circle of black mechanics. Councillor Galago, a surviving member of the Ayuntamiento. Gib, the giant who bought Bongo. Ginger, a young woman who lost a hand in the insurrection. Goldcrest, a former classmate of Nettles. Gryan, the flyer who escaped the Trivigontes. Guan, the man with the slug gun, a subordinate of Spiders. Major Huddale, the officer who places Saber under arrest. Corporal Hammerstone, capitalized, Incas's dearest friend. Hart, a friend of Horn's, wounded in the fighting. Hyde, one of Nettle's twin sons. Hyerax, Echidna's younger son, the god of death. Holly, a former classmate of Nettle's. Hoof, one of Nettle's twin sons. Horn, capitalized, the colonist who undertook to write the Book of Silk. Hossaan, see Willet. Hyacinth, capitalized, the estranged wife of Serval. Hyrax, capitalized, the dead man in the doorway. Patera Incas, capitalized, the augur who supplants Remora. Patera Jerboa, the augur of the Brick Street Mantion. Carrier, a boy of 4. Councillor Kingcup, the new member of the Ayuntamiento chosen by Mint. Kit, a former pupil at Silk's Palestra. Kypris, Pas's mistress, the goddess of love. Councillor Lemur, the presiding officer of the Ayuntamiento killed by Crane, also the bio of the same name. Sergeant Linsang, one of Mint's volunteers. Liham, the Minister of War of Trivigonte. She is a political ally of Sayuf's. Lion, the largest of Nucor's lynxes. Councillor Loris, Lemur's successor. Macaque, a former classmate of Horn's. Matera Maple, the youngest sibyl at Jerboa's Mantian. Matera Marble, capitalized, formerly the maid-of-all-work Magnesia. Marl, Fulmer's elderly manservant. Marrow, the greengrocer who becomes a leader of the colonists on Blue. Private Mater, one of Saber's terror troopers. Cornut Matic, a young officer who was attacked by an Inhumu. Mir, one of the flyers killed by the Trivigontes. Matera Mint, capitalized, the sword of Echidna, also known as General Mint. Matera Mock Orange, Mint's preceptress long ago. Molpe, Echidna's mad daughter, the goddess of the winds. Molly, Hammerstone's lost sweetheart, a housemaid, short for molybdenum. Moorgrass, the woman who prepared the body of Orchid's daughter for burial. Mucor, capitalized, the young woman grown from a frozen embryo purchased by blood. Murtagon, a famous artist now dead. Musk, Blood's lover and chief subordinate, killed by Marble. Nettle, capitalized, Horn's wife, a former student at Silk's Palestra. Councillor Newt, the new member of the Ayuntamiento chosen by Potto. Private Nizam, a young terror trooper who was fond of animals. Generalissimo Usik, the commander of the armed forces of Viron, appointed by Silk. Orchid, the madam of a brothel on Lamp Street. Oreb, capitalized, a night chuff, Silk's pet bird. The outsider, capitalized, the god of gods. Paka, the dead man in the tunnel. Pas, capitalized, the digitized personality of a tyrant. Peeper, a turnkey at the Juzgado. Petal, see Titi. Thea, Echidna's fat daughter. Patera Pike, the elderly augur whose acolyte Silk was, now dead. Poppy, a friend of Chenille's at Orchids. Councillor Potto, capitalized, a surviving member of the Ayuntamiento. Patera Quetzal, capitalized, a male of the Inhumai, native to green. Patera Remora, capitalized, the lanky augur who expected to succeed Quetzal. General Rima, Sayuf's chief of staff. Rook, one of Mint's subordinates. Matera Rose, capitalized, the elderly sibyl whose personality has merged with Marble's, now dead. General Saber, capitalized, the Trivigonti possessed by Mucor at Silk's dinner party. Sergeant Sand, Hammerstone's squad leader. Sard, a pawnbroker. His shop is on Saddle Street, not far from Orchid's yellow house. Private Schist, a soldier in Sand's squad. Sciathon, capitalized, the flyer captured by the Trivigontes. Scleroderma, capitalized, the author of a much briefer account of the exodus from Viron and the events leading up to it. Scylla, Echidna's eldest child, the goddess of water. Captain Serval, the officer who pretended to arrest Silk in Limna, usually called the captain. Suwello, the dead man in the abandoned guardroom. Private Shale, a soldier in Sand's squad. Patera Shell, Jerboa's acolyte. Shrike, Scleroderma's husband, a butcher. Cigada, see Crane. Scylla, a daughter of the Rani of Trivigonte. Calde Silk, capitalized, the young augur grown from the frozen embryo purchased by Tussa. Sinew, Nettle's eldest son. Major Circa, the officer in charge of the Trivigonti advance party. Generalissimo Sayuf, capitalized, the commander of the armed forces of Trivigonte. General Skate, a subordinate of Usix, the nominal commander of the Calde's guard. Major Skin, a subordinate of Bison's. Skink, one of Mint's subordinates, crippled in the fighting. Private Slate, a soldier in Sand's squad. Sphigx, Echidna's youngest daughter, the goddess of war. Spider, capitalized, Potto's chief spy-catcher. Sumer, one of the flyers killed by the Trivigontes. Director Swallow, the head of the manufactory that builds Taluses. Councillor Tarsier, a surviving member of the Ayuntamiento. Tartarus, capitalized, Echidna's older son, the god of darkness. Teasel, a girl who was attacked by an Inhumu. Thelxday, Echidna's third daughter, the goddess of learning. Tick, the catacrest Silk rejected before buying Oreb. Titi, one of Spider's spy-catchers, now dead. Theophany, a minor goddess, invoked by those who tell fortunes by throwing the lees of wine. Commissioner Trematode, the Vironese city official overseeing diplomacy, ceremony, and protocol. Trotter, the owner of a drinking den near the Juzgado. Calde Tussa, Silk's predecessor, thought to have been murdered. Eurus, a former confederate of Orcs. Villis, the small boy who scratched Marble's face with Musk's needler. Violet, the second tallest woman at Orchids. Willet, the floater driver who brought Hyacinth to Ermin's to meet Silk. Matera Wood, the oldest sibyl at Jerboa's Mantian. Whorl, a subordinate of Mint's, now dead. He was in charge of the oxen used to pull down the corn exchange. Master Xiphius, Silk's self-appointed bodyguard. Exodus from the Long Sun. Chapter 1. Back from Death. An eerie silence overhung the ruined villa. Listening for the closing of a slug gun's bolt, Matera Mint heard only the groan of the wind and the irregular snapping of the flag of truce she held. On feast day they were in situ, Patera Remora conceded. The ayuntamiento, eh? They had come abreast of a dead talus, its painted steel sides blistered by fire and blackened by smoke. She caught a whiff of fish oil, despite the wind. Might be repaired, eh, General? Remora pushed back a lock of lank black hair that had fallen over his eyes. Not like we biochemicals, eh? Still, we, dispatch their spirits to Mainframe. Not identical in the, revivified one, perhaps, amongst the new parts. Or they really haven't any, Matera Mint murmured. She had stopped to wait for Remora and was taking the opportunity to study the windows of the house that had been Blood's. Her remark bordered on heresy, but Remora thought it most prudent to return to his earlier topic. If they're not here, eh? Loris and the rest? Will, Buffalo, Bison... She turned back to Remora, her face pinched and the tip of her delicate nose red with cold. Colonel Bison... precisely. Will Colonel Bison... Remora waved vaguely at the ruined wall. And his, troopers await our return back there? You heard my instructions, Your Eminence. But if we're some time, eh? The front door is broken. Shattered, in fact. Matera Mint, who had noted it as they passed through the ruined gateway, nodded. So it's not a matter of knocking, eh? Not a mere matter of knocking at all. Remora brightened. Knock on the frame, eh? We could do that. Wait a bit. Polite. I will go inside, she told him firmly, and search. I would not presume to dictate Your Eminence's course of action. If I can get in touch with the ayuntamiento, I'll ask them to send for you. If I can't, I may be able to learn where we can. As for Colonel Bison, he's completely loyal, my best officer. My only concern is that he may send in a patrol to look for us, though I have forbidden it. I, apprehend your position, Remora said, rejoining her. If one does not expect obedience, one will not, be obeyed. Memorized it in Schola, all of us did. Still, if he were to depart, decamp, our, withdrawal to the city could be hazardous, eh? Laborious, likewise. That's not the question. She forgot for a moment that Remora was the second highest dignitary of the chapter. The question is whether the enemy's back. There are no bodies. These taluses. It would take 10 yoke of oxen to drag them away, I suppose. No dead bios or chems. The, army, eh? To the Calde? So I understood. Some soldiers went over to him, yes. Others who hadn't heard about him didn't, and were fighting their comrades here. Remora nodded. Unfortunate. Tragic. When this man Blood's bodyguards learned Calde's silk had killed him, some attacked him and his soldiers. That's when Generalissimo Usyk and General Saber stormed the house. Lovely, huh? Remora harbored a sneaking admiration for architecture as others cherish a vice. Even, despoiled. Pity. More so, possibly. No pretensions now. No more vulgar display. Wreckage more, romantic, poetic. He favored Blood's torn lawns with a toothy smile. Matera Mint drew her soiled habit more tightly about her, and for the 100th time wished for her coif. If we were to walk a little faster, Your Eminence, we could get out of this wind whether the ayuntamientos come back or not. Of course. And though I don't concede that Bison... Those, corpses, General... Catching up, Remora strode along beside her, his lanky legs making a single step of 2 of hers. You were about to, propose that we afford them an, sanctified burial? It would be most inconvenient, I fear. Most inopportune. Granted. But there must have been bodies, and I'd think more than a few. The ayuntamiento's soldiers and this man's bodyguards would have been shooting from these windows. Matera Mint paused, drawing on her recent experiences to visualize the scene. Floaters would have rushed the gate, and guardsmen and General Saber's terror troopers must have swarmed through every break in the wall. Then my troopers from the city, thousands of them. Some must have been killed, I'd think at least 100. Some of the bodyguards and soldiers must have been killed too. See that line of pockmarks? Buzz gun fire. A floater's turret gun raked the front of the house. For once she interrupted him. He would have taken away our dead, or I hope we would. But what about theirs? They were retreating under fire, going down into the tunnels Sand talked about. Would they have dragged bodies along with them? I find it hard to believe, Your Eminence. If I may, Remora cleared his throat, it seems to me that you have disposed of the dead yourself, though I confess that I am no great hand at matters military. Nor I. I was appointed by a Kidner. You must have heard of that. What little I know I picked up as I went along. Defeating commanders vastly more schooled. I would conjecture leastwise that there must be something like our schola for the officers of the Calde's Guard, as we call them now, General? The Civil Guard, we used to phrase it, Admirable, I insist. I've lost to them too, Your Eminence, lost nearly as often as I've won. They were passing Scylla's fountain, now sheathed in ice. Oh, no great hand, Remora repeated. I offer this hypothesis. Would not well-regulated troops inter their dead? The Generalissimo's men are proficient, to be sure, and we furnish a chaplain to each brigade. The desiderata of that conduct military obsequies. Subsequently, please to follow me here, mate General. Would not such troopers compel your own, though not then under, as it were, your eye, make them bury the rest? Possibly. Mater Mint, who was very tired, forced herself to stand straighter and square her shoulders. More likely no compulsion was needed. If they had not thought of it themselves, seeing the Guard and Saber's terror troopers loading their dead to take back to the city would suggest it. But what about the enemy dead? Where are they? Within this desolate mansion, I dare say. They would not have abandoned its shelter, Shot through its windows. You, proposed it yourself. She pointed with the stick that held her white flag. See where the wall's fallen? You can look into several rooms, and there's not a single body in any of them. Yet, through the doorway, too. They had nearly reached the steps of Blood's portico. That door would have been defended more strongly than any other point, and I can look right into the celeria. There's not a one. Where are they? I would hazard that the victorious troops disposed of them afterward. She shook her head vigorously. Troopers who've won are never anxious to get the bodies of those they've killed out of sight, Your Eminence. Never. I've seen that much more often than I like. They're proud, and it's good for their morale. Yesterday Major Skin was begging, literally begging me not to have bodies that had lain in the streets for days carted off. If the bodies are gone, it's because their friends came back for them. It would be interesting to see if there are graves behind the house. That's where they'd be, I imagine. By the wall, as far as possible from the road. Do you know if there are gardens in back? I have never had the pleasure. Remora started up the steps. Nor has his cognizance, I think. He confided it to me a year or two past. We had been dissecting, decrying this Blood's influence. Was never a visitor within these despoiled walls. Neither have I, Your Eminence. Mater Mint hiked up her skirt and started up the steps. To be sure, General. I regret it now. I will not dissemble, nor ever, seldom. To have seen this in its days of prosperity and peace, The contrast twixt memory and the less happy present. Do you follow me? Whereas one can now but picture. See that picture? Fine, very fine indeed, Torn. Might be refurbished yet in skilful hands, like the Thelxday, I suppose. She had glanced at the ruined furniture and was studying the shadowy doorways of further rooms. He kept women here, didn't he? This bad man Blood who owned the house. Women who— Enough, do not perturb yourself, Mater. General. A few such. An select contingent. So I was given to understand upon the occasion of our, my tete-a-tete with old Quetzal. Do I, scandalize you with his cognizance? I am, betimes inclined to be over-free, to presume upon an old friendship, a failing, I concede. Remora advanced to study the damaged Murtagon. Was this where it happened? Where the women, He glanced back at her with a half-smile. No, indeed. Where Calde Silk killed this man Blood, and Sergeant Sand killed Councillor Potto. We've finer ones at the palace, eh? Still, it's nice, and might be, amended in one of the anterooms, as I understand it, General. May I ask why you wish to know? Monument of some kind, possibly? A dedicational tablet of, bronze? Because we know that the man who owned this house died in it, Your Eminence, Mater Mint explained. This Blood with Councillor Potto, if their bodies aren't here, they've been removed by someone, and I'd think that if Generalissimo Usyk or even General Sabre had done it, I'd have heard. A councillor's body? Everyone would be arguing about what should be done with it, and I would certainly have heard. Her tone grew crisp. Now, if you'll oblige me. Remora, who was not used to being asked for favours in that peremptory fashion, looked around sharply. There seems to be no one here, though my informants— Never mind. Do you agree? There is certainly no one in this room at present except, ourselves. With regard to the, remainder of the, building, further investigation. I've been listening carefully and heard nothing. The bodies may be in plain view or hidden by furniture or what-not. Rather tardily, Mater Mint added, Your Eminence, I'll search the rooms on this side. I'd like you to search the other. We needn't bother with the rest of the house, I think. If there are no, bodies, General, Remora smoothed the truant lock into place, shall we return to the city, forthwith? Might be wise, eh? We have no way of knowing what has transpired in our absence, eh? She nodded. Agreed. We'll know then if they've been here and may return later. I'll leave one of Bison's officers to watch with a few troopers. If we do find a body, either one, it should be safe to assume that the Ayuntamiento's troops have never come back at all. We can go back to the city at once and forget about this house. Wisely spoken. Remora was already hurrying toward the first of his assigned rooms. I shall inform you promptly should I discover, the mortal remains. The anteroom Mater Mint entered had, it appeared, been the owner's study. A massive mahogany desk, lavishly carved, stood against one wall, and there were shelves of books, mostly, she scanned the titles on a shelf at the level of her eyes, erotic, if not pornographic. Free maids and their mistress, the astonishing exploits of a virile young man and his donkey, his resistance overcome. She turned away. What had it been like to be here under such a master? She tried and failed to picture the lives of the women who had endured it. They had been bad women, as the Whorl judged, but that only meant that they had commanded defences greatly inferior to her own. Strange how she had come to think in military metaphors during the past few days. The desk drawers seemed apt to tell her a good deal about the owner, who counted for nothing now, and nothing about the Ayuntamiento and those who served it. She opened a drawer at random anyway, glanced at the papers it had held, all of them concerned in some fashion with money, shut it, and made sure no corpse lay concealed in the leg-hole. General! Turning so quickly that the long black skirt of her habit billowed about her, she hurried out of the study and across the solaria. What is it, Your Eminence? He met her at the doorway, visibly struggling to conceal his pleasure. I have it is my unhappy duty. You found the body? Whose? The, late councillor's, I believe, if perhaps you would not care. To see it, I must, Your Eminence. I've seen hundreds of bodies since this began, thousands. There had been a time when she had found it nearly impossible to cut the throat of a goat. As she pushed past Remora, she reflected that she would find that difficult still, and find it literally impossible to cut a man's, even an enemy's. Yet she had made plans and given orders that had clogged entire streets with corpses. I took the responsibility, the presumption of tidying him up. On his back now, eh? Folded the arms prior to calling you. Potto lay almost at her feet, his arms crossed in such a way as to hide the wound Sand's slug had made just below his sternum. The graying hair that he had worn long trailed over blood's lush carpet. And Mater Mint found herself muttering, "He looks surprised." "Doubtless he, was." Remora cleared his throat. "Caught unawares, eh? Shot by one of his own. All in a, trice. So my prothonotary tells me. He, Incus is his name, General. Patera Incus. He has, fallen prey in some, wise to the notion that he's old Quetzal." She knelt beside the corpse, traced the sign of addition, and opened its hard case. "Mad, I fear. Deranged. Bit of rest, eh? He'll come to himself soon enough. General, in the first place," Mater Mint explained, "there may be papers of value in here. In the second, there's money, 10 cards or so, and we need that very badly. I, see." Cards and papers vanished into her wide sleeve. "Where's the blood? Did you clean up his blood before you called to me, Your Eminence?" "Through the heart, eh?" Remora's nasal tones sounded slightly strangled. "Not much bleeding, then, eh? So I am, apprised." Gently at first, then with increased vigor, Mater Mint rubbed the councillor's cheek. "This is the chem. She looked up at Remora. "You knew." "I, suspected." "You rolled him over, you said, Your Eminence. You folded his arms. You must have known." "Then? Oh, yes, I, confirmed, eh? I had, Quetzal, eh? Old Quetzal. Wouldn't tell. Asked him once. More, actually. He, wouldn't. Confides in me, eh? Nearly everything. Very, delicate points. Sensitive matters. Finances. Everything. But he, wouldn't." Suddenly Remora was on his knees beside her. General, alone here, eh? No one but, ourselves. May I call you Mater?" She ignored it. "There'll be the question of burial. A dozen questions, really." "You must have realized I'd find out." "I, did. Indeed. Not so swiftly, however. You are most, perspicacious." "Then why didn't you say so? Why all that nonsense about blood?" "Because Incus, Patera Incus, and old Quetzal, eh? My position is, delicate, imperiled." "Mater, hear me. I, beg you. Yes, beg, implore." She nodded. "I'm listening. What is it?" "Incus, my prothonotary, was. You know him?" She shook her head. "Just tell me." "He's been appointed prolocutor by, Scylla. He says it, I mean. Credits it himself, eh? Convinced. Spoke to him yesterday, but you... Me?" For a second, Mater Mint felt she was missing some vital clue. It dawned upon her, and she rocked backward to sit cross-legged on the carpet, her head in her hands. "Mater? General?" She looked up at Remora. "I was appointed by Echidna in front of thousands of people. Is that it, Your Eminence?" Remora's mouth opened and shut silently. "So you know it happened. All those witnesses. And I've been successful, as you say. The victorious commander, chosen for us by the gods. Even Bison and the captain talk like that, and then there's Patera Silk." Remora nodded miserably. "Everyone says he's been appointed by Great Pass to be our Calde, even Mater of Marble. He's been successful, too, so it looks like the gods have decided to choose leaders for us. And if this Patera Incus is going to be the new prolocutor, he'll want to pick his own coadjutor. Nor, worse. If he, old Quetzal, you know, resourceful, cunning, seen it myself hundreds of times, eh? Ayuntamiento had the force, but he'd get round them. Get round Lima and Loris, all of them. Old man, hey? Foolish old man. What they think. He's cognizance, Quetzal. But sly, mate, General. Very sly. Deep. She made a small sound of encouragement. Compromise. I, sense it. I am not, clever, General. Try to be, indeed. Try. Some have said, well, it pares no parsnips. But not like old Quetzal. Experienced, though, myself. Conferences, negotiations. And I wind it. Wind it already. Be coadjutor Incus. Obvious, eh? First thing anybody would, formulate. Old Quetzal would, visualize, comprehend the whole before Incus finished. Old man, die soon, eh? A year, 2 years, to, fit yourself into the position, Patera. I'll be gone. I can, hear him as we speak, so I didn't dare, eh? Tell you. You see my predicament? The, Loris, Galago, all the rest, Chems, every one of them. I suspected it for years. Meeting with this one, that one, entire days sometimes, saw them up close. Quetzal knows he must. But his cognizance wouldn't talk about it? No, no, too sensitive, even for me, eh? He, Incus, I told you? You told me he says Scylla's made him prolocutor. He, offered me... One bony hand pushed back the straying lock, and Matera Mint saw how violently that hand shook. He offered you an, appointment, a position. He was... Remora swallowed. Not abusive. It was not, I judge, his intent to be, disparage. He said that I refused, to be sure. His prothonotary, his, Matera Mint nodded. I see. We have been, companions, Matera, co-workers, partners in peace, eh? Son and daughter of the chapter. We have conferred, and the same, consecrated vision has inspired us both. I well, recollect our first meeting. You were averred with, coruscant eyes that peace was your, sole desire once you had, executed the will of the gods. I affirmed, avowed that it was mine likewise. In concert we have conferred with Brigadier Erne and the Calde. You are a hero, a heroine to the, populace. There is talk of a statue, eh? A word from you, your support. Be quiet, she told him. I haven't had a moment to get used to the idea that the Ayuntamiento's made up of chems, and now this. If I, be quiet, I said. She drew a deep breath, running the fingers of both hands through her short brown hair. To begin with, no, you may not call me Matera. Not in private, and not any other time. If his cognizance will release me, I mean to return to secular life. Another breath. May marry. We'll see. As for you, if this Patera Incus has in fact been named prolocutor by Scylla, then he is prolocutor, regardless of any arrangement that he and Patera Quetzal may make. I can readily imagine a younger man of great sanctity deferring to a much older one. Viewed in a certain light, it would be an act of noble self-renunciation. But it wouldn't alter the fact. He would be our prolocutor, though he wasn't called so. Since he proposed that you become his prothonotary, plainly you're not to be coadjutor any longer. No doubt Patera Quetzal is, in solemn truth, coadjutor. That being so, I'll call you Patera. My dear young woman. Her look silenced him. I'm not your dear young woman, or anyone's. I'm 36, and I assure you that for a woman it's no longer young. Call me General, or I'll make your life a great deal less pleasant than it has been. A door at the far end of the room opened, and someone who was neither Mint nor Remora applauded. "Brava, my dear young General! Simply marvelous! You ought to be on the stage." He waddled over to them, a short, obese man with bright blue eyes, a cheerful round face, and hair so light as to be nearly blonde. "But as for accepting an ayuntamiento of chems, you need not trouble. I'm no chem, though I confess that the object before you is something of the kind." Remora gasped, having recognized him. "This augur and I are I really can't say friends, acquaintances. You, I feel sure, are the rebels' famous General Mint." The stranger giggled. "Presumably you aim at supreme power, which would make you the government. I like that. I'm Councillor Potto. Curtain. Did you wish to speak to me?" For a fleeting moment in which his heart nearly stopped, it seemed to Silk that he had seen Hyacinth among the cheering pedestrians. Before he could shout to his bearers, the woman turned her head and the illusion ended. He had been ready, he realized, as he settled back among the cushions, to spring out of the litter. "I need my glasses," he thought, "my old ones, which I can't possibly get back, or some new ones." Oreb fluttered on his shoulder. "Good Silk!" "Crazed Silk," he told his bird. "Mad and foolish Silk. I mistook another woman for her." "No, see." "My own thought exactly. Several times I've dreamed my mother was alive. Have I told you about that?" Oreb whistled. "For a minute or two after I woke up, I believed it, and I was so happy. This was like that." Leaning from the right side of the litter, he addressed the head-bearer. "You needn't go so fast. You'll wear yourselves out." The man grinned and bobbed his head. Silk settled back again. Their speed was increasing. No doubt the bearers felt it a question of honor. When one carried the Calde, one ran. Otherwise, ordinary people who had never had the privilege of carrying the Calde's litter might think him on an errand of no importance, which would never do. If his errand were of no importance, neither were his bearers. "I've got 20 guardsmen looking for her," he told Oreb. "That's not enough, since they didn't find her, but it's all we could spare with the 4th Brigade holding out on the north side and the ayuntamiento in the tunnels." Mention of the tunnels made Oreb croak unhappily. At what amounted to a dead run, the litter swayed, yawed, and swerved off Sun Street onto Lamp. Leaning out, Silk said, "Music Street. I thought I made it clear. A block east." The head-bearer's head bobbed as before. "If 20 guardsmen can't find her, Oreb, I certainly can't. And last night I didn't. We didn't, I ought to say. So we need help, and I can think of 3 places, no 4, where we may get it. Today we're going to try them all. Most of the fires are out, and Mater Mint and Usyk can actually fight better without me in the way. So although the physician says I should be in bed and I'm not supposed to have a minute to myself, I intend to take as many hours as necessary." Yawing as before, the litter turned onto a still narrower street that Silk did not recognize. "It's up to the gods, I'm afraid. I don't trust them, not even the outsider who seems to trust me. But they may smile on us yet." "Fine girl?" He had lost his desire to talk, but the intensity of his emotions drove the words forth. "What did he want with her?" As he spoke, the litter sped past a shop with a zither and a dusty bassoon in its window. But Calde Silk of Viron did not see them. "This is the kitchen?" Mater Mint looked around her in surprise. It was the largest that she had ever seen. "There are, alternatives," Remora ventured. "Still entire, eh? Equally, unsigned by sabered Sphigx." "I find it cozy," Potto declared. "For one thing, there's food, though your troops, my dear young general, made off with a lot. I like food, even if I can't eat it. For another, I'm a good host, eager for the comfort of my guests, and it's easy to heat. Behold this noble stove and laden woodbox. I'm happily immune to draughts, but you aren't. I'm determined to make you comfortable. Those other rooms offer the chilly attractions of a society beauty. This will provide warmth and tea, even soup." He giggled. "All the solid virtues of an old nurse. Besides, There are a great many sharp knives, and I'm always encouraged by the presence of sharp knives." "You can't be here alone," Mater said. Potto grinned. "Do you propose to attack me if I am?" "Certainly not." "You have an Azoth, the famous one given you by Silk. I won't search you for it now." "I left it with Colonel Bison. If I had come armed after calling for a truce, you'd be entitled to kill me." "I am, anyhow," Potto told her. He picked up a stick of firewood and snapped it between his hands. "The rules of war protect armies and their auxiliaries. Yours is a rebellion, not a war, and rebels get no such protection. Patera there knows that's the truth. Look at his face. I assert the privilege of my cloth." "You can. You haven't fought, so you're entitled to it. The general has, and isn't. It's all very simple." When neither replied, Potto added, "Speaking of cloth, I forgot to say that the rules apply only to soldiers and those auxiliaries who wear their city's uniform, as General Saber does. You, my dear General, don't. The upshot is that though I can't offer violence to your armies as long as the truce holds, I'm entitled to break both your leggies if I want to, and even to wring your necky. Sit down. There's a cozy little table right over there. I'll build a fire and put the kettle on." They sat, Remora tucking the rich overrobe he wore around his legs, Mater as she might have in the cenobie, her delicate hands folded in her lap and her head bowed. Potto filled one of the stove's fireboxes and stroked a stick of kindling. It burst into flame, not merely at one end like a torch, but along its entire length. He tossed it into the firebox and shoved the firebox back in place with an angry grinding of iron. "He intrigues to separate us," Remora whispered. "Hallowed, elementary stratagem, General. I shall cleave to you, if you, in analogous fashion—" "Matera. Call me Matera, please, Your Eminence, when we're alone." "Indeed, indeed. Oh, soror neque enim ignari sumus ante malorum, o passi graviora dabit pas hiscoque finem." Potto was filling a tea-kettle. Without turning his head, he said, "I have sharp ears. Don't say I didn't warn you." Mater looked up. "Then I'm spared the necessity of raising my voice." "Are you really, Councillor Potto?" "We came to negotiate with the Ayuntamiento, not with anyone we chanced to meet." "If you are, whose body was that?" "Yes." Potto put the kettle on the stove. "Mine. Have you more questions?" "Certainly. Are you willing to stop all this bloodshed?" "It bothers you, doesn't it?" He pulled out a stout stool and sat down so heavily the floor shook. "Seeing good and brave troopers die? Watching someone who was eager to obey me a few seconds ago writhing and bleeding in the street? It does. Well, it doesn't me, and I don't understand why it should you. I never have. Call it a gift. There are people who can listen to music all evening, then go home and write everything down, and others who can run faster and farther than a horse. Did you know that? Mine's a less amazing gift, though it's brought me success. I don't feel pain. I don't feel. Is that what you call a tautology? It's what life has taught me. I give it to you for nothing." Remora nodded, his long face longer than ever. "I vouchsafe it might be included under that rubric." "Councillor." "Why, indeed, I had no intention—" "Thanks. I'm the only member who forced his way in, or had to. Did you know that, either of you?" Mater shook her head. "We're all related, as you can see from our names. Lemur and Loris were brothers. Lemur's dead. You don't have to look surprised. I know you know. He packed the Ayuntamiento with relatives back before Patera here was born. I came to him. I approached him forthrightly and fairly. He'd brought in Galago, a second cousin, by courtesy. I was much closer, and I said so. He said he'd take it under advisement. A week later— there'd been this and that, you know, nothing serious— he tried to have me killed. I saw to it that the man's flesh was served to us at dinner, and dessert was his head in lemon sherbet. Lemur jerked away from it, and I scooped up a little sherbet with my fingers and ate it. I took the oath next day, Councillor Potto. My cousin soon discovered that I was a useful friend, not just an unpleasant relative. Matera Mint nodded. You're proud of being useful, as everyone who is entitled to be. Now you have a chance to be of great service to our whole city. We have ventured forth in good faith, Remora put in. The general has come unarmed. My vocation prohibits weapons. Such at least is my own opinion, though our Caldes may differ. I ask you, Councillor, whether you, similarly, are we intermediaries, or, captives? You want to go before your tea is ready? Potter waved in the direction of the door. Make the experiment, Patera. My duty, confines me. Then you're a prisoner, but not mine. Dear young General Mint, wouldn't you like to know how I managed to be alive in the kitchen and dead in the drawing-room? There were two of you, clearly. She had taken her big wooden prayer beads from her pocket. She ran them through her fingers, comforted by their familiar shapes. No, only one, and that one is neither here nor there. As we aged, Cousin Tarsia made us new bodies out of chems. Lemur got the first one, and the rest of us later as we came to need them, bodies we can work from our beds. I can't enjoy food, but I eat. I'm feeding intravenously right now. What became of the chems? Matera Mint managed to keep her voice steady. Of their minds. I thought you were going to ask me whether he made the others more than one. No, clearly he did, or someone did. But you got this body from another person, and changed it to look like you. You must have. Did he consent to any of that? The logical question is whether there are two of all of us. Potto struck the table with his fist. You didn't even ask how I got the wood to burn. How am I supposed to deal with someone who won't stick to the point? Remora began. But Potto was not through. By sticking with the point myself. That's it. I may soon stick with one so well that it sticks out your back. He turned to Remora. Yes, Patera, you were about to say? I was speculating, Councillor, upon how you ignited that wood so effortlessly. I hope that you will consent to illuminate that matter for us. I am not going to sit here teaching a butcher chemistry. Can't either of you understand that once I've told you what I want, I don't want it? What are you doing here, anyway? Dear General Mintz, the leader after Silk, why are you here? To meditate. His cognizance and, to bring peace, Matera Mint declared. Calde Silk has offered to let all of you keep your seats under the charter. Considering all that's happened, I think it very generous. Or life? Remora touched her arm, and she found it easy to interpret the gesture. Is there a provision for life tenure? If so, I imagine it might be invoked. Remora shook his head. The motion was slight, but she saw it. Potto smiled. It was so unexpected that she wondered for a moment whether she had unwittingly promised to return to power. Seeing it, Remora positively beamed. Better. Oh, indeed. Must be friends, eh? Friends can make peace, foes, unable. You misunderstand my expression, Patera. I hail and approve it. Time, sufficient for understanding, presently. May I put forward a proposal, Councillor? General, my wish, a heartfelt suggestion, that we, solemnly convene at the present moment, offering our prayer to the Nine. Our petition, if you will, that— Shut up, Potto snapped. I've got the key, and you go on blathering. Calde's Silk sent you, General, is that right? He would approve of my coming, certainly. For days we've been trying to reach you councillors on our glasses. I thought we might try this. When Potto did not reply, she added, His Eminence was chosen as an intermediary by your Brigadier Erne and our Calde. Soon after, as I understand it, his cognizance offered his help as well. We were and are overjoyed, I would hope. You can't speak for him, Potto told her. You may think you can, or that Patera here can, but you can't. I've known him a long time, and there's not a more malicious and unpredictable person in the city, not even me. You're a general, General? She nodded. Appointed by divine Echidna in a Theophany. My instructions, she amended them mentally in the interests of peace, were to tear down the Alumbrera and see to it that Viren remained loyal to Scylla. If you're asking my position in the command structure, Calde Silk is the head of our government, civil as well as military. Generalissimo Usyk is our supreme military commander. I'm in charge of the armed populace, and General Skate commands the Calde's guard. Potto tittered. Then you've a firm grasp of the military situation. I don't. Lima was our military man. Explain our circumstances to me, General, so we can start together. You're serious? He rocked with silent merriment. Nevermore. As you wish. After Ophidian Echidna's Theophany, we had about 30,000 troopers. Not that there were that many witnesses, or half that many, but a great many who heard what had happened from others joined us. Some were guardsmen, none, I think, above captain. You, the Ayuntamiento, called out the army, giving you something like 7,000 soldiers, besides the 24,000 troopers of your civil guard. Go on, Potto told her. None of this is quite right, but it's interesting. My figures for the guard come from Generalissimo Usyk, who was certainly in a position to know. Those for the army from Sergeant Sand, the leader of those brave soldiers who saw that true loyalty lay in siding with the Calde. Potter was still grinning. Excuse the interruption. I was about to say that since then we've gained strength, and you've lost it. By shade low, we had nearly reached our present total of about 50,000. I'm referring to my own troops here. That night every brigade of your civil guard went over to the Calde except the 4th. The 4th and the 3rd, which was the Generalissimos, had been holding the Palatine. The 4th, commanded by Brigadier Erne, was driven from it next day and into the northern suburbs. Where it still is. That's correct. We had fires all over the city to fight, hundreds of them, and we've been busy trying to get ourselves organized. When the Alumbrera surrendered, we got thousands of slug guns and hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammunition. We had to see to it that they went to people of good character. Furthermore, there's a feeling that the 4th Brigade might come over to our side in another day or two. Calde Silk and Generalissimo Usyk think so, and so do I. I'm told that his cognizance is of the same opinion. Remmerer cleared his throat. It was Brigadier Erne who entreated me to set in motion these negotiations. I shortly thereafter, sought out the Calde, whom approved likewise. I am able and authorized the Brigadier's viewpoint. Not now, Potto told him. General, could you crush the 4th Brigade? Suppose Silk ordered it. Certainly, in 2 or 3 hours. Less if I had a few tailorses and floaters, as well as my people. But we'd rather not, obviously, in view of the loss of— Not to me, Potto chortled. It's not obvious to me. Is the bloodshed really what's bothering you? I should think it would bother anyone. Well, you're right, but you're wrong, too. The bloodshed wouldn't bother me, but why shouldn't you take 5,000 prime troopers if you can get them? We would. Are those the only reasons, General? I'll be frank. There's another aspect. You, by which I mean the Ayuntamiento, are down in the tunnels with most of the army and a few troopers, nearly 1,000. Setting them aside, you must have about 7,000 soldiers down there. Potto's grin widened. More? Very well, if you say so. 7,000 was our estimate. In any case, if we got deeply involved in an attack on the 4th, which shouldn't be our primary objective anyway, you might make a sortie from the tunnels and strike us from behind. According to reports I've had, it takes at least 4 of my troopers to match a soldier, which means that your 7,000, that's the figure we discussed, are equivalent to 28,000 of mine. We didn't feel we could risk it. I should say that we don't feel we can as yet. Potto nodded rather too enthusiastically. Some place in all that verbiage was a morsel that seemed intelligent, my dear General. You said our guard, or what's left, wasn't what you really wanted to destroy, that it was us. Why don't you come down after us? Remora looked deeply distressed. Do you, Counselor, is this, productive? I think so. You'll see. Answer me if you can, General. Because the tunnels are too defensible. I haven't been in them, but they've been described to me. A dozen soldiers could hold a place like that against 100 troopers. If we've got to, we'll find a way, digging shafts and so on. But we'd rather not, which is why I'm here. Also, there's another consideration. You spoke of destroying the fort. Clearly, we don't want to. Still less do we want to destroy the army, which is of immense value to our city. We know that you are an amazing woman. Potto pushed his stool back and crossed the big kitchen to the stove. A woman who talks sense whenever it suits her, but can't hear a kettle boil. Women generally talk sense if men will listen to it. Those who are generals generally do, anyway. You're right about the fourth, and right about the army, and not tackling the tunnels, though you really don't understand the situation at all. I'm our head spy. Did you know that? I was in charge of Lima's spies, and now I've got Loris's. Potto tittered. Who are generally the same, General, and mine. Do you really think all the troopers in the city are yours or ours? You simply can't be that simple. He lifted the big copper tea-kettle off the stove. It was spurting steam. Mater Mint pursed her lips. There are, minuscule, likewise. Token, eh? And, few hundred. 200 more or less, she supplied. 200 Trivigonti terror troopers commanded by General Sabre, who also commands the airship. 200's a very small force, as His Eminence says, though with supporting fire from the airship, even a small force might accomplish a great deal. General Sabre has offered her help when we move against the fourth, by the way. How kind. Potto had carried the steaming tea-kettle to their table. Not to you, Counselor, I realize that, but to us it is. It's a gesture of goodwill from the Rani to the new government of Viron, and as such is greatly appreciated. Your diplomacy flourishes. He raised the tea-kettle. It does. It's in its infancy, but it does. Mater Mint stood. We need a teapot and tea, sugar, milk, and a lemon, if His Eminence takes lemon. I'll look for them. I was about to ask you if my face looks dusty. I beg your pardon, Counselor. Whether it's dusty. Look carefully, will you? Maybe we should go to a window where the light will be better. I don't see any dust. She was struck unexpectedly and unpleasantly by the lack of warmth in that face, which seemed so animated. Mater Marble's familiar metal mask held a whorl of humility and compassion. This, for all its seeming plumpness and high color, was as cold as Echidna's serpents. It's been packed away for years, you see. Leaning back at an impossible angle, Potto scratched the tip of his nose with the steaming spout of the tea-kettle. I'm the youngest member of the Ayuntamiento, dear General. Did you know that? Mater Mint shook her head. Just the same, they thought this seemed too young and asked me to replace it. He contrived to lean even farther backward. A trickle of boiling water escaped the spout. You don't know about the Rani's hoard, either, do you? What about it? My face! Potto jabbed the spout toward it. It was in storage. I said that. Why didn't you listen? Now I can't see as clearly as I did. I may have dust in my eyes. Before Mater Mint could stop him, he raised the tea-kettle and tilted it. Seething water cascaded down onto his nose and eyes. Remora exclaimed, "Oh, you gods!" as Mater Mint jumped back from the hissing spray. There, that ought to do it. Straightening up, Potto regarded her through wide blue eyes again, blinking hard to clear them of boiling drops. That's much better. I can see everything. I hope you can, too, my dear young General. The Rani's horde has already set out, and there's 60,000 foot and 15,000 cavalry. I haven't the luxury of an airship to keep watch on Viron's enemies, but I do the best I can. 75,000 battle-hardened troopers with their support troops, a supply train of 15,000 camels, and a labor battalion of 10,000 men. Potto turned to Remora. Trivagonte's men are of your school, Patera. No weapons, or anyway they're supposed to be. Remora had regained his composure. If this extensive and formidable force is, marching, you said, eh? Then I take it that it can't be marching here, or the Ayuntamiento, more formally. Terms of surrender, hey? Potto tittered. Matera Mint squared her shoulders. I wouldn't laugh, Councillor. His Eminence is entirely correct. If the Rani is sending us a force of that size, your cause is doomed. It's just as I feared, Potto told her. He held up the tea kettle. Do you think it's cooled too much? To make tea. She took an involuntary step backward. I doubt it. To wash eyes, so they can see. I think you're right. Boiling water stays hot for a long time. I came under a flag of truce. He reached for her, moving much faster than so fat a man should have been able to. She whirled and ran, feeling his fingertips brush her habit, reached the door a hand's breadth ahead of him, and flung herself through. An arm hooked her like a lamb, another pinned her own arms to her sides. Her face was crushed against musty cloth. Sounding near, Potto said, Bring her back in here. Not so near, words failed Remora. You cannot, I mean to say, simply cannot. Woman's a sibyl, you— Oh, be quiet, Potto told him. Bend her over backwards, Spider, make her look up at this. Abruptly there was light and air. The man who had caught her was as tall as Remora and as wide as Potto. He held her by her hair and dropped to one knee, pulling her across the other. My son! Looking up at his heavy, unshaven chin, she found it horribly hard to keep from sounding frightened. Do you realize what you're doing? The man, presumably Spider, glanced to one side, presumably at Potto. How's this, Councillor? She rolled her eyes without finding him, and the thick fingers would not let her turn her head. His voice came from a distance. I'm putting the kettle back. We can't have it cooling off while I give you the rules. Remora entered her field of view, seeming as lofty as a tower when he bent above them. If there is, Mater, General, anything I can do? There is, she said. Let Bison know what happened. Go back to your seat, Potto told Remora, and he vanished. Didn't you wonder, my dear General, it was Potto's cheerful round face opposite Spider's now, how I happened to be so near my own corpse, or what became of Blood's? Blood was stabbed by your friend Silk. Let's not call him Calde. We're no longer being so polite. Let me up, and I'll be happy to ask you. It won't be necessary. Blood's body has been hauled away already, you see. And you do see, don't you? At present. I ordered that my own wasn't to be touched, because I think we may be able to fix it. I came in person to pick it up with a few of my most trusted spy-catchers. Spiders, they're hefe. I'd use soldiers, but they're awfully sensitive, it seems, to mention of a Calde, though you wouldn't think it to look at them. From a distance, Remora called, Councillor! Councillor! She shut her eyes. If she was never to see again, the last thing she saw should not be the high, smoke-grimed ceiling of the kitchen in this ruined villa. Echidna, rather, her face filling the sacred window. Her mother's face, Bison's, with its quick eyes and curling black beard. Her room in the Cenobi. Children playing, Mater Marble's group, because she had always wanted them instead of the older girls this year, and the older boys before Patera Pike died. Orc's face, so ugly and serious, more precious than a stack of cards. Bison's, Cage Street, and the floaters firing as the white stallion thundered toward them. Did you hear that, my dear General? Hear what? Mater Mint opened her eyes, remembering too late that scalding water might be poured into them. Tell her, Patera, tell her! Potter was giggling like a girl of 12, giggling so hard that he could hardly talk. I, proposed an, substitution. He wants to take your place. Really, it's too funny. She tried to speak and found that her eyes were filling with hot tears, ironies so cheap and obvious as to be unbearable. "No, Your Eminence, but thank you. He, Porto, Councillor, he wishes to, secure your, collaboration, eh? I, endeavoured to point out that to, spare me you would, eh? Whatever he wants." "I can already make you do anything I want." Potter was back. He held the tea-kettle over her. "What I'm trying to do is what she's done for years. Educate." Giggling, he covered his mouth with his free hand. "Wash the dust out. Clarify her vision. Have I explained the rules?"
No."
"Then I will. I have to. You want to save her, Patera?" She could actually hear Remera's teeth chatter. She had always supposed the business about chattering teeth was a sort of verbal convention, like hair standing on end. "You made your offer, and I said no. But you can save me the trouble of washing her eyes."
"I am every effort."
"I'm going to ask questions. Educational questions. If her answers are right, we postpone the eye bath. Or if yours are. Ready? Spider, what about you? When you see the kettle tip, you'll have to hold her tight and keep your hands clear." "Any time, Councillor." "I'll start with an easy one. That's the best way, don't you think? If you really want children to learn, if you aren't just showing off. Did you know Silk's friend, Dr. Crane?" She shut her eyes again, finding it difficult to think.
"Know him?"
"No. Mater Marble mentioned him once, the nice doctor who let her ride in his litter. I don't think I ever saw him. I'm sure I haven't met him." "And you never will. He's dead." Potto sounded pleased. "Your turn, Patera. What about you?"
"Crane, eh? A doctor? Can't, place him."
"He was a spy. Let's give the poor fellow his due. He was a master spy, some say the Ranee's best. Trivigonte had more spies in Vyron than any other city. It still does, though they have no Jefe now. Why do you think that is, Matera? More spies than Earps or Palustria?"
"All I can do is guess."
Her mouth was dry. She tried unsuccessfully to swallow.
"The Ranee's a woman, but all the other cities near ours have male rulers. She may have been more sensitive to the danger you and your cousins presented."
"Not bad. Can you improve on that, Patera?"
Cheating."
Potto giggled. "Double credit for it. Go ahead."
"His cognizance, eh? He told me. Not in so many words, eh? No mountains. First,
"Objective," Potto supplied.
"Indeed. Next, year. Spring. Not long now, hey, Councillor? Winter has, commenced."
"General, this is your area of expertise. Say another force is opposing yours, which is larger. Would you rather fight your way across a mountain range or a desert?"
"I'd want to see the desert," she hedged.
"You can't see either one, and if you won't answer, you won't see anything." The tea-kettle tilted a little.
"Then I prefer the desert."
"Why?"
"Because fighting in mountains would be like fighting in tunnels. There would be narrow passes in which we'd have to go with the enemy head-on. In a desert we could get around them."
"Correct. Patera, I haven't been giving you many chances, so you first. 2 cities I'll call Vyron and Trivigonte are separated by a lake and a desert. A big lake, though. It's been getting smaller and turning brackish. That's the situation, and here's the question. If the easiest city for Vyron to attack is Trivigonte, what's easiest for Trivigonte? Think carefully."
"For, them?"
Remera's voice quavered.
"Us, I should say, Vyron."
"Do you agree, my dear General?" She had begun a short prayer to Echidna while Remera was speaking. After murmuring the final phrase, she said,
"There could be other answers, but that's the most probable. Vyron."
"I'm putting the kettle on again," Potto told her. "Not because you've passed, but because you may fail right here, and I want the water hot enough to do the job. Listen carefully, because we're going from geography to arithmetic.
Listen and think. Are you ready?" She compelled her mind and lips. "I suppose so." Potto tittered. "Are you, Patera?" I wish, Counselor—" "Save it for later. It's time for arithmetic. The Rani of Trivagonte has 75,000 crack troopers in Byron. The so-called Calde's general has 50,000 untrained ones, and the traitor commanding the Calde's guard has about 18,000 fit for duty of doubtful loyalty. If these numbers have you mixed up, I don't blame you. Would you like me to stop here and repeat them, General?" "Let me hear the rest." "We're getting to the crux. Rani, 75,000. You, 50,000. Usyk, 18,000. All these are troopers, armed bios. Now then, the Ayuntamiento, which opposes all three of them, has 8,200 soldiers and 1,000 troopers underground, and another 5,000 on the surface. The question is, who rules Byron? Answer, Patera." You do. The Ayuntamiento." "1 drop for that," Potto said. "I'll fetch the kettle." Matera Mint squeezed her eyes shut, clenching her teeth, as a single scalding drop struck her forehead. Locked in a private nightmare of fear and pain, she heard the opening of the doors as if it were leagues away. A new voice spoke in the reedy tones of an old man. "What's this?" Remora overjoyed. "Your cognizance!" Almost carelessly, Potto said, "This is a nice surprise. I had men posted. Another prisoner's welcome, just the same." She squinted upward. The sere old face over hers was one she had seen only at a distance. She had not realized then how its eyes glittered. "Release her," Quetzal snapped. "Let her go. Now!" She tried to smile as Spider inquired, "Counselor?" "Class dismissed for the present. It may resume soon, so think about the material." He sounded angry. Spider stood, and she fell to the floor. "I've talked to your cousin Loris," Quetzal told Potto, "and I've come to give you the news I brought him. If you decide to detain me afterward, it's the risk I run." Potto spoke to Spider. "This old fox is the prolocutor. If that's going to bother you, say so." "Anything you want, Counselor." "He's worth 2 of the general and 10 of the butcher. Don't forget it. Old man, what tricks have you cooked up?" Matera Mint scrambled to her feet, trying not to step on the hem of her habit. "No tricks, Counselor. There was a Theophany during my sacrifice at the Grand Mantian." Simultaneously, Matera Mint received the impression that Quetzal was never excited, and that he was excited now. Potto snorted and set his steaming tea-kettle on the table. "Another one? Who was it this time? Sphigx?" Quetzal shook his head. "Pass." "Pass is dead." Quetzal turned from Potto. "Great Pass, Matera. Lord Pass, the father of the 7. If it wasn't him, it was his ghost, which in point of fact is what the god himself said." Chapter 2. His Name is Hossaan. He himself had shut this door from inside and shot the bolt. It had been the final action of his exorcism. But if this door, the obscure side door of what had been a Mantian, and what many passers-by no doubt assumed was a Mantian still, was used to admit patrons who did not want to be seen entering orchids, there should be someone to answer his knock. By summer habit he squinted up to gauge the width of the narrowing sun. It was masked by clouds dark with rain or snow, and the awe-inspiring mummy-colored bulk of the Trivagonte airship. He knocked again. His bearers had put down the litter and were making themselves comfortable. Did he dare risk their seeing him pound on a door to which nobody came? What would Commissioner Newt have to say about the effect on his prestige and popularity? What would Usyk say? Would it replace the fighting as the talk of the city? He was smiling at the thought when the door was opened by a small and markedly unattractive woman with a faded rag over her graying hair. "Come, it ain't any more, Patera." I am Orchid's spiritual adviser, Silk told her firmly. Admit me. The woman backed away. He stepped inside and bolted the door behind him. Take me to her. I'm cleaning up in here. She eyed Oreb with disfavor. Silk conceded privately that the former Mantean could use a cleaning. He glanced up at the stage to see whether the new backdrop was as blasphemous as the one he had cut down, and was illogically pleased to find that it was merely obscene. She'll be in her room. She might not be up yet. Take me to her, he repeated, and added, at once. I won't knock. The small woman sounded frightened. Never mind, I remember the way. He pushed past her and strode across the former Mantean with scarcely a twinge from his ankle. Here was the step on which she had sat to talk to Musk. Musk was dead now. The memory of Musk's tortured face returned. The courtyard beyond the Mantean was deserted, but by no means empty, littered with scraps of food over which crows and pigeons squabbled, spilled liquors, bottles, and broken glass. Oreb, bigger than the biggest crow, watched fascinated, cocking his head this way and that. Orphan's naked corpse had sprawled on this wooden stair. There was no point in looking for bloodstains today, or in trying not to step on such stains as might be present. Silk climbed, his eyes resolutely fixed on the gallery above. What faith he'd had then! But Silk would be praying now, as confident as a child that the gods heard each word, a prayer to Molpe as patroness of the day, and one to Pass, who was as dead as Crane, Orphan, and Musk. Most of all, that earlier Silk would have prayed devoutly to the outsider, though the outsider had warned that he would send no aid. Yet the outsider had come with healing when he had lain near death. And to be more accurate, Silk paused at the top of the steps, remembering. The outsider had not actually said that he would get no help, but warned him to expect none, which was not precisely the same thing. Buoyed by the thought, he walked along the creaking gallery to the door that Crane had opened when he came out to examine Orphan's body, and was about to open it himself when it was opened from within. He blinked, gasped, and blinked again. Oreb, whom few things surprised, whistled before croaking, "'Lo, girl." "Hi, Oreb." "Hello, Patera. All the blessings on you this afternoon, and all that." Silk smiled, finding it easier than he had expected. There was nothing to be gained by berating her, surely. "Chenille, it's good to see you. I've been wondering where you were. I have people searching for you and Orc. You thought I was finished with this." The expression of her coarse, flat-cheeked face was by no means easy to read, but she sounded despondent. "I hoped you were," Silk said carefully. "I still hope you are. That last night was the last night. If the gods did not care, why should he?" He thrust the thought aside. "Nobody last night, Patera. There wasn't enough to keep the other dells busy. You're thinking, how about Rust, aren't you? I can tell from the way you look at me. Not since the funeral. Come on in." She stepped back. He entered, careful not to brush her jutting breasts. "Now you're wondering how long it'll last. Me too. You didn't know I was a regular mind reader, did you?" She smiled, and the smile made him want to put his arms around her. He nodded instead. "You're very perceptive." "I was." Oreb felt he had been left out long enough. "Where Ock?" "I don't know. You want to come to my room, Patera? You can sit and we could talk like we did that other time." "I must speak to Orchid. But if you wish it." "We don't have to. Come on, she's probably about dressed. Her room's up this way." Chenille led him along a corridor he recalled only vaguely. "Maybe I could come by tomorrow to talk. Only you're not at the place on Sun Street anymore, are you?" "No," Silk said, "but I'm going there when I leave here. Would you like to come?"
When Chenille did not reply, he added, "I have a litter. I've been trying to spare my ankle." She was shocked. "You can't let people see me with you. We'll put the curtains down. Then we could talk in there, huh? All right." Silk, too, had come to a decision. "I'd like to have you with me when I speak to Orchid. Will you do it?" "Sure, if you want me." She stopped before Orchid's door. "Only I hope you're not going to get her mad." Recalling the small woman's fear, Silk knocked. "Were you leaving just now, Chenille? We can arrange to meet later if this is inconvenient." She shook her head. "I saw you out my window and put this gown on, that's all." Orchid's door had opened. Orchid, in a black peignoir that reminded Silk vividly of the pink one she had worn when she had admitted him with Crane, was staring open-mouthed. He tore his own gaze from her gaping garment. "May I speak with you when you've finished dressing, Orchid? It's urgent. I wouldn't have troubled you otherwise." Numbly, the fat woman retreated. "Come on, Patera." Chenille led the way in. "She can put on more of a wrap-up." To Orchid she added, "He's gimp, remember? Maybe you could invite him to sit." Orchid had recovered enough to tug at the lace-decked edges of the peignoir, covering bulging flesh that would reappear the moment she released them. "Hey, you're the Calde now, the new one. Everybody's talking about you." Oreb offered proof. "Say, Silk." "I'm afraid I am. I'm still the same man, however, and I need your help." Chenille said firmly, "Have a seat, Patera." "Yeah, sit down. Do I call you Calde or Patera?" "I really prefer to stand as long as you and Chenille are standing. May I say it's pleasant to see you again. Pleasant to see you both. I've been looking for Chenille, as I told her, and I've met so many new people, commissioners at the Husgado and so forth, that you seem like old friends." "Good friends." Chenille dropped onto the green velvet couch. "I'll never forget how you stood up to the counselors at Blood's." She turned to Orchid. "I told you about it, right?" "Yeah, but I never thought I'd see you again, Calde. I mean to talk to." He grasped the opportunity. "You saw me when Hyacinth and I were riding through the city, and we saw you. Have you seen Hyacinth since then?" Orchid shook her head as she sat down beside Chenille. Gratefully, Silk sat too. "I mean her no harm, none whatsoever. I merely wish to find her." "I'm sure you don't, Calde. I'd tell you if I knew." Chenille said, "You're going to ask me in a minute. I can't remember how long it's been since I saw Hi. A couple months, maybe longer than that." "No girl?" Horeb inquired. Silk looked around at him. "Chenille is only one of the people we've been trying to find, actually. Now I'm hoping to find out something about the others." "I'll call you Calde," Orchid announced. "It feels easier. A Hoppe was here asking about Hi. Did you know that?" "I sent him, indirectly at least." "He wanted to know about Shen, too. And Orc." Orchid glanced at Chenille, afraid that she was revealing too much. "But you told him nothing. I can't blame you. In your place, I would probably have done the same." Orchid struggled to her feet. "I'm forgetting my manners. Maybe you'd like a glass of wine? I remember that time when you said you were sorry you only had water, but water was what I wanted right then. You got some for me, and good water, too. You've got a good well." "No wine, thank you. You told the guardsman who came here that you didn't know where Hyacinth or Chenille or Orc was. I know you must have, because any information you provided him would have been reported to me with its source. As I said, I would very likely have acted just as you did if I had been in your place."
This afternoon it occurred to me that you might tell me more than you'd tell someone you didn't know or trust. So I came in person. I take it that Chenille was already here when he arrived to question you. Was that yesterday? Orchid nodded. Chenille said, "It's my fault, Patera. I asked her not to tell anybody." For perhaps 5 seconds she was silent, nibbling at her lower lip. "Because of that other man. You know who I mean, Patera. He was at Blood's, too, and he didn't get shot like the fat one, the tall one. He saw me, and he heard my name." Silk's forefinger drew small circles on his cheek. "Do you think he knew enough about you to search for you here?" "I don't know. I've tried to remember everything Blood said, and I don't remember anything about that. Only he might have said something before or after, or maybe even something I've forgotten. He'd seen me and knew who I was." "In that case," Silk said slowly, "I'm surprised that you came back here." Orchid poured a pony of brandy. "It isn't as dumb as you think, Calde. If somebody came around, we'd tell her so she'd have time to hide. We did with the Hoppy, didn't we, Shen?" "That's right, Patera. Anyhow, I pretty much had to. I didn't have any money." "I must speak to you about that. Remind me after we leave." "Except a little here, and my jewelry's here except for this ring." She held up her hand to display it, and the ruby glowed like a coal from the forge. "I think it's worth a deck, and so does Orchid." Orchid nodded emphatically. "Only Orc gave it to me, and I told him I'd never sell it. I won't either. Remember when you and me talked in the front room of your little house, Patera?" "Yes, I do. I'm surprised that you do, however." "I didn't to start, but after a while it came back. What I was going to say is I had my best pieces on, my jade earrings and a necklace, only it got lost when my good wool gown did." Silk nodded. "Patera Incas said Matera Marble had made Blood give you the chenille one you had on there." "Uh-huh. I'll tell you about losing the other one and my necklace some other time. What I was going to say is they hurt my ears down in the tunnel. I took them off and gave them to Orc, and he put them in his pocket." She fell silent, her chest heaving dramatically. "When I find Orc, I'll remind him to return them to you." "There's something I've got to tell you about him, too. You won't believe me, but I've got to tell you just the same. Only not now." "All right, tell me when you feel ready to do so." Silk turned back to Orchid. "Permit me to ask again, do you know where Hyacinth is? Do you have any idea at all?" Shaking her head, Orchid passed her brandy to Chenille. "Drink it. You'll feel better." Freed of the stem, Orchid's beringed fingers clenched. "Patera, I need a favor, and I need it bad. Ever since I saw you in the hall, I've been trying to think of a good way to ask. If I knew anything that would help you find Hi, I'd tell you and ask for my favor. I don't, but I got connections, and they know places the Hoppies never heard of. I'll get them on it as quick as I can." Oreb flew from Silk's shoulder to Chenille's. "Where Orc?" "My question exactly," Silk said. "You told the guardsman you didn't know where Hyacinth was, and you were telling him the truth. You lied when you told him that you didn't know where Chenille was. What about Orc?" Orchid shook her head. "I've got a couple culls asking. He's got Shen's bobbers, like she says. We know he's around. We've talked to bucks that saw him. Isn't that right?" Chenille nodded. "But nobody seems to know where he dosses. A friend of mine told him I wanted to see him, and he said maybe he'd come later, but he hasn't." Orchid tapped her forehead. "He's cank, they say. Talking clutter." "Let me know if he comes, will you please? Immediately." "Absolutely, Calde. You can count on it. Want me to keep him here until you get here?" "He'll stay," Chenille interposed. "He'll be in my room." "Yes, I do," Silk told Orchid. "You've offered me several favors, and I want them all. I want very much to learn where Hyacinth is. I want to learn where Orc is, too, and I want you to keep him here if he comes. He used to come here often, I know. You said you required a favor from me. I'll help you if I can. What is it? Blood's dead. That's what Shen says, and it's all over town anyhow. They say, am I stepping in it? Chenille swallowed a sip of brandy. They say you killed him, Patera. That's what some people told me out at his house before the fighting was over. Orchid took a step toward Silk. I own this. Her voice was husky with emotion. This house of mine. But I bought it with money Blood gave me, and I had to sign a paper. Belatedly, Silk rose too. What did it say? I don't know. It was at his place in the country. Once in a while he'd come to town and see people, but mostly he sent word, and you went out there to see him. If he liked you, he'd send his floater for you. That was the first time in my life I got to ride in one. Recalling his trip from Blood's villa to the Mantian on Sun Street, Silk nodded. Go on. We talked about, what sort of house I'd found, where it was, and how big, and the girls I'd got lined up. Then he pulled out a paper and said, sign this. I did, and he stuck it away again and gave me the money. I got the deed, and it's in my name, but now he's dead, and I don't know about the paper. I want to keep my house. It would kill me to lose it. That's Lily. With him gone, I don't know where I stand, but I'd feel a lot better knowing I had the Calde in my corner. He is. Silk started toward the door. You have my word, Orchid. But I must go. We must, if Chenille's coming. I've got to get my coat. She was already on her feet. Your litter's around back? On music? I'll meet you. As he rattled down the wooden steps, Silk could not be sure he had told her it was, or that he had replied at all. If you don't want to, they won't make you, Orc told his listeners. You think the gods are a bunch of hoppies? They don't push anybody around. Why should they? When they want to do you a good turn, they say, do this and this, 'cause it's going to be good. You're going to like it. Only if you say it's a queer lay, they say, dimber by us, we'll give it to somebody else. Remember Kypris? She didn't say go uphill and solve all those Kens. She said if you want to, go to it and I'll keep the street. This is like that. I'm not here to make anybody do anything. Neither's Tartarus. One of his listeners asked, what have we got to do now? The blind god whose hand was upon Orc's shoulder whispered, tell him to make ready. To start with, you got to get yourself set, Orc said. Get used to it. You'll be going to a new place. It'll be better, real nice, but all the stuff you're used to will be down the chute. Even the sun will be different, a short sun that won't ever go out. You've got to think about it, and that's why I'm here, to start you culls thinking. You want to think about what to take and who to take with you and talk to them. If you're like me, you're going to want pals. Tell them every man's got to have a woman, too, and every woman's got to take a man. Just sprats don't have to have anybody. A big-nosed woman shouted, over here! And Orc's listeners drifted away, forming two long lines, slug guns at the ready. That went well, Tartarus whispered. They didn't believe me. Wearily, Orc started back down the tunnel. This one was open to the sky, as most were on this level. The walls were walls, but had doors and windows in them. He was still trying to make up his mind whether that made things better or worse. Men come slowly to belief, the god whispered. Nor is that to be deplored. Some have taken the first step already because you urged it. Orc felt a glow of satisfaction. If you figure that was enough, what we did back there, dimber with me. Think I ought to steal something for her to eat? I said I would. You must steal more cards as well. Orc steered the blind god around the hoppy's corpse, its eyes and mouth black with cold-numbed flies. You won't let me spend them, terrible Tartarus. We will have need of many cards, and quickly. Have I not made it clear to you? Yeah, to fix up a lander. Orc smiled at the thought. I guess you did. That is well. Your mind is mending. Steal food if you wish, Orc, and more cards where you can.
As their litter jogged down Sun Street, Chenille said,
I'd like you to shrive me. Will this take long enough?
That will depend on how much you have to tell me. Silk was acutely aware of her hip pressing his own. He recalled a rule forbidding sibyls from riding in a litter with a man. He was beginning to feel that there should be another strictly enforced against augurs riding with women. Certainly it would be more regular to do it in the Mantean, where we would not be pressed for time.
You know what I'm afraid of? I'm afraid of some goddess getting in me again. You don't know about Scylla, do you?
I've spoken with Patera Incus. He told me that Scylla had possessed you. It was one of the reasons I was anxious to find you, and that she, through you, had appointed him prolocutor. Chenille nodded, the motion of her head almost ghostly in the tightly curtained litter.
I remember that a little. Only he talked about it so much after she let me go that I can't be sure exactly what I said. Orc could tell you.
I'll ask when we find him. But the prolocutorship is a concern of the chapters, not the civil governments. In other words, I have no more say in the matter than any other member of the clergy, and none at all as Calde. Was Orc the only other person present?
Dace, but he's dead.
I see. I refrained from asking Patera about witnesses. As I said, it's a matter that concerns me only as one augur among many. It may be that I'll no longer be an augur at all when the matter comes before the clergy. Silk was silent for a moment, his eyes vague. If what Patera reports is true, and I'm inclined to credit him, it's unfortunate that Scylla didn't make her wish known at a time when other augurs or sibyls were present. Most of the— Chenille interrupted.
I wouldn't mind if it was Cyprus again. It might be nice, only Scylla was really rough. That's how I lost my gown and my good jade necklace. I'd go out to the lake and look for it, only I'm pretty sure somebody's found it by this time. Anyway, isn't there some place where we could do it besides in the Mantean? Cyprus got me when I was in there, and Scylla when I was in her shrine at the lake. I'm going to try to stay away from places like that for a while.
I see. If you don't look at the sacred window, you can't be possessed, so Cyprus implied at least. Too late, Silk recalled that there was no window in Scylla's shrine. It may be that there are other means, of course, he finished lamely, or that only she is limited in that fashion.
Don't you bucks ever get possessed?
Certainly we do. In fact, it's much more usual, or so the chrasmologic writings imply. Men are normally possessed by male gods such as Pars, Tartarus, Hierax, and the Outsider, or such minor male gods at Catamitus. That is true of enlightenment as well. I myself was enlightened by the Outsider, not Pars, though it would appear that common report attributes my enlightenment to Pars. Silk forbore mentioning that Pars was dead.
The reason I was asking—
Their litter stopped, lowered gently to an uneven surface. Oreb pushed the curtain aside with his beak and was gone. I'll be here a while, Silk told the head-bearer. It might be best if I were to pay you now. The head-bearer made an awkward bow with one eye on his men, who were helping Chenille out of the litter. Well, wait, Calde. No trouble. Silk got out his card case. May I give you something so you can refresh yourselves while you wait? Well, be all right. The head-bearer backed away. As you wish. The garden gate was unlocked. Silk opened it for Chenille.
I was afraid you'd give them too much,
she whispered as she passed.
They'd get drunk.
That explained the head-bearer's refusal, Silk decided, as he reclosed the gate. It would not do for the bearers of the Calde's litter to be drunk. He made a mental note to allow for the propensity of the lowest classes to drink too much.
Is anybody here?
Chenille looked about her at the arbor and the wells, the berry brambles and wilted tomato vines under the windows of the manse, the seared fig and the leafless little pear, and the spaded black soil that had been Patera Marble's struggling garden. At the moment, I can't say. I assume that Patera Gulow's still off fighting, or at any rate off watching what's left of Ern's brigade. Patera Marble's probably in the Sunapee. We'll find out when I've shriven you. You won't hold us long with a handful of men, Patera Mint told Spider.
Colonel Bison has 500. Spider chuckled. He was, as she had concluded a half-hour before, rather too well suited to his name, a man who made her think of a fat, hairy spider watching its web in a dirty corner. Quetzal said, "He's taking us down into the tunnels." Spider opened a door as Quetzal spoke, revealing a flight of rough steps descending into darkness. "You know about those, old man?" "I just came up from them. Did you hear me tell Potto I'd talk to Loris?" "Counselor Potto to you?" Spider gestured with a needler. He was 2 full heads taller. "Now get down there before I kick you down." "I can't walk fast, my son." Quetzal tottered toward the steps. "I'll delay you and the others." There had been a note in his quavering old voice that gave Mater Mint a surge of irrational confidence. "The 9 avenge wrongs done to augurs and sibyls," she warned Spider. "And their vengeance is swift and terrible. What they might do to someone who maltreats the prolocutor, I shudder to think." Spider grinned, showing remarkably crooked teeth. "That's Lily, General. So don't you shove him down and run. Stir it now. The tall cully behind you and me behind him. We're all going to wait nice till Counselor Potter and my knot fetch along his dead body." She started down the steps, one hand on a wooden rail that seemed both grimy and insecure. Behind her, Remora said, "This is where the Calde, the cellar in which, Sergeant Sand," she told him. The dull gleam that had been Quetzal's hairless head had disappeared into the darkness. She quickened her pace, although the steps were steep and high, and she was afraid of falling. "Sergeant Sand held the Calde down here for 6 hours or more. He told me about it." Remora bumped her from behind. "Sorry, pushed." "Keep moving," Spider growled. The sound of their voices had kindled a dull green light some distance down the steps. In the dimness she could make out ranked shelves of dusty jars and what seemed to be abandoned machinery. Involuntarily she murmured, "He's gone." Spider heard her. "Who is?" "His cognizance." She halted, speaking over her shoulder. "Look for yourself. He should be on the stair in front of me, but he's not." At the last words, the bright bird called Hope sang in her heart. "There you are," Mater Marble exclaimed, as Silk emerged from the chilly privacy of the vine-draped arbor. "There's a man here looking for you, Patera. I said you weren't here, but he says you've got a litter on Sun Street." Silk sighed. "It's been like this since Thelxday. No doubt it's extremely urgent." "That's just what he said, Patera." Mater Marble nodded vigorously, her metal face luminous in the gray daylight. "And it must be. He came in a floater." Chenille's smile turned to a stare. "Hello, Mater. What happened to your hand?" "How good of you to ask." She displayed her stump of arm. "My hand's fine, my daughter. I've got it in a drawer, wrapped up in a clean towel. It's the rest of—" "We should go, Patera. He's waiting for you in front of the cenobie. He came in through the garden and knocked at your manse. I thought he was looking for Patera Gulo." "I was shriving Chenille," Silk explained. "I'm afraid we didn't hear him." "I did," Chenille declared, "only I thought it was on the street. It was what I was telling you about." He silenced her, a finger to his lips. "His name is Hossaan," Mater Marble continued. "He's foreign, I think, but he says he knows you. He gave you a ride once, and he was on a boat with you out on the lake. Now, where are you? Oh, I forgot. He can't go through there." The last words were spoken to Silk's back. At a limping run, he vanished into the narrow opening between the northwest corner of the Mantean and the southwest corner of the cenobie. "There's a gate," Mater Marble explained to Chenille, "that opens onto the children's playground from Silver Street, but you and I can go through the cenobie." She mounted the back step and opened the kitchen door. "My granddaughter's in here. I had just fixed her a bite when I saw that man. Do you know her?" "Your granddaughter?" Chenille shook her head. "Perhaps you'd enjoy a little boiled beef, too?" Mater Marble lowered her voice. "I think it's good for her to talk with other bio girls. She's been, well, sheltered, I suppose you could call it. And I have something to say to Patera before that man makes off with him. I have a favor to ask him, a great big one." On Silver Street, Silk was already speaking to that man. "I haven't been looking for you," he said. "It was stupid of me, incredibly stupid. I've had guardsmen out combing the city for Hyacinth and some other people, but you had slipped my mind completely." "We can talk in my floater, Calde." Hossaan was slight and swarthy, with vigilant eyes. "It'll be more private and get us out of this wind." "Thank you." Stepping into the floater, Silk let himself sink into its black leather upholstery. The translucent canopy went up with a muted sigh, and the freezing gusts that had been punishing Viren ended, if only for them. "If your guardsmen had looked, they would have found me." Hossaan smiled as he took his place in the front seat. "These things aren't easy to hide." "I suppose not. I ran to see you as soon as I realized who you were, because I want to ask where Hyacinth is. You brought her to Ermin's on Thelxday to meet me." Hossaan nodded. "From your name, Patera Marble told me that. You're a Trivigonti, is that right? Dr. Crane said once that you were his second-in-command. Most of the spies he employed seemed to have been Virenese, but it would be natural for him to have a few from his own city, people he could trust completely." "Only me, Calde. You're right, though. More of us would have made us a lot more effective." "Do you know where Hyacinth is?" "No. I wish I did." Hossaan drew a deep breath. "You know, Calde, you've taken a load off my shoulders. I thought I'd have to find out how much you knew and make sure you didn't learn more than you had to. It turns out you knew everything." Silk shook his head. "Not at all. Dr. Crane and I made an agreement. I told him all I'd learned or guessed about his activities, and in return he answered my questions about them. I'd guessed very little, and he told me very little more, not even his real name." "It was Sigada." Hossaan smiled bitterly. "It means he was supposed to be handsome and humble." "But he was neither." "Thank you." Silk nodded. "Sigada. I'll always remember him as Dr. Crane, but I'm glad to know how he remembered himself. You weren't called Hossaan when you were at Blood's, I'm sure." "No. Willett." "I see. You didn't give that name to Patera Marble. You gave her your real one." "You can't have known that Dr. Crane had told me about you, because you can't have talked to him between our conversation Thursday afternoon and his death on Thelxday morning." "I told you I didn't know how much you knew, Calde." "That's right." Futilely, Silk groped in a pocket of his robe. "You know, I don't have any prayer beads now. When I was a poor augur, I had beads in my pocket, but no money. Now I have money, but no beads. An improvement. You can buy some. If I can find the time when the shops are open and get into one without being mobbed." "You said you were going to tell me no more than you had to, but plainly you intended to tell me you were a Trivigonti spy." "That's right. I was going to tell you because you would have known it from the news I came to give you. Generalissimo Sayuf is coming to reinforce you with thousands of troopers. I just found out about it myself." Hossaan twisted in his seat until he was face to face with Silk. "It means your victory is assured, Calde. If you're not defeated before she arrives, it will be impossible for you to be defeated at all." There was a timid tap on the canopy, and Hossaan said, "It's the Sybil." Turning, Silk saw Patera Marble's metal face, hardly a span from his. "Let her in, please. I can't imagine myself saying anything I wouldn't want her to know, or hearing any such news or confidence, except in shriving." The canopy retraced, and Patera Marble entered, her long black skirt and wide sleeves flapping in the wind. "I spoke to you, Patera, but you couldn't hear me." "No," Silk said. "No, Patera, I couldn't." He motioned to Hossaan, and the canopy enclosed them as before. "I don't want to interrupt, but seeing you in this machine, I thought you might be about to leave, and— "I suppose we are, but not without Chenille. I want to take her with me. Is she in the Cenobie?" Patera Marble nodded. "I'll go get her in a moment, Patera. She's eating." "But first you want to tell me something. Is it about her, or—" Silk hesitated. "Your granddaughter, Patera." "I wanted to ask you for something, Patera, actually. I realize that you and this foreign gentleman were conferring, and that it's important, but this won't take long. I'll ask and go." "Hossaan is from Trivigonti," Silk told her. like your friend General Sabre. They're our allies, as you must know, and I've just learned from Hossaan that they're sending more troops to help us." "Why, that's wonderful." Patera Marble smiled, her head back and inclined to the right. "But after news like that, my little problem will seem terribly insignificant, I'm afraid." "I'm certain it won't, Matera. You're not the sort who bothers others with insignificant problems." To Hossaan, Silk added, "Now, I want to say that Matera was to me what you were to Dr. Crane, but she was far more. I came to this Mantian straight from the Schola, and I'd been here only a bit over a year when Patera Pike died. Matera saved me from making a fool of myself at least once a day." He paused, remembering, "Though I wish it had been more, because I did make a fool of myself often, in spite of all that she could do." "I intrigued against you, too," Patera Marble confessed. "I didn't hate you, or at least I told myself I didn't, but I obstructed and embarrassed you in small ways, telling myself that it was for your own good." Her voice grew urgent. "I don't have the right to ask favors, I know that, but—" "Of course you do. I can't manage it myself. I wish I could. I've prayed for the means, but I can't. Do you know Whorl, Patera?" "I don't think so." Silk, who knew few chems, exhausted his mental list quickly. He, Patera. He can't attend our sacrifices. I can't even remember the last time I saw a chem there, except you, of course." "There aren't many left," Hossaan put in, "here or in my own city. Is he a soldier?" Patera Marble shook her head. "He's a valet. He works for a man called Fulmar. I don't see him often at all, but I went over yesterday, my granddaughter and I did, and—" "Go on, Matera." "I showed him my hand, the one that you know." Silk nodded, he hoped, encouragingly. "It's better not to dwell on that, Matera, I'm sure. You showed him your hand." "I brought it in a little basket wrapped up in a towel because there's fluid that might leak out. It's a very good hand still. It's just that I can't put it back on." "I understand." "Whorl says there's a shop, though I think it would have to be a big place, really, way over past the Crooked Bridge where they make taluses and fix them. Mostly it's fixing, he said, because it takes so long to make one and so much money. We chems aren't really like taluses. We were made in the short sun, Whorl, and we can think and see a great deal better, and we don't burn fish oil." She laughed nervously. "Or anything like that. But Whorl thought they might be able to do this for me, put it back, if I had the money. It wouldn't be like making a chem or even a talus, just a simple repair." Yes, of course." "I should have thought of something like that, Matera. Welding, is that what they call it?" Hossaan said, "That's what they call it when they fix a floater." "It's not just reuniting the metal, Patera. There are little tubes in there, tiny tubes, and wires, and things like threads, fibers they're called, that pipe light. Look." She held up her useless right arm, pushing back the sleeve so that he could see the sheared end. "Whorl thought they might be able to do it. He's as old as I was, Patera, and I don't think he always reasons correctly any more, but—" Silk nodded. "It's your only chance. I understand. Whorl would have given me the money if he'd had it, but he's very poor. This Fulmar doesn't pay him, just clothes and a place to live, and even if I had money they might not want to try it, Whorl said, unless I had a great deal." "Believe me, I'll help you, Matera. We'll go as quickly as we can. You have my word on it." She had taken a large white handkerchief from her empty sleeve. "I'm so sorry, Patera." She dabbed at her eyes. "I can't really cry, not for a long, long time, and yet I feel that way. There's so much work, with you gone, and Patera Gulo gone, and Matera Mint gone, and my granddaughter to take care of, and just one hand for everything." Silk reached another decision. "I'm going to take you away too, Matera, for the time being at least. You and Mucor both. I need you both, and it's too dangerous for you, and for her particularly, to be here alone. Will you come with me if I ask you to? Remember, I'm still the augur of this Mantian." She looked up at him with a new glow behind the scratched, dry lenses of her eyes. "Yes, indeed, Patera, if you tell me to. I'll have to straighten up first and put things away. Put a notice on the door of the Palestra so the children will know." "Good. There's a Calde's palace on the Palatine, as well as the Prolocutors. I'm sure you must remember when the Calde lived there?" She nodded. "I'm reopening it. I've slept in the husgado the past few nights, but that's never been more than an expedient. If Viron's to have a new Calde, he has to live in the Calde's palace. I'll need a place to entertain Generalissimo Sayulf when she arrives to begin with. We'll want an official welcome for her and her troops, too, and I'll have to notify Generalissimo Usyk as soon as possible. Thousands of fresh troops are certain to change his plans. Silk turned to Hossaan. How long do we have? Can you give me some idea? Not an accurate one, Calde. I'm not sure when she left Trivegonte, and Sayulf's a famous hard marcher. A week? I doubt it. Hossaan shook his head. 3 or 4 days, at a guess. Patera, Mater Marble touched Silk's arm. I can't live in the same house with a man, not even an augur. I know nothing but the chapter. You can if he's ill, Silk told her firmly. You can sleep in the same house to nurse him. I've a chest wound. I'll show it to you as soon as we get there, and you can change the dressing for me. I'm also recovering from a broken ankle. His cognizance will grant you a dispensation, I'm sure, or the coadjutor can. Hossaan, can you take us back to the husgado? There will be 4 of us. Sure thing, Calde. I don't have a floater at present, except for the guard floaters, and Usyk needs those. Perhaps I could hire you and your floater. We'll talk about it. Mater, do whatever you must and tack up that note. I was hoping to sacrifice here and go to the cock when I left, but both will have to wait. Tomorrow, perhaps. Hossaan, I'm going into the manse for a moment while she does all that. Then we'll collect Mucor and a young woman who came here with me and pay off my litter. I heard you had a pet bird, Saber said, eyeing Oreb. She was a massive woman with a marked resemblance to an angry sow. Silk smiled. I'm not sure pet's the correct word. I've been trying to set him free for days. The result has been that he comes and goes as he pleases, says anything he wants, and seems to enjoy himself far more than I do. Today we went back to my Mantean, mostly to enlist Mater Marble's help in airing this place out. I got some important news there, by the way, which I'll give you in a moment. That's right, Saber snapped her fingers. You holy men are supposed to be able to find out the god's will by looking at sheep guts, aren't you? Yes. Some of us are better at it than others, of course, and no one's ever suggested that I'm much better than average. Don't you have augurs in Trivegonte? No cut, Oreb required reassurance. Not you, silly bird, positively not. Silk smiled again. I got him as a victim, you see. And though I've ruled that out, he's afraid I'll change my mind. What I wanted to tell you is that I went into the manse to see if I'd left my beads there Feasday night. I should have said earlier that he'd flown off when I got out of my litter. Well, I went into the kitchen because I empty my pockets on the kitchen table sometimes, and there he was on the larder. Bird home, he told me, and seemed quite content, but he rode out on my shoulder when I left. He sounds like a good trooper. Saber leaned back in her ivory-inlaid armchair. You have so many male troopers here. I'm still getting used to them, though most fight well enough. I have news for you, too, Calde, when you've given me yours. In a moment. To tell the truth, I'm afraid you'll rush off the minute you hear it, and I want to ask about augury in Trivegonte. Besides, Chenille's making coffee, and she'll be disappointed if we don't drink it. She wants to meet you, too. You helped save her. She was one of the hostages at Blood's. Seeing that Saber did not understand him, Silk added, the villa in the country. Oh, there! You were the one we came after, Calde. But you saved Chenille, too, and Patera Incas and Master Ziphius. You and Generalissimo Usyk, and several thousand of General Mint's people, I ought to say. Saber nodded. We were a little part, but we did what we could. Where's Mint, anyhow? Trying to turn courageous but untrained and undisciplined volunteers into a smoothly running horde, I assume. I've tried to do that sort of thing myself on a much smaller scale. With the mothers of the children at our palestra, for example. I don't envy her the task. You've got to get rough with them sometimes, Saber told him, looking as if that were the aspect she enjoyed. There's times to be pals, all troopers together, and there's times when you need the carbudge. Silk wisely refrained from asking what the carbudge was. About augury, from what you said, I take it that it's not practiced in Trivegonte? Is that correct?
Sabre inclined her head, the movement barely perceptible.
You try to make the gods like you by cutting up animals. We don't. I'm not trying to offend you. Not at all, General. I'm a plain-spoken old campaigner, and I don't pretend to be anything more, or anything less, a simple old trooper. The way things are here makes me try and act like an ambassador, so I do my best. She laughed loudly. But that's not too good, so I'll give it to you straight. Your customs seem backwards to me, and I keep waiting for them to turn around. Take her now. Sabre pointed to Chenille, who had entered with a tray. Here's a woman and a man talking, and a woman waiting on them. I'm not saying you never see that at home, but you don't see it often. But to get back to... Silk accepted a cup. Thank you, Chenille. You didn't have to do this, and I'm not sure General Sabre realizes that goodness and civility look alike at times, though they're very different. Won't you sit down? If I won't bother you. Of course not. We'll be happy to have your company. And I know you were anxious to meet General Sabre. She's the commander of the Ronnie's airship. I know. Chenille gave Sabre an admiring smile. She was one of your rescuers. Generalissimo Usyk told me afterward that he'd be delighted to see the kind of efficiency her terror troopers displayed in a brigade of our guard. They're picked women, every one of them, Sabre told Silk complacently. The competition to get in is fierce. We turn away 10 for each we take. I want to get back to augury. If I seem to be harping on it, I hope you'll excuse me. I was trained as an augur, and I doubt that I'll ever lose interest in it entirely. But first, would it be possible for me to go up on your airship sometime? Sabre winked at Chenille, her brutal face briefly humorous. One of the students, his name is Horton, and he's acting as a messenger here for the present, told me not long ago that he dreamed of flying. So have I, though I didn't admit it to Horton, or even to myself when I spoke with him. Bird fly, Oreb proclaimed. Exactly. We can scarcely look up without seeing a bird, and there are flyers every few days proving it can be done. When I was a boy, I used to imagine they were shouting, "We can fly and you can't," up there too high to be heard. I knew it was foolish, but the feeling has never left me entirely. Wing good! Hopping onto Silk's head, Oreb displayed it. He couldn't fly for a while, Silk explained. Before that, I doubt that he took much pride in it. I'm going to surprise you, Calde, Sabre announced. You are welcome to visit my airship any time. Just let me know when you're coming so I can get things trooper-like for you. Of course, Silk sipped from his cup, pausing to admire the delicate porcelain, brave with gilt and holding a painted Scylla as well as coffee. If that were wine, I'd tell you I was going to fit you up with wings like my girls, the teeth of Sabre's underjaw showed in a savage grin, and shove you out. But sham diplomats don't get to make that sort of a joke. Silk sighed. I'd thought about it. I'm not at all sure I have the courage, but perhaps I might try. Don't. You'd be crippled for life if you weren't killed. My girls start with a platform that would fit in this room. Who's that? Who? Silk glanced at the doors. So did Chenille. There was a face in that mirror. Sabre stood up, her cup still in her hand. Somebody that isn't in here, somebody I've never seen before. I saw her. I'm sure you did, General. Silk put down his coffee. You've only just reopened this palace, isn't that right? Less than an hour ago, actually. Maitre Marble and a secret passage. Sabre's tone brooked no contradiction. The mirror's a peephole, and somebody's spying from in there already. One passage at least, and there could be more. I've seen some at home. What's that girl doing? Chenille had gone to the mirror and grasped the sides of its ornate frame with both hands. It's dusty, she told Silk. They had dust covers over all this, but dust got in anyhow. With a grunt of effort, she lifted the mirror from its hook. Behind it was featureless plaster, somewhat lighter in color than that to either side. Silk had risen when Sabre did. He limped to the wall and rapped it with his knuckles, evoking solid thuds. Sabre stared, her wide mouth working. Want me to put this back, Patera? Chenille inquired. I don't think so. Not yet, at least. I'll do it, or Master Ziphius can. Can you put it down without dropping it? I think so. I'm pretty strong. The heels of Saber's polished riding boots came together with a click. I apologize, Calde. I'm leaving. Again, I regret this very much. Don't go yet, Silk said hastily. Your Generalissimo Sayuf is bringing us thousands of— Saber's cup fell to the costly carpet, splashing it and her gleaming boots with black coffee. That's the news I was going to tell you. You learned that from animal guts? Chapter 3. The First Theophany on Thelxday. 3 busy days after Saber had dropped her coffee, Marrow, the greengrocer, abandoned the pleasant anticipation of the parade that was to close the market early to stare at the weary prophet nearing his stall. Ock? Marrow smoothed his fruit-stained apron. Aren't you Ock? That's me. The prophet stepped out of the wind to lean against a table piled with oranges. You're a friend of the Caldes. That's what they say. I guess. Ock scratched his stubbled jaw. I like him anyhow, and I brought a ram when Kypris came. I don't know if he likes me, though. If he don't, I don't blame him. Marrow wiped his nose on his sleeve. You're a friend of General Minch, too. Everybody is now, that's what I hear. Scleroderma told me. You know her? The butcher's wife. Ock shook his head. She knows you, and she says you used to come to Silk's Mantine on Sun Street. Yeah, I know where it is. She says you'd sit in a little garden they've got and talk to her. To General Mint. Would you like an orange? Sure, but I don't have the money. Not that I can spend. Take some. Wait a minute, I'll get you a bag. Marrow hurried to the back of his stall, and Ock slipped a peach into his pocket. Now you're going around talking about the plan of Pass. Would you like some bananas? Real bananas from Earps? Ock looked at the price. No, he said. Free. I'm not going to charge you. Ock straightened up, filling his barrel of a chest with air. Yeah, I know. That's why I don't want any. Listen up. I'd steal your bananas, see? That's Lily. I'd steal 'em and riffle your till, 'cause that's the kind I am. I'm a dimber thief, and Tartarus needs cards for something we're planning to do. Only I won't let you give me bananas. They cost you too much, and it wouldn't be right. But muzzle it. Ock had begun to peel an orange, pulling away bright cusps of rind with strong, soiled fingers. I got a mort back in the area I'm supposed to take care of. She's hungry, and she's not used to it like me. So if you want to put oranges and maybe a couple potatoes in that sack, I'll thank you for 'em and take 'em to her. No bananas, see? But nab the gilt off these that want to buy first. I'll take the sack when you're done, if you still want to give it. That's Ock the Prophet, Marrow whispered to the crowd around his stall. A dozen yellow apples, madame, and 2 cabbages? Absolutely. Very fresh and very cheap. A few minutes later he told Ock, I want to take you over to Sphigx as soon as my boy gets back. Scleroderma's husband? He'll let you have a bite or two of meat, I'm sure. There were 200, if not more, waiting for Ock in the Orilla, and another 100 following him. Tartarus whispered, You are fatigued, Ock, my noctulator, and cold. You got the lily there, terrible Tartarus. Therefore you are liable to be impatient. Not me. I've been tired and cold up on the roof when they were looking with dogs. Be warned, this time the prize is greater. Ock shouldered their way through the crowd, halted at the door of the boarded-up shop that had been his destination, and put down the bags he carried. Listen up, all you culls. The crowd hushed. I don't know what you want, but I know what I want. I want to leave this stuff with the Dell inside. She's hungry, and some cullies in the market gave me this for her. If you want to see me, you've done it. If you want to hear me, you've done that too. If it's something else, let me give her these, and we'll talk about it. A voice from the crowd called, We want you to sacrifice. You're Abram. I'm no augur. Ock pounded on the warped door. Hammerstone, look alive in there. The door opened. At the sight of the towering soldier, the crowd fell silent. This ain't one of the ayuntamientos, Ock shouted hastily. He's working for the gods like I am, only when we were coming here—" He tried to remember when they had come, although he vividly recalled watching Hammerstone free himself from tons of shattered shiprock. He could not shut his mind upon the day. "It was when the Alhambra gave up. Anyway, all these trooper culls were taking shots at him, so we figured it was better for him to pull it in." Behind him, Hammerstone hissed, "Ask if Patera's here." It was like receiving confidences from a thunderhead. "Patera Incus!" Orc shouted. "We're looking for this real holy augur named Patera Incus. Somebody said something about a sacrifice. Is Patera Incus out there?" Voices from the back of the crowd. "You do it!" From behind Hammerstone, Hyacinth inquired urgently, "Is there food in those? I want it." Tartarus whispered, "Tell them you will," by some miracle overcoming the clamor of the crowd. Orc was so surprised he turned to look. "What the shaggy— yeah, Dimber! Terrible Tartarus! Anything!" Passing both sacks to Hammerstone, he cupped his hands around his mouth. "I'll sacrifice! You got it!" "When?" 4 men lifted a terrified brown kid over their heads. Its unhappy bleats were visible, although inaudible. "Now, Orc, my noctilator." "Now!" Orc repeated. A thin man whose coat and hat had once been costly asked, "You say you're doing the god's will. Will a god appear?" Orc waited for assurance from the blind god at his side, but none was forthcoming. Others took up the question, "Will a god come?" "What do you think?" Orc challenged them, and 100 arguments broke out at once. From behind Hammerstone's green bulk, Hyacinth inquired, "Where are we going to do it?" "I thought you were eating." "She is," Hammerstone rumbled. "I can hear her." The noise grew as 50 men and a dozen loud-voiced women shouted demands. Orc muttered, "Terrible Tartarus, you better tell me what to tell him, or we could have a problem here." "Have I not, Orc, my noctilator? You are to sacrifice to me or to whatever god you wish." Orc turned to Hammerstone. "Get out of the door. I got to tell both of you, and I ain't going to talk to her through you." The soldier emerged into the street, evoking another awed silence. Revealed, Hyacinth chewed and gulped, wiping her hands on her soiled gown. "That was a nectarine, I think, and I think I swallowed the pit. I can't remember spitting it out. Maybe I chewed it up. Thelx, was it good?" "You take care of this stuff," Orc told her. "I got to go to Sun Street." "I'm coming." Orc shook his head. "I ain't no augur," Tartarus whispered. "Bring the soldier and the woman." "But I got to sacrifice. Scalding Scylla wanted me to, too. She was going to make me give her dace, probably." "I'll need a coat and a bath, makeup. Don't you hit me. If you hit me again, I'll—" "You're coming, all right," Orc told her. "And we're going now." He strode into the crowd. "Listen here! Slap a muzzle on it, you culls! Listen up!" Hammerstone fired his slug gun into the air. "No god's coming! You want me to sacrifice, we'll go over to Sun Street and do it right. Only no god!" Under his breath he added, "You couldn't see one anyhow, you cank cullies." They followed him through the narrow street nonetheless, cowed by him more than by the menacing soldier beside him, who never relaxed his hold on the shivering, disheveled young woman in the red silk gown. From the highest step of Silk's Mantian, Orc addressed them again. "I told you there ain't going to be a god. You jerk me around, don't you? Sacrifice right this minute. Show us a god, Orc. Oh, your clatter. You think you could jerk me around like you do if I could jerk the gods around? I can't. Neither can you. What I'm telling you is it's time." He drew his brass-mounted hanger. "I can cut your goats with this. That's nothing. Can I cut myself out of the Whorl? That's what matters. Think about it. Nobody but you can make you think, not even gods." "Sacrifice!" someone shouted. "Not even the gods!" Orc bellowed. "Only they can snuff you if you don't see. Or just leave you to die, 'cause this Whorl's finished. Tartarus told me." The crowd stirred. "Ever see a dead bitch in the street, and her pup's still trying to suck? That's you, and that's me."
Over his shoulder, Orc added, "Open these doors, Hammerstone." The soldier hooked a finger as thick as a crowbar through one wrought-iron handle and rattled the door until it seemed it must leave its hinges. "It's locked." "Then bust it down. We'll use the wood." Hammerstone released the door and drew back his fist, but Hyacinth exclaimed, "Wait! Somebody's coming!" In a moment Orc heard the rattle and squeak of the old iron lock, and the solid thunk as the bolt slid back. He grasped the handle and pulled. "Patera!" Hammerstone knelt as a father does to embrace a boy who does not like being lifted, and hugged Incus in arms that could have splintered the ribs of a bull. Even Orc smiled. "Hi, Patera, where you been?" Hyacinth, torn between the opportunity for flight and the deliverance she sensed was almost at hand, nudged Orc. "Is this him? The one Hammerstone talks about all the time?" "Yeah. You want to argue with him? Me neither." Pointing to Incus, he announced, "This is the augur I asked you about. Now we can have a regular augur, and maybe he'll let me help. We'll need word for the order, you scabby. Some of you got to go get us some. Cedar if you can find any kind if you can't." From Hammerstone's embrace, Incus protested, "Orc, my son." "We got to, Patera. You like for lots of people to see you sacrifice? I got you 300 or 400 here. Hammerstone, loosen up, or you'll chill him." Speaking so quickly her racing words flashed past like frightened linnets, Hyacinth gabbled, "Patera, I know what I look like. I know how awful, but I'm not the sort that would ever set her cap for a cully like this, or even let him, talk to her, even if he just wanted to talk. You know how they do, and that's not me. And I've got money and good clothes, even if you wouldn't think it to look at me, and jewelry, and I know people. I've got, bucks that would do me favors any time, commissioners and brigadiers, and I know the Calde, I really do. He's a particular friend of mine, and this man and the soldier have been making me stay in a dirty, freezing place with rats, and you've got to help me, Patera. You've got to tell—" Orc clapped a hand over her mouth. "She goes on like that quite a bit, Patera, and we ain't got time for it all. Let him go, Hammerstone. Get him inside there and up to the altar. You can carry him, I guess, if it makes you feel better." "I've prayed," Incus managed to gasp as Hammerstone hoisted him. "All morning prayed upon my knees, with tears and bitterest groans. Don't drop me, Hammerstone, my son. Your shoulders are slippery. For a sign of favor from surging Scylla or any other god, the smallest morsel of assistance, the most humble crumb of succor in my divinely ordained mission." "I'd say maybe you got it," Orc told him. "What do you think, terrible Tartarus?" Briefly the blind god's hand tightened on his. "Release the woman, Orc, my noctilator. I am about to leave you. I have mended your mind in so far as I am able." Orc turned, although he knew he could not see the god. "It will heal itself soon of the damage that remains. I have explained your task, and you have learned better than I could have hoped. Direct your gaze to the sacred window, Orc, my noctilator." "This is the plan, terrible Tartarus. Emptying the whole Whorl. I can't do that by myself." "Look at the screen, Orc, at the sacred window. This is the last instruction I shall give you." Orc sank to his knees. Faintly, through the open door, the silver glow shone from the far end of the Mantian. "Get out of my way, Hammerstone! I got to see the window." "Farewell, Orc. May neither of us forget the prayers you offered nightside while I hearkened invisible in your glass." Orc stood up alone. "You're crying." Hyacinth stepped closer to peer at him. "Orc, you're crying." "Yeah, I guess I am." He wiped his streaming eyes with his fingers. "I never had any father." "I do, and he's a pig's arse." Worshippers pushed past them, carrying armloads of wood. Some paused to stare. "I got to get up there and do it. You want to go on. I won't stop you." "I can leave any time I want to?" "Yeah, hi. Beat the hoof." "Then I'm going to. No, that's Abram. Goodbye, Bruiser." Her lips brushed his.
"Orc, my son!" Incus stood beside the altar, directing the laying of the fire. "We've more wood than we require. Tell them to desist." He did, happy to have something to do. At Silk's ambion, Incus drew himself up beyond his full height, rising on his toes. "A holy augur's blessing upon each and every one of you, my children. Silence back there! This is a Mantean, a house sacred to the immortal gods." It was the hour he had dreamed of since childhood. "Hammerstone, my son, it is best to offer our pious gifts upon a fire kindled directly from the beneficent rays. This is not accorded us on this day of darkness. If you will look in the sacristy behind the sacred window, you may discover a fire-keeper, a vessel of metal or even lowly terracotta safeguarding the holy spark against such an hour as this."
"I'm on it, Patera." Incus returned his attention to the congregation.
"At this point, my children, I am severely tempted to discover to you my own identity, and the multifarious vicissitudes and tribulations through which I come to you today. I refrain, however. I am an augur, as you see. I am that augur whom surfeiting Scylla has designated prolocutor to be, charged with the utter destruction of the Iunta."
For half a minute their cheers silenced him.
"I am, in addition, might I say, comrade orc, a fellow sufferer, at least, of orcs."
From the Mantean floor, Orc shouted,
"A timber mate!" "Thank you. Beset, as you should know, by woe and eager for a situation of venerational tranquillity, I bethought me of this Mantean, the new Calde's own, as a place to which I might retire, pray, and contemplate the inscrutable ways of the gods. I had not seen it, and had heard much of it during the brief days since Orc, my dear friend, Hammerstone—"
"I got it right here, Patera." Hammerstone displayed a pierced clay pot from which a feeble crimson glow proceeded.
"Orc, are you to assist me? Is that to be our procedure?"
A seemingly disembodied voice called,
"He has to kill 'em." "Then he shall, and with my blessing. What of the liturgy, however? Orc?"
Orc had climbed the steps to the altar.
"I don't know the words, Patera. You'll have to do it." "I shall. And if Orc is to assist, why need my dear friend Hammerstone be excluded? Put the sacred flame to this fuel, if you will, Hammerstone. I obtained the key, journeyed hence, and locked myself in, counting the lock's blessed squeakings among the treasures of my spirit. I came, I say, in search of quiet, resolved upon prayer and supplication. I found it, as I had hoped, and spent hours upon my knees, the least supplicant of the immortal gods. It is a practice I recommend to you without reservation."
A tongue of fire had sprung up where Hammerstone fanned the wood piled on the altar.
I was safe from all interruption, or so I thought. Then you arrived, a tumultuous throng, elevating me to this sacred ambion. How clearly the gods speak! Surmounting Scylla had lifted me to the prolocutorship. Now was I cautioned that the prolocutor, I, can be no holy recluse, however he may long for peace. Pray for me, my children, as I pray for myself. Let me not forget my lesson. Orc, my son, have you the knife of sacrifice?"
Orc drew his boot-knife.
"This is all I got, Patera." "Then it must suffice. Bring it to me, and I shall bless it."
Incus did so, tracing the sign of addition over the blade. Before he finished, Hammerstone had been forced to step back from the leaping flames.
"In a sacred ceremony more regular, I should now ask their presenters to which of the 9 or other immortal gods they wished to offer the fair victims. Today, however," someone shouted, "to Tartarus, he's always on him."
They ain't black, Orc told the speaker. Incus nodded solemnly. In the present instance, that must be dispensed with. None are white, nor are any black, as my erstwhile comrade has rightly said. Therefore each shall be offered to all the gods. After glancing at the first victim, Incus faced the sacred window, his arms and his voice raised dramatically. Accept, all you gods, the sacrifice of this fine piglet, and speak to us, we beg, of the times that are to come. What are we to do? Your lightest word will... He got no further. The silver radiance showed flecks of color, faded pastels that might have been shadows or phantoms, the visual illusions of disordered sight, dabs of rose and azure that blossomed and withered, shot with pearl and ebony. Poised beside the young pig, Orc dropped his knife and fell to his knees. Momentarily it seemed that he could make out a face on the left. Then another, wholly different, on the right. A voice spoke, such a voice as Orc had never heard, filled with the roar of mighty engines. It praised him and urged him to seek something or someone. Now and again, though only now and again, he heard, or at least believed he heard, a term he knew: ghost, augur, plan. Then silence. Incus, too, was on his knees. His hands were clasped, his face that of a child. The piglet had vanished, drawn perhaps into the window, or perhaps merely fled through the dim Mantian and out into the windy winter morning. Hammerstone stood at rigid attention, his right hand raised in a salute. For a time that might have been long or short, after the voice spoke no more and the half-formed colours had gone, all was silence. The congregation might have been so many statues there in the old Mantian on Sun Street, statues with starting eyes and gaping mouths. Then the noise began. Men who had been sitting sprang to their feet. Men who had been kneeling jumped up to dance upon the pews. Some howled as though in agony. Some shrieked as if in ecstasy. A woman fell in a fit, thrashing, contorted as a swatted fly, belching bloody foam as her teeth tore her tongue and lips. No one noticed her or cared. He's gone. Orc rose slowly, still staring at the now empty window. More loudly enough to make himself heard by Hammerstone, he said, He ain't here. Not any more. That was him, wasn't it? That was Poss. Hammerstone's steel arm crashed to his steel side, a sound like the clash of swords. Did anybody... You understand him, Patera? It sounded like he was talking about... A man Orc did not know reached out and touched Orc's coat as he might have touched the sacred window. He liked me, Orc concluded weakly. Kind of like he liked me, that was what it sounded like. No one heard him. Incus was on his feet. He tottered to the ambient. Although his mouth opened and shut and his lips appeared to shape words, no words could be heard above the din. At last he motioned to Hammerstone, and Hammerstone thundered for silence. "It is my task," Incus's voice had risen to a squeak. He cleared his throat. "My task to explicate for you the utterance of the god." The recurrence of something near his accustomed sing-song restored his confidence. "To gloss upon his message and relay his commands." A man in the second row shouted, "It was Poss, wasn't it?" Incus nodded, his cheeks trembling. "It was. Lord Poss, the father of the Whorl and the builder of the gods." Neither he nor his hearers noticed his mistake. "He talked to me," Hammerstone told Orc. His voice held a dawning joy. "I seen him once, way off, reviewing the parade. This time he talked to me, like I'm talking to you, and he gave me an order." Orc nodded numbly. "Patera will have heard, won't he? Sure he will. We'll talk about this years from now, how Poss talked to us and gave me the order. Me and Patera." "Ere I commence my exegesis," his voice was stronger and carried an authority that stilled the congregation, "I shall confide to you something not generally known, which I myself learned only today. There has been no announcement,
but I was not sworn to secrecy. On Molp's day, great Pas granted a Theophany to the aged worthy augur who has for innumerable decades served us as prolocutor. His office has been atorned to me by saving Scylla, who would doubtless see his protracted devotion rewarded with that freedom from concerns which is the perfumed ointment of superannuity. It was that, I confess, which sent me in search of tranquillity, as I have related. The disquieting intelligence that the father of the seven had manifested himself to one whom I have been only too ready to reckon a rival.
Did he say something about me?
Half pleading and half threatening, Orc closed upon the ambient.
He said something, didn't he? What was it?
Hammerstone interposed himself. I prayed to pass, Incus continued, wondering. I urged the justice of my cause with tears. Now how clearly do I see this lesser plan, the plan that is to set in motion his greater plan. First he bestowed his benefaction upon the prolocutor that was, then upon the new. Incus indicated his own stomach. It is the hallmark of the actions of the gods that, however unanticipated they may be, once done, they are seen to be both perfect and inevitable. And now I confide the divine utterance that great Pas has vouchsafed to us. High above the mummy-colored bead that was General Saber's airship, but 500 cubits below the low winter clouds, flyers whom Calde's silk was just then likening to a flight of storks, rode the blustering north wind. From their center, Scythian studied his companions. Their eyes were on the clouds, as he had expected, or else the sere brown fields, the silver threads of streams, or the shrinking lake. No mere emergency could overcome the habits of years, no urging, not even a god's, bring them to consider the teeming cargo below relevant. Scythian himself glanced up at the clouds and scanned his instruments before abandoning both. A long yellow-brown column of marchers was approaching the city from the south. He had glimpsed similar parades often, giving little thought to them and what they might portend. Soldiers and troopers could be halted by avalanches, turned aside by floods and forest fires, and dispersed by storms not much less readily than flotillas. No host had ever succeeded in crossing the mountains that look at mountains, and in all likelihood none ever would. Here in the hold, hordes like the one below would be a different matter. Chapter 4. Swords of Sphigx. Standing stiffly in his official cloak of tea-colored velvet, Calde's silk cursed himself mentally for not providing chairs, or rather for not seeing to it that chairs were provided. He had supposed, such, he told himself, had been his lamentable innocence, his utter unfitness for the position thrust upon him, that he, with Quetzal, Usyk, and Saber, and Matera Mint, if she could be found, would take their places on this platform at which the force dispatched by Trivigonte to the aid of Viron would appear. The fact, of course, was otherwise. The fact was that even Generalissimo Sayuf's highly disciplined horde of 75,000 remained a mass of 75,000 women and men, to say nothing of thousands of horses, and none but the 9 knew how many camels. Camels! As a precociously pious boy, he had considered Sphigx the least attractive goddess, a tawny-maned virago, more lioness than woman. Now it appeared that real lions had nothing to do with real warfare. Horses, mules, and camels were the pets of stabbing Sphigx, and he would have accepted them happily, or even gerbils, guinea pigs, and geese, if only they would appear in reality. A freezing gust shook the triumphal arch. It had been hastily erected, and would almost certainly collapse if this winter wind blew even a trifle harder. Indeed, it was liable to collapse in any event if Sayuf's troopers did not put in an appearance soon. Surely there ought to be somebody in the crowd around the platform who could and would fetch chairs. First he decided he would ask that a chair be provided for Quetzal, who was of advanced years and had been standing for the better part of an hour. Then, as if it were an afterthought, he could order chairs for Usyk and Saber, and himself as well.
5 minutes more, and he would leave the platform, collar a commissioner, and demand chairs. He must, and he would. That was all there was to it. The wind rose again, and he clenched his teeth. Yellow dust gave it a score of visible bodies, whirling devils that skated over the Alameda. A streamer of green paper tore free of the arch to mount the wind in sinuous curves, vanishing in a few seconds against the heaving bulk of the tethered airship. From that airship, he reflected, it should be simple to gauge the advance of Sayuf's troops. Given just one more day, he might have arranged for signals. A flag hung out from the foremost gondola when her advance guard entered the city, or a smoke pot lit for an unanticipated delay. To his own surprise, he found that he had lost none of his eagerness to board that airship, in spite of multiplying duties and the winter wind. Like Horn, just the person to find chairs, or boxes at least, he longed to fly as the flyers did. There were a lot of them today, more, he decided, than he had ever seen before. An entire flock, like a flight of storks, was just now appearing from behind the airship. What city sent them to patrol the sun, and what good could such patrols do? A fresh gust roared along the Alameda, shaking its raddled poplars. To his right, Sabre stiffened, while he himself shivered shamelessly. The cloak of lawful governance tossed like Lake Limna about his shins, and would have streamed behind him like a banner if he had not been holding it with both hands. Hours ago, when he had put it on in the Husgado, it had carried in its long train a sensation of oppressive and almost suffocating warmth. He had been sorely tempted to substitute a cheap and therefore thin augur's robe for the luxuriously thick one he was wearing under it, although Master Xiphias and Commissioner Trematoad had dissuaded him. By this time it should have been soaked with his perspiration. Instead, he found himself wishing fervently for a head covering of some kind. Sabre had her dust-colored military cap, and Usyk a tall helmet of green leather. He had nothing. The old broad-brimmed straw hat he had worn while repairing the roof was gone, lost at Bloods, like Matera Mint. The new broad-brimmed straw he had bought at the lake was gone too, left in the room from which the tailors had snatched him. Patera Pike's cap, the black calotte that Patera had worn in winter, was back at the manse. He had scarcely dared to touch it after Patera's ghost had dropped it on the landing. All were dead now, Pike, Blood, and the tailors. The second and third by his own hand. Would this Sayuf and her troopers never come? He searched the clouds beyond the airship for a glimpse of the sun. The dying flyer had said they were losing control. With what chains did one control the sun? With what tiller was it steered? But no doubt the sun was merely masked by the threatening clouds. It would be childish to complain because winter had come at last when the calendar declared it half over. Spring soon, unless this winter proved to be as protracted as the summer that had preceded it. If the rains failed then, so would he. If the new corn sprouted and died, Viren's new god-appointed Calde would surely die with it. He pictured himself and Hyacinth fleeing the city on fast horses. But Hyacinth was as lost as Matera Mint, and he knew nothing about horses save that they might be offered to Pass without impropriety. This, though Pass was dead. Was Hyacinth dead as well? Silk shivered again. A band struck up in the distance, and ever so faintly his ears caught the clear, brave voices of trumpets and the clatter of cavalry. Someone, it might have been Usyk, said, "Ah!" Silk felt himself smile, happy in the knowledge that he had not been alone in his misery and impatience. On his right, Sabre murmured, "I can identify the units as they approach if you want, and tell you a little about their history." He nodded. "Please do, General. I'd appreciate it very much." He was tempted to ask her about the flyers. As commander of the airship, she might know something of interest, possibly even of value. But it would be the height of bad manners for him to display curiosity about anything other than the military might of Trivigonte at this moment. A young woman's dark face. After a brief uncertainty, he recognized Horn's sweetheart, Nettle, appeared at the left side of the platform. Loudly enough for him to overhear, she asked, "Wouldn't you like to sit down, Your Cognizance? There's a man renting folding stools." Quetzal beamed. "How kind you are, my daughter. Now, I've got my baculus, so I'm better off than the others." It was not entirely true. Usyk had his heavy sword in front of him, and was leaning upon it as if it were a walking-stick.
"Patera Calde isn't as lucky," Quetzal continued. "Would you like this kind girl to rent you a stool, Patera Calde?"
It would be unthinkable, of course, for him to sit while the prolocutor stood. Silk said, "Thank you very much, Nettle, but no, it's not necessary."
"I've just decided," Quetzal told Nettle, "that though I wouldn't like one stool, I'd like two. One for me and one for Patera Calde. Have you enough money for two?"
Nettle assured him she had, and disappeared in the crowd. On Silk's right, Saber muttered, "You men lack the stamina of women. It's biology and nothing to be ashamed of, but it shows why we make the best troopers." His cheeks burned. A subtle alteration in Quetzal's posture hinted that he too had heard, and was awaiting Silk's reply. What would Quetzal himself have replied? Saber's remark bordered on inexcusable arrogance, surely, and such arrogance was punished by the just gods, or so he had been taught in the Schola. Reflecting, he decided it was one of the few things he had been taught that seemed undeniably true. He smiled. "You're entirely correct, General, as always. No observer can help noticing that women endure far more than men, and with greater fortitude." On Saber's right, Usyk muttered, "Our Calde has a broken ankle. Haven't you seen how he limps?" "It had slipped my mind, Calde." Saber sounded honestly contrite. "Please accept my apologies." "You have nothing to apologize for, General. You stated an inarguable fact. Sphigx and Scylla might apologize for facts, I suppose. But a mortal? Just the same, Here they come." The first riders, tall women on spirited horses, could be seen through the arch. Each bore a slender lance, and a yellow pennant stood out below the head of each lance. "The companion cavalry," Saber told Silk in a low voice. "All are well-born, and in addition to their regular duties they supply bodyguards to the Rani." "I know nothing about these matters." Silk leaned toward her. "But wouldn't slug guns be more effective than lances?" "You'll be able to see them better in a moment. They have slug guns in scabbards left of their saddles. Their lances are used in a charge. You can't fire a slug gun with its muzzle at the horse's ears without panicking the horse." Silk nodded, but could not help thinking that from the accounts he had been given, Matera Mint and her volunteers had fired needlers when they charged the floaters in Cage Street. Presumably the moderate crack of a needler did not disturb a horse like the boom of a slug gun. To him, at least, it seemed that even a small needler like Hyacinth's, with a capacity of 50 or 100 needles, would be a superior weapon. Nettle reappeared, holding up folding stools with canvas seats. Quetzal accepted one, and Nettle went to the front of the platform to pass the other to Silk. He took it and exhibited it to Saber. "Wouldn't you like this, General? You're welcome to it." "Absolutely not." "We could sit alternately, if you like," Silk persevered. "You could rest a while, then return it to me." She shook her head, her lips tight, and Silk put down the stool, empty, between them. The companions had ridden in threes, and had appeared to be scanning the crowd. Having kept a rough count, Silk felt sure there had been no more than 200. The troopers behind them bore no lances, and were neither so regular in size nor so well mounted. But they rode 10 abreast, led by an officer in a dusty old cloak on the finest horse that he had ever seen. "Generalissimo Sayuf," Saber muttered. "She's related to the Rani on her father's side, as well as her mother's." "Your supreme military commander?" Saber nodded. "A military genius." Surveying that hawk-like profile, he decided it might well be true, and was certainly true enough to make Sayuf a valuable ally. Genius or not, she radiated resolution and intelligence. He could not help wondering what she had been told about him, and what she thought of him now, the insecure young ruler of a foreign city. The urge to comb his untidy hair with his fingers, as he would have in a conversation with Quetzal, was practically irresistible. For half a second his eyes locked with hers. Then Saber saluted, and her salute was returned negligently by Sayuf. At once Usyk saluted her in accord with the protocol agreed to Thelxday. Behind her, rank after rank of disciplined young women drew sabers and faced right, seemingly oblivious to the swirling dust and biting wind. Generalissimo Sayuf rides at the head of her own regiment. She joined 18 years ago as a brevet lieutenant, and it's known now as the Generalissimo's auxiliary light horse."
Sabre fell silent. Shivering, Silk murmured, "Yes?"
"Your people aren't cheering, Calde. Not nearly enough. The Generalissimo won't be pleased."
He seized the opportunity. "Perhaps they're afraid they may panic your horses." It had been juvenile, but for a minute or more he enjoyed it. A wide break in what had threatened to become an infinite succession of mounted troopers apparently marked the end of the Generalissimo's auxiliary light horse. It was followed by the yellow, brown, and red flag of Tribigonte, borne by an officer on horseback and escorted by an honor guard clearly drawn from the companion cavalry, and the banner by the band whose martial music had been the first indication that the Ranee's troops were near. The musicians, marching with the precision of a picture in a drill book, were all men and all bearded. The onlookers' cheers increased noticeably as they passed. "They're really very good," Silk told Sabre, hoping to restore friendly relations. "Very skillful indeed, and our people seem to love their music."
"I'm an old campaigner, Calde."
Privately wondering what the campaigns had been, and how Generalissimo Sayuf had revealed her military genius in them, Silk ventured, "So I understand."
"Your people are cheering because they're men. You think we keep our men chained in the cellar, but most of our support troops are men."
"With beards," Silk commented. It seemed safe.
"Exactly. You shave yours off to make yourself look more like a woman. I'm not criticizing you for it. In your position, I'd do the same thing. But we don't let our men do it at home. They can trim their beards with scissors if they want to, and these support troops are required to, but they can't shave or pull their hairs out."
Silk felt himself wince and hoped she had not noticed it.
"We've only let them use scissors for about 20 years, she continued. "When I was a lieutenant they couldn't, and you saw a good many with beards below their waists. We let them tuck them into their belts, and some people felt that was going too far. The idea is that a beard makes it easy to cut a man's throat. You grab it and jerk his head up."
"I see," Silk said. Mentally he cancelled the beard he had only just resolved to grow.
"These are Princess Sila's own dragoons. You'll notice—"
Usyk interrupted.
"I do not mean to begin an argument, General, but I question that it is actually done. If it is, it cannot be done often. Men are much stronger than women."
Sabre indicated the mounted troopers passing before them. "Horses are stronger than women, Generalissimo." Silk chuckled.
"Don't you believe me, Calde?" Sabre was holding back a smile. "It's true, I swear, in our city. We've been breeding chargers since Pass laid his first brick, and our horses are stronger than women and—"
"Wiser than men," Silk finished for her.
"I don't doubt it for a moment."
"Who is?" inquired a new voice.
"Everyone, I think." Silk turned to look as Generalissimo Sayuf stepped onto the reviewing platform.
"Here you are," he offered his hand. "I was afraid you'd be delayed. It's an honor to greet you at last, and a great pleasure. Welcome to Viron. I'm Calde Silk." She shook his hand awkwardly, unsmiling. Her own was hard and dry, not quite as strong as he had anticipated. "It is my joy to see your lively city, Calde Silk. Most of my life I have spent in the south. Your Viron is not more than a name on my maps 1 week ago. My parade is bad, I know. When they must march, they cannot be drilled. When they fight, it is the same." Silk assured her that he had been enormously impressed by what he had seen, and introduced her to Quetzal and Usyk. "We will see your troops after mine," she told Usyk. "We passed them waiting. Ah, you have a stool for me, Calde. Thank you." She seated herself between Silk and Sabre. "This is most welcome. I have been up since 3, in the saddle since 5. I have tired 2 horses. I must have a fresh one for this." "It was very good of you to join us after you'd marched," Silk told her sincerely. "We've all heard great things about you. We were anxious to meet you." Sayuf's eyes were on her troops. "I do not come for you, Calde Silk. I come for me. Soon we fight together. Is this right? Or does this mean you will fight me and I you?" "No, that's perfectly correct. Together we'll fight the Ayuntamiento if we must." "I'd much rather we didn't have to." And I. Both. Sayuf pulled her cap down and drew her streaked old cloak over her knees. For a time no one spoke. Silk pretended to watch the parade as cavalry gave way to infantry, attractive young women who saluted the reviewing platform by holding their slug guns vertically at their left shoulders and marching with a stiff stride that reminded him of sibyls dancing at a sacrifice. Mostly he studied Sayuf and re-examined her remarks and his own. Her cap was clean and well-shaped, but by no means new, her cloak frankly soiled. No doubt she had changed horses, as she had said, but she had not changed clothes. Her boots were slightly scuffed, her spurs, he risked a surreptitious glance at Saber's feet, markedly larger than her subordinates. She had not hesitated to claim the empty stool. Silk tried to put himself in the place of one of the expressionless women marching past. Would they feel ashamed of their generalissimo? Would they think her weak? Would he, if he were somehow a member of Sayuf's horde? After arguing the point with himself, he decided that he would not. Sitting when others had to stand was one of the surest signs of rank, and her clothes proclaimed that she need answer to no one, that no bullying sergeant or trumpeting colonel dared rebuke her. In imagination, Silk soared from the platform to a gondola of the airship, and from it scanned the parade. There was the reviewing platform, on it various dignitaries of Viron and Tribigonte. Who was in charge? Who commanded the rest? It was unquestionably Sayuf, who was seated with Quetzal and himself to her left, and Saber and Usyk to her right. The civil authorities, religious and civic, on one side, in other words, and the military, Tribigonte and Vironese, on the other. When Viron's own troopers marched past, they would receive the same impression. "Is it always so cold here in the north?" Sayuf pulled her cloak more tightly about her. "No," Silk told her. "We had a very long summer this year, and a very warm one." "I wish we have come to your city then, Calde. When I was small, my teachers told me this north was cold. I learned to write it on examinations, but I do not believe. Why should it be so?" "I have no idea," Silk considered. "I learned it just as you did, and I don't believe I ever thought of questioning it. To tell you the truth, I accepted just about everything I was taught, including many things I ought to have questioned." "The sun," Sayuf pointed up without looking upward. "This begin at the east and end at the west. That is only because we say it so, I know. Here you may speak different, but from East Pole to West Pole, or West Pole to East. Your day in Viron is soon our day in Tribigonte. Is that true?" "Yes," Silk said. "Of course." "Then what do you do to make your day so cold?" Saber laughed, and Silk and Usyk joined her. Quetzal seemed not to have heard, contemplating the ranked women passing before him through half-closed eyes. Studying him sidelong, Silk sensed a need, a longing that he himself did not feel, and puzzled over it until he recalled that Saber had said that sacrifices were not offered in her city. The chapter would be different there, quite possibly known by another name. Each of the marching women was, in that case, a potential convert to Viron's more dignified mode of worship. No wonder, then, that Quetzal eyed them so hungrily. To amend the religious thinking of even a few would be a signal accomplishment and a glorious conclusion to his long, meritorious career. Furthermore, there were thousands and thousands of them, the vast majority still young, still malleable, as Saber, for example, was not. As if the comparison had stirred her to speech, Saber asked, "What do you think, Generalissimo, a fine body of women?" Usyk declared that he had been favorably impressed. "How old are they?" Silk inquired suddenly. He had not intended to speak. "We take them at 17, Saber told him. "There's a year of training before they're assigned to permanent units. After that, we keep them 4 years. "Do you mean that they have to become troopers? What if one doesn't want to?" Saber pointed. "See that one with the big feet, and her over there, the tall one with a stripe?" "At the end of the line, yes, I see her." Saber pointed again. "There, that little fat one. None of them wanted to." "I see. I'm surprised you know these troopers so well, General. Is this group a part of your airship's crew?" "No, Calde." Saber glanced across Sayuf's head with the suppressed smile he had noticed earlier. "In weather like this, we need everybody on board. I picked them by chance, but that's the truth about them.
Who'd want to be a trooper?" Silk glanced at Usyk, who was looking at him. Troopers in Viron served voluntarily. Another band, then hundreds of saddle-less horses herded by mounted men. Seeing Silk's puzzled expression, Saber explained, "They're remounts. When a trooper's horse is shot, she has to fight on foot unless there's a remount for her." Sayuf looked up at him. "Do you not have remounts for your own cavalry?" He found her steady eyes disconcerting. Usyk said quickly, "Our practice is to issue 2 horses to each mounted trooper. He is responsible for their care and is to ride them alternately unless one goes lame. In peacetime he rides one on one day and the other on the next." "You, Generalissimo, were you a horse officer? We say cavalrywoman, but I do not think you will say that here. A cavalryman, I think?" Usyk made her a small bow. "Correct, Generalissimo. No, I was not, nor are most of our officers. We have only 1 mounted company per brigade, though the 2nd has 2 at present. My son is a cavalryman, however." For the first time Sayuf smiled. Seeing it, Silk could readily imagine her subordinates risking their lives to earn that smile. She said, "I hope to meet him, tomorrow or the day after. We shall speak of horses." "He will be honored, Generalissimo. Unfortunately, he is unwell at present." "I see." She turned back to the parade, and her voice became indifferent. "It is sad that boys must fight here." Mules hauling cannon followed the horse herd. "I expected camels," Silk told her. "Horses and camels do not make friends," she said absently. "It is best we hold them apart. Mules are more—" She snapped her fingers. "Easy going," Saber supplied. "They don't mind camels as much as most horses do." "Does it really take 8 to pull one of these big guns?" "On your street of fine stones? No, but over our desert, where is no road, many more sometimes. Then one must lend to another its mules and wait. I have seen 16 unable to pull a single howitzer from the mud. That was not on this march, or we would not be here." Saber asked, "Didn't you notice the mixed gun crews, Calde? I expected you to ask about them." Already the last cannon was rumbling past. After it came a long triple line of small carts with male drivers. Each cart was drawn by a pair of mules. Silk said, "I'm accustomed to working with women, General, with Matera Marble and Matera Mint at my Mantian before I became Calde, with Matera Rose as well until she left us. Your mixed crews seem more normal to me than—" He groped for an inoffensive phrase, ending lamely, "Then the other thing, just women or just men." "Men drive the mules and hump shells. They do those almost as well as women could. Women lay the guns and fire them." Sayuf asked, "Where is General Mint? Did you not call her Mother Mint just now? Or are there 2 of this name?" "No, they're the same person. She's a Sibyl as well as a general, just as I am an augur as well as a Calde." Silk was tempted to add that he hoped to drop the first soon. "She marches with her troops today?" "I'm afraid not." A barefaced lie would serve best, but he was unwilling to provide one. "We're still engaged with the enemy, Generalissimo." If Sayuf suspected, nothing in her face revealed it. "I am sorry I do not meet her. Next you see camels." Silk, who had seen camels singly or in small caravans of a dozen or a score, had scarcely imagined that there were so many in the Whorl. Not hundreds, but thousands, innumerable camels tied one behind another in strings of 30 or more, each such string led by a single camel-driver riding its big lead camel. They grunted continually as they walked, peering at everything with haughty eyes in faces that recalled remoras. "They carried food, mostly," Saber explained, "and oats and barley for the horses and mules. They're lightly loaded now." Here was one of the most sensitive points. "You have to realize there's very little food in Viron." Silk picked his way among snares. "We're delighted to have you, and we'll do our best to feed you and your troops, but the harvest was bad, and our farmers have been hoarding food because of the fighting." "We know your difficulties." Sayuf's dust-colored cap and hunched shoulders spoke. "We will send out foraging parties." "Thank you," Silk said. "That's extremely kind of you." Usyk stared. "Which reminds me,
Silk hurried on. "I've planned a small informal dinner tonight at the Calde's palace." He found he could not bring himself to say, "at my palace." "You're all invited, and I hope that all of you can attend. We haven't got a real kitchen yet, but I've arranged to have Ermines cater our dinner. Ermines serves the best food in our city, or at least it has that reputation. I must bring with me a staff officer." Sayuf turned to face him. "This our custom demands. May I do this?" "Of course. She will be very welcome." "Then I come. Saber also, if you wish it." "I certainly do," Silk assured Sayuf. Saber nodded reluctantly. Sphigx said, "You may rely upon me, Calde." "Thank you. And you, your cognizance?" With the help of the baculus, Quetzal rose. "I've no food, Patera Calde. That's what you'll talk about, isn't it?" "I'm sure we will. We have that to discuss along with many other things. You have wisdom, your cognizance, and we may need it more than food." "Then I'll be there. I may even have suggestions." Chapter 5. The Man from Mainframe. A hand signal held the group parallel to the human stream below. Sayathan reinforced it with helmet notification, 2 east. As each agreed, he checked them off mentally. Gryan, Sumer, Mir, and Air were still willing to accept his leadership. His right arm stiff, he slapped toward Viron's thatch and shingles, palm down. "Going lower, fingertips to forehead. You may follow if you choose." Air almost certainly would. Was this man Orc among the marcher's creeping rectangles? One of the spectators whose cheers had dwindled to chirps in the vastness of the sky? Either way, this Orc was a lone individual, his fellow citizens a myriad of myriads. As he had from the beginning, Sayathan told himself that he should be bursting with pride. For this daunting, almost impossible mission, Mainframe had chosen them. The possibility that Mainframe wished to destroy them had to be dismissed unheard, like the equal possibility that he, Air, and the rest had been chosen because they were expendable. Right arm pointing, hand cupped. "I fly east." 4 acknowledgments. They were all coming. He had begun a circuit of the city. They would have to land soon, have to remove and secure their wings, question and persuade its inhabitants in the common tongue. Whether he was a miracle worker or a malcontent, his fluency had no doubt been a factor. Where was there a good big field, with people near but not too near, close to the city? Below him, a house with a desert-colored peaked roof sprang up like a mushroom. Right arm extended, palm flat, motioning down. "Lower!" It seemed that he could read the character of each of his companions in their acknowledgments. Gryan weighing the odds, Sumer narrow-eyed, her hands deadly still, Mir frantic for adventure, Air concerned for everybody except herself. At this altitude they were within the reach of Small Arm's fire, and Small Arms were evident. All the overseers of the bearded men erecting tents seemed to have them. He reminded himself that once they had landed, the presence or absence of weapons would make no difference, that any mob of cargoes could kill them with stones or sticks. In fact, the weapons that these cargoes had should be an advantage. Armed, they would be less apt to feel threatened. Pointing arm, hand, a fist. "North!" 2 fingers down, separated. "Terminate flight!" "Aye, Sumer!" Taut face, dry lips, hooded eyes. "Aye, Mir!" Descending too fast and glorying in it. "Aye, Gryan," picking his spot. "Aye, Air." Worrying about him, worried not that he would crash, but that he would bungle his approach. Grassy land, a little uneven. No more time for character or planning. Reverse thrust, legs down and feet together, hands braced for a fall that must be straight forward. Mir was already down, having pulled up at the precise moment and landed striding. Reckless though Mir was, no more skilled flyer ever tuned the sun. Now he, too, would have to land without a fall or lose what authority he had. 4 cubits, stall, drop into the wind. Did it. At once a gust nearly blew him off his feet. Gryan, Sumer, and Air came down as he was taking off his wings, and PM, Air too close, perhaps.
Sumer four-pointing. Gryan dropping a full 8, wings bow-bent when he hit. Big women were running toward them from the tent ground, pursued, overtaken, and surpassed by a lone woman on horseback. "Peace!" He raised both hands, palms out. "We who serve the gods mean no harm." The rider reined up, a hand-weapon drawn. "There are no gods but the goddess." Could the database be wrong? "We are her supporters and servitors." A dozen towering women surrounded them, some staring, some leveling short, gap-mouthed guns, some clearly waiting for the mounted woman's instructions. "We come from Mainframe," Scython explained. "Mainframe, the home of the goddess. At her order we come to find Orc." Privately he wondered which goddess it was. "We'll help you, but first you must give your weapons to us." There was calculation in the mounted woman's eyes. Eyre said, "No gun, no knife." The mounted woman's attention went to her at once. "You're in charge?" Eyre shook her head. "Flyers," she touched her chin. "Eyre I am, all fly." Mere joined them, carrying his wings and PM, and accompanied by a gaggle of big women. "Each is one, 5 ones." "Surrender your weapons," the woman on horseback told him. Coming up behind Mir, Sumer held out her hands. "Mine. With these I kill." Calculation again. "You're the leader." "Yes, my own." Mir said, "I am mine. No weapon, no gun. You give?" One of the big women laughed loudly, and the horse shied, neck bent and hooves dancing. "Quiet, you!" Pulling up the reins, the mounted woman scrutinized them. "Marhaba, bedif Hammarabi." Eyre and Mir looked to Scython. He could only shrug. She holstered her weapon and dismounted. Her smile could not vanquish something vindictive that had made her face its own. "We started badly," she told Eyre. "Let's start over and be friends. I'm Major Circa, Flyer Eyre. I command the advance party of the Horde of Trivigonte. I can't welcome you to this city because this city is not mine. Mine's to the south. You have flown over it many times. You must know it." Eyre nodded and smiled. "Beautiful." "This man," Major Circa nodded at Scython, "came looking for a Vironese, another man. Are you looking for a woman?" Sumer said, "A man. Where will we find Orc?" Gryan, who arrived still wearing his PM, said slowly, "We are not like you are, woman." "I wouldn't expect you to be, little man. Now listen to me. You're—" Her voice faded. She had become a painted figure, an image of grey on a featureless plain. Scython felt his lips drawn back and lifted in a grin by someone else. Eyre gaped at him, eyes wide as her mouth. Now, when all other colour had fled, the blue of her eyes was still bright. Someone else reached out to her with Scython's arms, and in a distant place she screamed. The flash and boom of the shot so startled him that almost he woke. Colours were briefly real, the scarlet-daubed thing at his feet, Eyre. He felt himself thrust violently down and back into a helpless dark at the edge of oblivion. Sumer slew with a touch, and Mir fought with desperate valour, until more shots threw both to the ground in their first embrace. Still carrying his wings, Gryan shot straight up. He, Scython, should fly too, but his PM was gone, his hands bound. Turning, he saw his wings and kicked and stamped them. "Let me think, Patera." Patera Marble cocked her head to one side. "The Generalissimo from Trivigonte and another one, but we don't know her name. I'm assuming it will be a woman." Silk nodded. "I believe we can rely on it." "We don't know how much either one eats. Probably a lot. Then there's General Saber and Generalissimo Usyk. I've seen them, and they'll want a Whorl of food. Are each of them going to bring somebody too?" "That's a good point," Silk considered. "Usyk's almost certain to, because Sayov said she'd bring one of her staff. Let's assume that they both do. That's 6 so far. All big eaters. I'm sure you're right, but his cognizance and I won't eat much, and you'll eat nothing." "Am I invited?" It was difficult to read Matera Marble's expression.
Of course you are. You're the hostess, the mistress of the house. Of this palace, I should have said. I thought Chenille might do it, Patera. She's a guest. Silk settled himself more comfortably in the big wing-back chair, conscious that he would have to leave it soon. She's here only because she may be in danger. She's a real help, that girl. She does everything I tell her to and looks for more. There are times when I have to hold her back, Patera. Now I understand. You were afraid I wouldn't invite her, that I'd ask her to wait on table or something. She's invited, or she will be as soon as I see her. I want her and your granddaughter and Master Xiphias. I sent Horton to tell him. I teach arithmetic, Patera Marble sighed, and now I want to count on my fingers. What's worse, I can't. Only up to 5, and we had 6 with Generalissimo Usyk and all those foreign officers. You and his cognizance make 8. The old fencing master 9, Chenille 10, Mucor and me 12. If you're going to invite anybody else, you'd better make it 2, Patera. 13 at table's not lucky. I don't know why, but you're supposed to bring somebody in off the street if you have to make 14. Silk stood up. No, that should be all. Now come with me. I asked Hossaan to bring the floater, and I think I heard it a moment ago. Where? I can't go away, Patera, not with company for dinner tonight. Silk had anticipated that. He imagined himself arguing with Sayuf and was firm. Of course you can. You're going to. Go get your hand. No, no! Patera Marble's one functioning hand gripped the arm of her chair so tightly that the upholstery rose like dough between its metal fingers. You don't understand. You're a good man. Too good to tell the truth. Too good to me, as you always have been. But I've 1,000 things to do between now and dinner. What time will it be? 6? 8. I do understand, Patera, and that's why we're going to that shop. The valet, what was his name? Marl. Patera, I can't. Exactly. You can't because you have only one hand. You have to tell Chenille for the most part and get her to do it. So we're going to get your right hand reattached. As you say, there's a lot to be done, and with 2 hands you'll be able to do twice as much as Chenille instead of half as much. Without waiting for her to reply, he strode to the door. I'll be outside. I want to ask Hossaan why their Generalissimo speaks the way she does. We'll expect you in 5 minutes. With your hand. As he stepped into the reception hall, he added, You and Chenille, and your granddaughter. Bring her too. Patera Marble's last wailing, Patera, was cut off by the closing of the door. Grinning, Silk limped the length of the reception hall and got an overrobe of plain black fleece from the cloakroom off the foyer. The outer door swung toward him before he could open it, and Hossaan stepped inside with Oreb perched on his shoulder. Your bird was out there, Calde. I guess he couldn't find the window open, so I brought him in. Girls, fly, Oreb croaked, fluttering. Bird, see. Yes, and just in time, silly bird. Come here. Oreb hopped to Silk's wrist. Men, perch. He's been flying up to the airship, Silk explained. By now he probably understands it a great deal better than I do. They lower people from it in a thing like an oversized birdcage and bring people and supplies up. That seems to interest him. He hesitated, then waved toward a long divan. Let's sit down for a moment. There's something I want to ask you. Sure thing, Calde. We could do this in your floater, but I have the feeling there'd be somebody wanting to talk to me, and I don't want to be interrupted. Did you see the parade? Hossaan nodded. I was keeping an eye on you up on that stand, Calde, in case you wanted me. Good. Then you saw me talking to Generalissimo Sayuf and General Saber. Do you know either of them, by the way? Personally, you mean, Calde? No, I don't. I know what they look like. You haven't spoken to them? Hossaan shook his head. But you've travelled. You're from Trivigonte originally? Yes, Calde. I was born there. You'll be a fool to take anything I tell you at face value. You realize that, I'm sure. Good man, Oreb defended him. Men fly. Perch. Of course. I understand that your primary loyalty must be to your native city. It is, and you're right. I've travelled more than most men ever do. I can tell you about some of the places I've been, if you like, but I can't always tell you what I was doing there. Silk nodded thoughtfully. Here in Viren we sometimes say that someone speaks Virenese, as if it were a separate language. It isn't, of course. It's just that we have certain idiomatic expressions that aren't used, as far as I know, in other cities. There are words we pronounce differently as well. I know very little about other cities, but I wouldn't be surprised to learn that they have peculiarities of their own. That's right. I think I know what you're going to ask me, but go on. Is there any reason you shouldn't tell me about it? Not a one. All right. I was going to say that there actually are other languages quite different from ours. Latin, for example, and French. We have French and Latin books, and there are passages in the writings in those languages which makes them of interest to scholars and even to ordinary augurs like me. Presumably there are cities in which those languages are spoken just as we speak Vironese here. The common tongue, Hossaan said. That's what travellers generally call it, and it's what we call it in Trivigonte. I see. Silk's forefinger traced small circles on his cheek. In that case you, from your foreign perspective, would say that both Viron and Palustria, for instance, speak the common tongue? Palustrian is similar enough to Vironese that one might have to listen to a speaker for several minutes to determine his native city, or so I was taught at the Schola. You've got it, Calde. Very well, then. I can imagine a foreign city in which another language is spoken, Latin, let us say, and I can easily imagine one like Palustria where the common tongue is spoken. I can't prove it, but I suspect that there may be more differences between the speech of a Vironese of the upper class and a beggar or a bricklayer than there are between an ordinary merchant from Viron and a like merchant from Palustria. What I cannot imagine is a city in which some citizens speak the common tongue, as you call it, and others Latin or another language. Hossaan nodded, but said nothing. Men, fly! Orab announced, having lost patience with his owner. He launched himself from Silk's shoulder and flapped around the room, spiraling higher. Fly, fly, girls, men! He extended his wings in a long glide. Perch! Great Pass, guide us! Maitre Marble was coming down the staircase with Chenille and Mucor. What's gotten into your bird, Patera? I don't know, said Silk, who thought, however, that he did. Hossaan, he came to you while you were waiting in the floater, is that right? He landed on the back of the seat, Calde, and started talking. I couldn't understand him at first. Yet another language, or at least another way of speaking the common tongue. Silk smiled wryly. What did he say? Bird out, Silk in, like that, Calde. Silk nodded. Go out and wait for us. Put the canopy up. I don't know how long the wait will be, and there's no point in your freezing. As Hossaan left, Chenille asked, Aren't we going, Patera? In a moment. Step into the library, please, everybody. Orab, where are the flying men and flying girls who perched? Orab hopped to a corner occupied by a fat-bellied vase and rapped it sharply with his beak. Northeast, Mucor, Silk muttered. Did you see that? Her skull-like face turned toward him as a pale funeral lily lifts its blossom to the sun. Flying, Silk? Flyers, I believe. The people who fly on wings made of something that looks like gauze. Chenille added, like the Trivigonte terror troopers, only their wings are longer and look like they'd be lighter. The night chuff flew to Silk's shoulder. One more question, Orab. Were there houses where the flying people landed? House, now! Quick, house! Silk took a handkerchief from his pocket, shook it out, and draped it over his spread fingers. Like this? Yes, yes. Sit down, please, Silk told the three women. Mucor, as a great favor to me and your grandmother, too, do you think you could find out what these flyers are doing? When she did not answer, he said, Search the grazing land north and east of the city, where the Ranee's men are putting up their tents. I believe that may be what he means when he says quick houses. The flyers will have taken off their wings when they landed, I imagine, and they'll probably leave at least one of their number to guard them. As Patera says, this is for both of us, Mucor. Maitre Marble patted her knee. I don't know why it's important, but I'm sure it must be. Chenille remarked, You know, I've been wanting to have a look at this ever since that Trivigonte saw her in the mirror, only now I can't even tell if she's doing it. You ought to be chanting and sprinkling perfume on Thelxday Pia's picture. The miracle, or magic, if that's what you wish to call it, is in Mucor, Silk told her. Orc believes in the gods, Patera. He's really religious in his way, and he knows I had Scylla inside running things, but what I'm seeing wouldn't make him believe in this. Orc, Mucor repeated suddenly. Oreb cocked his head like Matera Marble. Where Orc? Mucor's toneless voice seemed to emanate from a forsaken place beyond the universe. Where Orc is, Silk. Chain my hands, feet smash, strong wings. Chapter 6. In Spider's Web. Are we truly, abandoned, Matera? Solitary, or are there other ears, eh? In this dark and, noisome... That's the question, hum? I don't know. I have no way of telling. Do you? The question Matera Mint herself was debating was whether it would be disrespectful to lie down before Remora did. No, I have none, I confess. Do you have a secret that would let Potto and the other councillors return to power in defiance of the gods? I would, General, be safer not, eh? Not to speak upon such, topics. It certainly would if you had one, Your Eminence. Do you? She was trying to forget how thirsty she was. Positively not. Not privy to military matters, eh? Neither do I, Your Eminence, so let them listen all they want. It was ecstasy to take her shoes off. For half a minute she debated taking off her long black stockings, too, but self-control prevailed. By now Bison's taken charge. Or someone else has, but probably it's Bison. He was my best officer, absolutely steady in a crisis, but not very imaginative. If he can find somebody a little more creative to advise him, Bison should give the Ayuntamiento a very difficult time. I am suffused with pleasure at the prospect. So am I, Your Eminence. I just hope it's true. She leaned back against the wall. You will, reproach me? Never, Your Eminence. You or others, one never lacks for, critics, Patera feelers, fault-finders. You will, vociferate that as a, intermediary I must restrain my partisanship. She laid her arms on her knees and her head upon her arms. I rejoin, General, by, asseverating that I have done so, and do so, eh? In our, current instance and beyond, eh? It is not partisanship, but reason, eh? I am a man of peace. I have so, declared myself, under flag of truce, eh? Having consulted Brigadier Erne, having likewise consulted Calde Silk, brought the, exceedingly significant, you, General, I brought you to discuss, armistice, an, feat of diplomacy. Triumph is my, our persons. Are they respected? They are not. I'm going to stretch out if that won't upset you, Your Eminence. I'll tuck my skirt around my legs. No, no, mate. General, I can scarcely make out your, self in this, Stygian. There is one quarrel that cannot be mediated, eh? We certainly haven't succeeded in mediating this one. I refer to the quarrel between good and, evil. Yes, evil. As a man of the cloth, an augur erstwhile destined, eh? Destined for, greatness. As that, augur fallible, eh? At whiles foolish, eh? Yet sensible of the ultimate, eh? I cannot mediate all quarrels, for I cannot mediate that one. I have set down my name in the lists, eh? Long since. I am for good. I cannot close my eyes to evil. Will not. Both. That's good. Matera Mint closed hers. The only light in the dark, bare room was a long streak of watery green under the door. Closing her eyes should have made little difference, yet she found it deeply restful. If, Remora said, or at least so she heard him. The facade of the Corn Exchange was falling very slowly, while she waited, powerless to move. She woke with a start. Your Eminence? Yes, General. Some dreams are sent by the gods. Ah, indubitably. Has anyone ever proposed that all dreams are? That every dream is a message from the gods? I, cannot recollect, eh? I shall devote thought to the, query. Possibly. Quite possibly. Because I just had a very commonplace sort of dream, Your Eminence, but I feel that it may have been sent by a god. Unusual? Extraordinary. If I do not presume, hey? No wish to, intrude, but I offer my, if desired. I dreamed I was standing on the street in front of the Corn Exchange. It was falling on me, but I couldn't run. See. It actually happened a few days ago. We pulled it down with oxen. I could have run then, but I didn't want to. I wanted to die, so I stood there and watched it fall until Rook carried me out of danger. He was nearly killed as well as I. The, import, I fail to see it, General. A god, I think, was telling me that since I'd chosen to die then, I shouldn't be afraid of dying now. That nothing they can do to me could be worse than being crushed by that building, which was the way I'd chosen to die not long ago. What god, hey? What god, General? Have you any notion? She knew from an alteration in Remorer's voice that he had straightened up. She had, temporarily at least, ransomed him from self-pity. She wished fervently that someone would ransom her. I haven't the least idea which god may have favored me, Your Eminence, assuming one did. I don't recall anything that would furnish a clue. No animals, eh? None, Your Eminence. Just the street and the falling stones. It was after Shadelow, and all I remember is how dark they looked against the skylands. Not, day-ruling pass. Sun god, eh? Master of the long sun and all that. Tartarus, night god. Dark stones, dark god. Bats, flittering. Matera Mint rolled her head so that the tip of her sharp little nose made a small arc of negation. No animals, Your Eminence, as I said, none whatsoever. I shall, prefer to, suspend... No, table the question, eh? If only for the nonce. In my, not inconsiderable experience, an, signature may be, described by one who, shall peer about. Let us peer about, Matera. What day is this, would you say? Now? Yes. And then, eh? What day did you feel it to be in your, envisagement? If you mean the night it happened? No, did it, seem to you a particular day, eh? Were you, conscious of, the calendar? No, Your Eminence. What day is it now, as we, converse? How many times had their captors halted to eat and sleep? 3, 4? I can't be sure. Matera Mint was beginning to regret mentioning her dream. She let her eyelids fall. Guess, General, what day? Hyrax Day or Thelxday, I suppose. Bodies, eh? Vultures? No, just the skylands, the building and the stones. Mirrors? Monkeys? Deer? Cards? Teacups? String? Any coloured string? Poultry? Nothing of the sort? No, Your Eminence, nothing of the sort. Space, largeness? Skylands, eh? You were, not insensible of them? I knew that they were there, Your Eminence. In fact, they seemed significant, though I can't say how. We, progress? Yes, progress. Actually happened, you said? Building fell, eh? You rescued? Yes, it was at the beginning of the fighting. I mean to say, Your Eminence, that it was at what we call the beginning now. At the time, we felt we'd been fighting a long while, that those of us who'd been fighting from the start had done a great deal of it. Matera Mint paused, reflecting. We were like children who have gone to Palestra for the first time the year before. When the next year starts, children like that feel themselves old hands, veterans. They give advice to the new children and patronize them, and the truth is that their own education has scarcely begun. Remorer grunted assent. I have observed, similar. And now, I mean before we went out to that house where the Calde was rescued, things had quieted down. We had the 4th penned up, and nobody wanted to go after it right away. We sensed that Ern was wavering, and you confirmed it. The Ayuntamiento was down in these tunnels, and those of us who thought about it saw how difficult it would be to root them out. We dared hope that some other way could be found. That was why I went out there with you." She waited for Remora to speak, but he did not. People came forward. They would appear, so to speak, to tell us how bravely they'd fought and all they'd done. And I'd think, who are you? Why didn't I ever notice you before, if you were such a famous fighter? Bison had done everything, taken part in almost every fight. And Whorl, I'd think. Whorl has done a great deal, never shirked, not always saying, "I'll do it, General," like Bison. But when we were repulsed, and I'd look back and see one person still there, still shooting, when the rest had fallen back, and there were Hoppies, guardsmen, Your Eminence, troopers of the Civil Guard, close enough to touch, it would be Whorl. Then I'd remember that Whorl was dead, and think, where were the ones who rode with me? Where was Kingcup, who brought us her horses when her horses were all she had? I hope she's alive, Your Eminence, but I couldn't locate her, couldn't find her, and all these new people telling about the wonderful things they'd done when I didn't remember them at all. Skink led an attack on the Palatine and had both his legs blown off. Where was he? Where was the giant with the gaps in his teeth? I don't even remember his name, but I remember looking up at them. He must have been twice my height, and wondering who had been big enough to hit him way up there, and what he'd hit him with, and what had happened after he did it. What was his name? The giant, Your Eminence, I can't recall it. Cat, or Tomcat, something like that. No, Gib, that was it, Gib. It means a male cat, Your Eminence. So that would make it snarling Sphigx, the patroness of Trivigonte. Cats are hers, cats and lions, but Gib wasn't in my dream. The man who saved you. Oh, him. It was Rook. But rooks aren't sacred to any god, are they, Your Eminence? Eagles for pass. Hawks, too, because hawks are little eagles or something like them. Thrushes and larks for Molpe, but rooks can't sing. Poultry for Thelxday, as Your Eminence said a moment ago, but rooks... Wait. Got it, Your Eminence. I was thinking lists, wasn't I? Thinking about lists instead of animals and what they look like. And a rook looks like a night chuff, like the Calde's pet. The Calde got him to give to the god who enlightened him. People think it was Pass. Almost everyone seems to think that. But I asked the Calde about it, and he said it wasn't, that it was one of the minor gods, the outsider. I don't know much about him, Your Eminence. I'm sure you must know much more than I. But night chuffs must be sacred to him, or if they aren't, they're associated with him now because that was the sacrifice the Calde chose. Isn't that correct, Your Eminence? Remora did not reply. Patera Mint thought of getting up to see whether he had gone. It seemed to her that she had slept even as she spoke aloud. But it was too delicious, far too delicious to lie where she was, with Bison in the other bed, snoring softly, and Orc to watch over them. Orc, she called softly. Orc. Orc would bring them water, would surely bring water if she asked for it. A carafe of cold, clear water, fresh from the well, and glasses. More loudly this time. Orc! Yeah, Mother. Right here. Orc, my son. Sorry, Patera. Shivering in the afternoon sunlight, Orc returned his attention to Incas. Thought I heard something. You desired to speak with me? Right. Back in the Mantian, you explained what he said. Orc felt uneasy among the Palatine's gracious mansions of grey stone. Until now he had visited them only to steal. I endeavoured to explain. Certainly it was my sacred duty to do so. Thus I strove to make clear the divine utterances. You were clear as polymer, Patera, Hammerstone declared loyally. I felt like I could understand every word Pass ever said before you finished. Voices called for them to halt, and they did. Bios with slug guns, Patera. I heard them behind us, but I was hoping they wouldn't mess around. Afraid he was about to be arrested, Orc grumbled, Can't a man walk uphill any more? By then the patrol leader had noted Incas's black robe. Sorry, Patera. It's the soldier. They say some are on our side. Is he one? Hammerstone nodded. You got it. Indeed, my son. Incus favored the patrol with a toothy smile. You have my sacred word as an augur, and well, let us not go into that. You have my sacred word that Corporal Hammerstone longs for the overthrow of the Ayuntamiento, even as I do myself. I'm Sergeant Linsang, the patrol leader said. Are you going to the Grand Mantian, Patera? Incus shook his head. To the Prolocutor's palace, my son. I am a resident thereof. His voice grew confidential. I have been favored with a Theophany. Great Pars himself so favored me. It is not the first, but the second time that I have been thus favored by the gods. You will scarcely credit it, I know, for I scarcely credit it myself, but both my companions were present upon the latter occasion. They will attest to the Theophany, I feel quite certain. One of Linsang's troopers raised his slug gun so that it no longer pointed at Orc. Aren't you Orc? Orc the prophet? That's me. He's been going all over the city, the trooper explained to Linsang, telling everybody to get ready for Pars's plan. He says Tartarus told him to. He did, Orc declared stoutly. Pars wants me to keep on doing it, too. What about you, trooper? Are you set to go? Set to give up on the whole Whorl? Linsang asked, What did Pars say? That is, if I'm not. It is irregular, Incus conceded, but not contrary to the canon. Do all of you desire to hear the words of the Father of the Gods? Several assured him that they did. And will you, Incus pursued his advantage, permit us to proceed upon our sacred errand once you have heard them? Linsang's troopers nodded. They were in their teens and identifiable as troopers only by their slug guns and bandoliers. Linsang objected. I need to get it from this soldier first. Hammerstone? Is that your name, Corporal? Present and accounted for. Hammerstone's own slug gun was pointed at the Skylands, its butt on his hip. Are you for the Ayuntamiento or the Calde? The Calde, Sergeant. How do you feel about the Ayuntamiento? If the Calde or Patera here said not to shoot them, I wouldn't do it. If it's up to me, they're dead meat. One of the troopers ventured, A soldier killed Councillor Potto. That's what we heard. Hammerstone grinned, his head back and his chin out. It wasn't me, but I'll shake his hand first chance I get. All right, Linsang grounded his slug gun. You can go on to the Prolocutor's palace, Patera. Them too. Only tell us what Pars had to say. I fear not, Incus shook his head. You would not accept my sacred word, my son, but insisted that Hammerstone speak for himself. As it chanced, though nothing is mere chance to the immortal gods, but a moment previously he had declared that he comprehends the gods' entire message, while my other companion, Orc, wished a fuller exposition. Incus turned to the prophet in question. Is that not so, Orc? Am I not correct? You got it, Patera. Maybe I'm dumb. There's not many that said so where I could hear 'em, but maybe I am. Only this is important, and some was about me. I got to be sure I got it straight so I can do what he wants me to. Would that such stupidity as yours were more widespread. The Krasmalogic writings assert that the wisdom of the immortal gods is but folly in the ears of mortal men. Persevere in your stupidity, and you will be welcome to Mainframe. Incus nodded to the big soldier. Tell us, Hammerstone, my son, and do not fear that you may blunder or omit a sacred injunction. I shall amend any such innocent errors, though I anticipate none. I can't do it as good as you, Patera, but I'll give it my best shot. Let me get my thinking works going. For 8 or 10 seconds, Hammerstone was as immobile as a statue. All right, I got it. It was when that bio was bringing up the pig. First the colors came on, right? Then his face. He started off by blessing everybody and said that everybody that was there, 'cause they came with Orc. That was everybody but you, Patera. He blessed twice, once for coming and once for following Orc. Have I got that right? Incus nodded. admirable Hammerstone, my son."
Then he said he was giving us this Theophany 'cause his son told him what was coming down in the Mantian we were at, only he didn't say which son it was. Terrible Tartarus, Orc assured him.
Incus raised an admonitory finger. "He did not so state."
"Maybe not, but I just been talking to him. That's who it had to be."
"He said his son had given Orc his orders, and they were the right ones. He and his son were going to see to it everybody got the word. We'd been thinking about his plan like it was way off, when it was already time to move out." "Continue, my son."
"I'm sorry, Patera. That's when he started talking about me, and I get kind of choked up. It was the greatest moment of my life, right? I mean, if I was to make sergeant or anything like that, I'd feel pretty good. But this was Pass. I got his drift, and later you explained, and it was like I'd been feeling it was just exactly. Hearing you say it was just about like I was hearing it all over again from him. I'm thinking there's a war and all the good people's on his side. That's this son—"
"Terrible Tartarus," Orc put in. "And the Calde and Orc, and naturally you are, Patera. And it's the side I'm on, too. He said how Orc got hurt when he was underground with us, and how hard he'd been working for his plan, and he was sending somebody from Mainframe to help him out." "From the pole, Corporal. That is the term which the god himself preferred to employ. That Mainframe is at the pole, I freely concede." Orc edged nearer.
"To help me out? I'm the cow?" "Yeah, you're the one, only I'm supposed to help too. He said he was going to decorate you for what you've done soon as you do what he wants you to next. Only here's where Patera said something I got to say too, so it'll make sense to these other bios. Pass is us Chem's god. He's the god of all the digital, nuclear, chemical stuff. You got to buy that if you want to see where Pass is coming from. Isn't that right, Patera?"
Incus nodded solemnly.
"'Cause Pass told us what Orc's decoration's going to be. Any time he sees anything like me, he's going to understand it straight off. How it goes together and what it's supposed to do and how. Pass means to stick all the data into Orc, 'cause he'll need it to carry out the plan."
Thelxday and his troopers stared at Orc, open-mouthed. Orc endeavored to appear humble.
"That was when he gave me my direct order, and it wasn't just 'cause I happened to be around. I never thought anything like this would happen to me. I asked Patera about it back at the Mantian, and he says if I hadn't been the one Pass wanted, I wouldn't have been there. It would have been some other tin pot. But it wasn't. I'm the one. Patera says it was probably 'cause him and me are, like brothers, only closer, and he's a holy augur, and as soon as he said it, I knew it was right. Pass needs a soldier, so which one? There's thousands. Why, the augur's friend, doesn't that make sense? The friend of the augur Scylla picked to be the new prolocutor, that's the one you need. But God don't have to think about stuff like that, he just knows. He said talking to me, Orc might have a little trouble at first. You stick with him and help him over the tough spots. You're a mechanism, help him out and he'll help you. So here we are, Patera and me both, and we're trying to help."
Thelxday asked Incus, "Was that all, Patera?" "All? I should say it was more than enough, my son. But no, it was not. Let us have the remainder, Hammerstone."
"He said that a while back, 40 years, he said, he knew he was going to die."
"To die?" Thelxday was incredulous.
"That's what he said. He saw it coming, so he sort of took off little pieces of himself and hid them in various bios where they wouldn't be found. Then he died, and he's been dead for quite a while."
Incus cleared his throat. "All of you and I similarly must comprehend the difficulties under which a god seeking to communicate with humankind labors. He can but speak to us in words mere mortals apprehend. Thus by die, the father of the gods indicated his own renewal, That noblest of trees, the golden shower, is sacred to great pass. You cannot be ignorant of so elementary a fact."
Linsang and several of his troopers nodded.
"Suppose that a forest of golden showers could speak to us. Would it not say that I, the sacred forest, may remain young and strong? My aged trees must fall, though they have endured for centuries. Let young trees spring up in their places. I, the forest, endure. Hammerstone?"
"I'm on it, Patera. He said now, when his plan's starting to move, he's putting himself back together. He said right now he was his own ghost, Pa's ghost. But with more of his pieces getting found, he'll be Pa's again. He wants us to help. Hawk in particular, but everybody's supposed to pitch in. We got to find this one particular bio, Patera Jerboa, 'cause he's got the piece for Viren. There was maybe 500 or 600 bios in the Mantian, but after Patera had explained the whole thing to them, there wasn't one that knew who this Patera Jerboa was or where we could maybe find him. So Patera told them not to bunch up, but scatter and start asking people all over and bring him to Hawk when they got him. Then he told Hawk the chapter's got records about all this stuff, where every augur's at and what he's doing there, and they're in the palace, and Patera knows where and how to read them. He's worked with them for years, right, Patera? So him and Hawk and me started off to take a look, and here we are."
"The majesty of diction was lacking, Hammerstone, my son, yet the matter was in attendance."
Incus regarded Linsang and his troopers.
"What of you? We seek to obey the dictates of the Father of the Seven. Can you assist us? No holy augur can know every other. We are far too numerous. Do you know of a Patera Jerboa? Any of you? Speak."
No one did.
Shots woke Matera Mint. At first, as she lay blinking in the darkness, she did not know what the sounds had been. She was hungry and thirsty, vaguely conscious of the cold, and conscious that she had been cold for a long time, shivering as she slept. Her buttocks and shoulder blades, pressed by her slight weight to unyielding shiprock, were numb, her feet freezing. She sat up. Her room had been the smallest and meanest in the old Cenobie on Silver Street, with a ceiling that dripped at every shower. Yet it had not been too small or too mean for a window past whose threadbare drape wisps of light crept on even the darkest nights. 3 sharp bangs, unevenly spaced. Pictures falling. She recalled an incident from her childhood. An old watercolor had fallen when its yellowed string rotted through at last, and had taken another picture and a small vase down with it. Once she had heard a horse trying to kick its way out of its stall. The shots had sounded like that. "Ah, General."
The voice had been Remor's. His nasal tones brought it all back to her. "Yes, Your Eminence."
"You have, familiar with the sound of gunfire, hey, during the past, fighting?"
"Yes, Your Eminence. Tolerably so." Against her will, she found herself wondering how many Remorers there had been, how many augurs and sibyls who had responded to Echidna's Theophany by going to the safest place they could find and staying there. Patera Silk had not, but then he wouldn't. Patera Silk had been shot in the chest, had been captured, and had contrived somehow to turn Usyk and the whole 3rd Brigade, the act that had done more than any other to determine the course of their insurrection. But how many more?
General?"
"Yes, Your Eminence. I was considering the matter. The door is thick and rather tightly fitted, and these walls are shiprock. Those factors must have affected the quality of the shots as we heard them."
"You, believe them shots, eh?"
"I'm putting on my shoes, Your Eminence." She groped for them in the dark. "If we're to be taken somewhere—"
"Quite right," Remora sounded cheerful. "Quetzal, eh? Old Quetzal. His cognizance, I ought to say."
More thirsty than ever, Matera Mint licked her dry lips. "His cognizance, Your Eminence?"
"Rescue, eh? He's come for me, sent somebody. Shrewd, eh? Plays a deep game, old Quetzal. Card sense in both, the applicable senses."
She tried to imagine the elderly prolocutor fighting, slug-gun in hand, against Spider and his spy-catchers, and failed utterly. "I would think Bison's sent scouts into the tunnels by this time, Your Eminence. If we're lucky, it may be some of them we heard. But even if they notice this door, they may not be able to get it open." Another shot, and it was definitely a shot. "They will notice it, General. My word on it. My Gammadian, eh?" "Your Gammadian, Your Eminence?" "Not you, Sibyls, but we augurs, holy augurs, eh, where passes voided cross, comes apart. Used to test a window, eh? Tighten connections, make adjustments, all that sort of, operations. Gold, eh? Mine is. Coadjutor, eh? Stones. Not like old Quetzal's, but gems. Amethysts, largely. Gold chain, under my tunic generally. Out at sacrifice, eh?" "I'm familiar with them, Your Eminence." "I've, slipped it beneath the door, Matera. Push it out, eh? Pull it back in. Moving object, Catches the light, attracts the eye." She went to the door, almost tripping over Remora, and rapped it sharply with the heel of one shoe. "Admirable, admirable. Crude, eh? Yet it... Ah!" The latch outside rattled, and the door swung in, impeded by Remora. The burly Spider growled, "What's that noise?" The lights in the tunnel were so dim that Matera Mint did not blink. "I was pounding on the door with my shoe. We heard shots and hoped we'd be freed." "Come on," Spider gestured with the barrel of his needler. "We, require food," Remora ventured. "Water or, similar, potable—" "You won't if you don't get moving." "You don't dare shoot us," Matera Mint declared. "We're valuable hostages. What would you tell—" He caught her arm and jerked her through the doorway. "I'm strong, see?" "I never doubted it." She tested her shoulder, fearing he had dislocated it. "Strong as a chem. Not one of them soldiers, maybe, but a regular chem. You with me, Sib? So I don't have to shoot you. There's 20, 30 things I could do." One of Spider's men was lounging in the tunnel. He held a gleaming slug gun. "I'm ready to try a couple," Spider continued. "You scabby Counselor Potto's kettle? Wasn't anything. He was just playin'. He's like that. I don't fool. We get lots of spies." "I'm delighted to hear it." Matera Mint had feared that she would not be allowed to resume her shoe. She tightened the bow and straightened up with an odd little thrill of triumph. "I learned a lot working on them. I never seen one so tough I couldn't get him to tell me anything I wanted to know. That way and keep moving." Weak, thirsty, eh? What one physically—" "Ow!" Remora had been prodded from behind by the man with the slug gun, who said, "I kicked a dead cull once till he got up and ran. The gods, Tartarus, eh?" Remora progressed with rapid, unsteady strides, outdistancing Matera Mint. "Slow up!" Trade, beads, eh? The, general slept." "You should have awakened me," she protested, and got a shove from Spider. "Never. Wouldn't, consider—" Remora froze until he was prodded from behind. Somewhat nearsighted, Matera Mint blinked as she tried to peer ahead through the watery light. "Dead cull," Spider told her. "One of mine." "Was that the shooting we heard?" Spider pushed her forward. "Yeah." Another push. "He was watching your door. Sib, you better shaggy learn to drive your shaggy ass, or you're going to learn a shaggy bunch you don't want to know." She whirled, facing him. "I've already learned something, but it was something I wanted to know. That I wanted very much to know, in fact." He struck her face with the flat of his hand, spinning her around and knocking her down, the blow as loud as the boom of a slug gun. "Pick her up," he told Remora. Remora did, carrying her like a child as he staggered down the tunnel. When they reached the courts, the man with the slug gun caught his arm and ordered him to stop, and he set her on her feet. "You're crying," Spider told her. "I am. I shouldn't."
She wiped her eyes. "Because I know our hour will come. Perhaps I should cry for you instead, but that will come later, if it comes at all." Remora had knelt beside the corpse. He rose, shaking his head. "The spirit has, dispensed with its house of flesh." The man with the slug gun asked, "You were going to say the words over him?" "I, so intended. It is too late." "He never believed in it." Matera Mint said, "Then I should weep for him. A short life and a violent death in this wretched place. You can write on his stone, 'Here lies one who sought no succor from the gods, and hence received none.'" The man with the slug gun chuckled. "Maybe you can. How about it, Spider?" "Sure, why not? She can do it while we're waiting." Remora ventured, "May we be seated? My legs, flaccid." "Go ahead. They'll be along in a minute." "If you mean Bison's scouts, I feel certain you're right," Matera Mint told him. He took off his cap and ran a dirty comb through greasy, graying hair. "You figure Bison's boys chilled him? You're Abram." "I doubt that you even know who Bison is." "The shag I don't. I got people all through your knot. You think I don't?" "Thank you very much." She wiped away the last tears with her sleeve. "We appreciate all who come to us." He laughed. "You appreciate them? They're telling us what you do, every move you make." "Meanwhile, they must work and fight for us if they're not to be detected." She sat down next to Remora. "They would like to rise in our councils, I suppose. To do it, they'll have to work and fight well." "Suppose all you want to," Spider grunted. "You are, confident it was not one of Colonel Bison's men, persons, troopers, who shot this, "Sure. Sib, how come my culls don't faze you?" "Isn't it obvious? Because we're hiding nothing. You want to learn our secrets, but they're only virtue and prudence. His Eminence and I had hoped to arrange a peace in which your spies and you might live. Now there will be none. All right, muzzle it. We'll root you out. We'll go down into this wretched hole and find the underwater boat on which—" He kicked her. "You held the Calde." He kicked her again, and she screamed. Remora lurched to his feet. "Really, I cannot. Simply, will not tolerate this. Kick me if you like." Spider pushed him. He staggered, tripped over the corpse, and fell. "And drop stones on it from the surface or catch it in a net," Matera Mint finished. "If you want our plans, there you have them. Your spies can tell you nothing more." "You're one tough little girl." "I'm a gross coward," she told him. "I realized it about an hour after Echidna declared me her sword. We were storming the Alhambra. It might be more accurate to say we were trying to. Shall I tell you?" Spider put away his comb. "I'll break you." "You have already. I screamed, didn't I? What more do you need to complete your triumph? My death?" She threw her arms wide. "Shoot!" "Another time, maybe." Spider turned his attention to Remora, who was sitting up and rubbing the back of his head. "You, Patera. Your Eminence, is that what they call you?" "You may call me either, or neither, eh? I should, opt for neither, given the choice. I, covet no honors from you." "You can die, too, Patera." "I am well aware. Thinking while I, bore the general. Not valiant, eh? Not like, she." "Your Eminence, I am not brave." "You are, Matera, General. Yes, you are. Not, sensible of it, conceivably. I, am not. Was a, prisoner of Ern's. I told you, eh?" "You told me you'd conferred with him, not that you were his prisoner." Remora looked toward Spider, seeking his permission. Spider said, "Sure, I'd say we got time." "In the, palace, eh? Eating dinner. Warned, eh? By a page. Guardsman coming. Thought they wanted, consult me. Waited for my suite. In they tramped, these, troopers. Where's the prolocutor? That was the, term they employed. I endeavored to explain. His cognizance comes and departs at his pleasure. Arrested me, hey? Hands bound, all that, under my robe, hey? I petitioned that favour, and they condescended, marched me out. Remora paused to swallow. Frightened, General, badly frightened, horribly affrighted. Coward. Questions, eh? Questions. Read statements I never made, eh? Spoke in my own defence. Struck. Said I'd lied. Struck, eh? On, and more of the like treatment. Patera Mint nodded. Her right cheek was beginning to swell, but her eyes were full of sympathy. I'm sorry, Your Eminence. Truly sorry. Said they'd kill me, eh? Needle her at my head. All that. Coward. Lost control. Bowels, voided. Soiled my clothes. Had to speak to the brigadier. Said that over and over. I know him. Knew him, eh? In better days. Yes, in better days. Saw him at last. Truce, eh? Truce. Ceasefire. I can bring one about, eh? Calde is an augur. Let me go. Spoke through glass to, Councillor Loris. Councillor Loris. He said, let him go. And they, did. Brigadier Erne did. Fellow I'd, chatted with, eh? 10, 20 occasions. Parties, dinners, receptions. Gossip. Prattle over wine. Beaten, wet, stinking, but free. Free. Spider laughed. Back to the palace, eh? Frightened, terrified. Shooting augurs, eh? Sibyls, too. I, didn't see it. For that, thank, Tartarus. Thanked tenebrous Tartarus for it, for, shielding my eyes. But I knew, eh? They told me. Felt the, slug. Needles strike my back a score of times in, 3 streets. Roughly 3. Dead 20 times. Back to the palace, washed. Listening all the while. Listening for them. Why, eh? Why listen? Remora's bony fingers laced and loosed, knotting and writhing free to form new knots. My, rise. Page as a lad, scholar, augur. My mother, eh? Be prolocutor some day, eh? Mother, couple aunts. Father, too, Acolyte, desk in the palace. Hire every year or so, eh? Father died. Careful, eh? Careful, worked hard, eh? Always careful, no enemies, eh? Long hours. Aunt died. Work and wait, eh? Coadjutor died. Younger than old Quetzal, eh? Dead at his table, eh? Lying on his, documents. Coadjutor, mother. Old then, eh? Very. But her eyes shone, Patera. General, her eyes shone. Remora's own were full of tears. There is no need for you to torment yourself like this, Your Eminence. Spider told the man with the slug gun, see what's keeping them. He rose, nodded to Patera Mint, and walked away down the tunnel. Mother, Remora coughed, a racking cough deep in his chest. Sorry, I, couldn't prevent it. Mother dead, hey? Mother dead, General. All dead, then. Mother, father, both, sisters. Not mother's, her vision. Vision for me. Prolocutor. Why afraid? Beatings, blows, eh? Afraid of them, too. Most of all, her vision. He fell silent. Wanting desperately to change the subject, Patera Mint asked Spider, where is that man going? What are we waiting here for? A stretcher. Spider shifted his weight from one foot to the other. For him. He gestured toward the corpse. You're going to carry it away for a burial? Cleaned up, eh? Remora had not been listening. Lay clothes. Left the palace, soon as I could. Went to Ermin's. Calde might come. I knew. In the, his letter. Patera Mint nodded, supposing that the letter had been addressed to Remora. Went to Ermin's. Drinking den there. Lay clothing so they wouldn't, shoot. Waited. Porter dropped something in the street. Up like a rabbit. Die, never prolocutor. Her spirit, eh? Her ghost, her vision for me. It never occurred to me that you were waiting for a means carry the body, Patera Mint told Spider. It should have, but I've seen so many left lying where they fell. He cleared his throat. We got a place. You'll see it. Down here. Yeah. 8-10 chains from here. Patera Mint indicated the corpse. Did you like him, Spider? You must have. He was all right, and I worked with him 10 years. Then you would not object if I covered his face? Nah, go ahead. She did, standing and smoothing the black skirt of her habit, taking short steps to the side of the corpse, kneeling and spreading a dirty handkerchief she took from her sleeve over its face. May great Pos pardon your spirit. No more, the vision, Remora was addressing no one. An, administrative post, eh? Finance, most, plausibly, finance. No. Muzzle it, Spider told him. See, Sib, there's this place where they was digging one of these tunnels. They put a big door in it like they did. You've seen some? Patera Mint nodded. Martyr, hey? No martyrs since, They went 50, 60 steps in and quit. I don't know why. Quit in dirt. We're under the city, and it's mostly dirt up here. Are we? I thought you were taking us to the lake. Maybe we will, but we're taking you here for now. We meet down here sometimes. Meet with Councillor Potto. And when we get somebody, we generally leave him where you two were. It's an old storeroom, I guess, but I don't... They heard the thunderous boom of a slug gun, attenuated by distance, but unmistakable. Guan must have shot something, Spider told Patera Mint. Or he was shot himself. He's a rough boy. He can take care of himself. What was I talking about? How you bury the other rough boys, she sighed. It was interesting. I'd like to hear more about it. Sure. Spider sat down facing her, his needler still in his right hand. Settled in his place, he held it up. I could put this away. You aren't going to jump me, either of you. I, intended, Remora muttered. Huh, I don't think so. Spider thrust the needler into his coat. Like I said, Sib, there's a big door, and I got the word for it. Councillor Potto told it to me a long time back. So you go in, and where it ends, there's dirt. Down towards the lake, where they run deeper, it's all rock, or shiprock. But up this high, there's a lot of dirt. I understand. He touched the shiprock wall. Behind here's dirt. I can tell from how it's made. What we do when somebody's chilled up in the city and there's nobody for them, we bring them down. Or if somebody dies down here. That happened one time. Seated again, Patera Mint nodded toward the corpse. Lily, twice now. But before, one of my knot got hurt up there and we brought him down, but he died. We dig straight in like, into the dirt till the hole's long enough. We got rolls of poly. We lay some poly in the hole and wrap them up in some more and slide them right in. He looked at her quizzically, and she nodded. Then we put some dirt back to fill the hole, right? And everybody's got a shiv. He took a big stag-handled clasp knife from his pocket. We write the name and some stuff about him on a piece of paper, and we stick it up with his shiv so we don't dig there again for anybody else. As a memorial, too, Patera Mint suggested, though I doubt that you would admit it. That's Lily's shib, I wouldn't. It's just something for the older bucks like me. When we go in there again, we look at them, and then maybe we tell the new culls. Like we used to have cull named of Titi, that would put on a gown and pay his face like they do. Not you, Sib. You know what I mean, powder and rouge and all that. Perfume. She nodded. Indeed I do, and I'm not offended in the least. Go on. Give Titi a half hour, and he's the best-looking mort in the city. He kept his hair kind of long, and he could fix it just a little different, and there was a mort's hair cut short. Not as short as yours, but short. And as soon as you saw it, you knew it was a mort's hair. If Titi hadn't paid his dial, that shaggy hair'd make you Abram. You'd be talking to yourself. A person like that must have been of great value to you. Lily, he was. He was a Bob Cull, too. There was this time when we were working on a knot from Herbs. We knew who they was and what they was after. It was peary a while to see what they'd done and who they talked to. We do it in our trade all the time. You'd see they found out things Councillor Potter wanted Herbs to know. And we'd foist in queer, too, fixed so they'd like it. One came fly. Know what I mean, Sib?
I believe so.
We could have done for him. Chilled him, you know. But we don't unless we got to. Remora looked up. Irrevocable. No, going back after, eh? Slap on, Patera. That's her in a egg cup. You know this one, see? He's a hog grubber, won't spend. Or he's one of them that lushes till shade up and don't forget a thing. Whatever. Soon as he's cold, it's all down the chute, and herbs'll send a new cull. So what I laid to was to get him nabbed. I got Teety to hook him and go round to 2-3 places so's to get some to say they seen them. Then Teety went to Hoppy and capped I'd been ramped. The Yerber done it. They got him to go along the finger. I knew the Ken, so'd Teety, and I was keeping him there. I'd planted books going to keep him on top. Not lum, but lower enough, you know, to have him sure he'd draw my deck. Dishonest game? You, cheated?
Yes, Spider. Did you?
Sure thing. But not skinning him. I'd take his gelt and let him win back and more to the bargain. He had to lose swap, or I'd been shy more than I had. Larger he'd got to win so he wouldn't stamp. I'd say, haven't you nicked me proper, and pushed my chair, you know the lay, and he'd say, one more hand. I knew Teety was going to have to let the Hoppies carry him 2 or 3 places before he steered 'em right. In they prance, and Teety fingered the Yerber and blubbed like 2 morts, and the Hoppies grabbled him, and what's your name, you're for iron.
Rape is a very serious charge, Mater Mint protested. He could have been sent to the pits.
Sure thing, but Teety wasn't going to dock. I wanted him shy of his knot to pass day, that's all. Well, he broke and run at Teety. Peddle, what are you doing to me, and the rest, and he's nabbed a flicker and bashes it on the cat ladder.
A wine bottle as a weapon, you mean? This was a foreign Whorl to Mater Mint.
A glass tumbler, Sib, but it's the same notion, Spider chuckled. Teety fans him so hard he's back across and on my knee if I hadn't hopped. Knocked over my perch and both down together. Now right here's where my jabber pays. Teety run to him bawling like a calf with the cow in the kitchen, and Hoppy never twigged. I was on velvet. Showed me the door. Teety had to stay and cap, which he did, and Hoppy never twigged. I'd like to turn up another, but I've never seen any half so fine, not even on boards.
Yet he's dead, Mater Mint said pensively. He's dead and buried in that place you told us about, because there was no one else who cared enough to bury him. Otherwise we would not be talking about him. How did he die? I was hoping you wouldn't quiz me, Sib. She smiled. I'll withdraw the question if you'll call me Matera. Will you do that for me?
Sure thing.
Spider's hand massaged his stubbled jowls.
I'm going to tell you anyhow. Thing is, some cull's knicker. All right, it's Abram, but, well...
But he was your friend.
Nah. I miss him, though. I brought him in. I found him. And I got him in, helped him out of a queer lay he was standing, and all that. And pretty quick he's a dimber hand. Everybody knew, all mine not. They stood him wide. You wouldn't think, and they didn't to start, but after a while. I told about how he said the Yerber ramped him.
Yes, you did.
A buck tried it, see, Matera? He got down to shag and twigged Teety's yard and did for him on account. Squeezed his pipe for him. That's sad.
I understand perfectly why you dislike it when people laugh. May I ask about him, too? She gestured toward the corpse. What was his name?
Parker.
While seconds crawled by, Spider stared at the handkerchief-shrouded face.
He was a pretty good all-round cull, know what I say? For jabber or a breakin' lay or rags and tags, any of the jobs we do, smokin' or liftin' seals.
Remora looked up.
Any game you name, I could name you better. You don't always know, though, and sometimes that cull's got his plate full or he's crank, and Parker could take it. Once in a while he'd big my glims.
Spider spoke to Remora.
I was going to ask Patera if you'd cap for him. Think you could?
Pray for, Peccary? Parker, I have.
Privately, eh? While we, now. When I slide him in, Spider explained impatiently. Cut bean whids for everybody. Indeed, honored. What about Guan? Mater Mint inquired. Aren't we going to bury him too? Wouldn't you like His Eminence to pray for him as well? Perhaps we could make it a group ceremony. Guan's not for ice. Certainly he is, she sighed. Where is your stretcher? He'll be along in a minute. Thirsty, eh? Might we, hungry likewise? So am I, Mater Mint declared. You have a stretcher somewhere, or so you say, Spider. If there's food and water there, too, may we not go to it? You ate and drank last night, I assume, and this morning. You, Guan, Parker, and the others. We didn't. Spider clambered to his feet. All right, you two, you got it. Come on. I want to see what's keeping those puts. Water and, something to eat? Sure thing. We got prog and plonk. There's a well, too. I ought to have let you have some last night. You need a hand up, Patera. How about you, Matera? I'm fine, thank you, Spider. Give warning, Remora said, as Spider helped him to stand. The next, instance, strike the general, or me. I shall attack, eh? Will, martyr, eh? Gone, but, commemorated, unforgotten. He isn't going to, Mater Mint told Remora briskly. We have passed all that hitting and hating with Spider. Don't you understand, Your Eminence? Come on, Spider repeated, and started down the tunnel. You want to eat? I'll bet you anything they aren't cold. Forbidden. Wagering is contrary to the regulations of the chapter, Mater Mint explained. But I am prepared to violate them and accept whatever punishment may be meted out to me. I say that they are dead, all of them. The men you sent for the stretcher and Guan, too, as dead as Parker. Will you take my bet? Sure thing. Spider had drawn his needler again. I got a card says I'm right. I don't want your card. What I want are answers to 3 questions. You must promise to answer in full. No lies and no evasions. No half-truths. What will you have from us if we lose? We haven't any money, or at least I have none. Spider halted, waiting for her. I don't know, Sib. Matera, I mean. That's better, huh? You call each other Sib, though? She nodded. We call one another Sib, which is short for Sybil, because Matera is reserved for the Sybil in charge of the Cenobi in which we live. There's only one other Sybil in my Cenobi since Matera Rose passed on, Matera Marble. She is senior to me, so she is in charge. I will call her Matera when next we meet, assuming that Matera Rose has been buried. You too, huh? Well, I'm sorry, Matera. Come on, Your Eminence, shake it up. His Eminence has a gold Gamadian set with gems, Mater Mint confided. He might be willing to make it my stake in our bet. I'll try to persuade him. Spider shook his head. I could nab it any time. Certainly you could, but you would have stolen it. Though Tenebrous Tartarus, whose realm this surely is the patron of thieves, I doubt very much that he approves of stealing from augurs, and all the other gods surely condemn it. If you won His Eminence's Gamadian, you would have acquired it honestly, and would have no reason to fear divine retribution. Yeah, but you don't think I'll win. Mater Mint shook her head. No, I don't. I will not deceive you, Spider. I am as sure as I can be, without having seen them, that all those men are dead. If you accept my bet, you'll have to answer my questions, one for each dead man. All right. I'll tell you what I want, Matera. But I'm going to call you General. That's who I want to bet with, the rebel general. Can I do that? Patera does? Certainly. I'd prefer it, in fact. You figure I'm a thief. I can tell by the way you were talking a minute ago. That's the lily, isn't it, General? You employ a great deal of cant, Spider, and cant is used principally by thieves. Also by prostitutes, with whom I've spoken now and then, but most of them steal when it seems safe. Most everybody will, Spider told her positively. Perhaps. If so, it is small wonder that the gods show us no more affection than they do. Well, I ain't a thief. I talk like I do 'cause we're with them a lot. Spies don't ken with people like you, General, or this other Sybil you call Patera. She don't know anything they need, see? You do. But if they were to ken with you, they'd need a shaggy good reason, or you'd start thinking, why is he around all the time? Spider paused for breath. You go to some city to look into things, you know, and you want somebody local to help out. What you want's a thief 6 to 1. When we got to have new blood, that's where we look, too. Not always, but mostly. I understand, Spider. Out with it. Very well. Patera took a deep breath. Were you a thief previously? Is that how you came to be a spy catcher? He grinned at her, displaying crooked and discolored teeth. What makes you think you can believe me, General? I'm a good judge of character. I'd lie to you. Indeed you would, and you might do it so skillfully that I would think you were telling the truth. But you won't lie to me about this. Not here, and not now. Were you? It's none of my affair, and to confess the truth, there is a thief I taught when he was a child of whom I'm very fond. His name is Orc. I know him, Spider said. You do? That hadn't occurred to me, but now that you've mentioned it, no doubt you must. Is he one of your not, as you call it? That'd feed you, huh? He's not. Orc won't work for anybody else, and he's too peppery for my trade, anyhow. I wasn't a thief, either. I was a harpy. You believe that? If you say it's true, absolutely. May I ask why you left the Calde's guard? They calling it that again? That's what it was when I went in, then they changed it. They kicked me out. Let's not talk about why. Remora, who had caught up with them and overheard much of their conversation, muttered, No, never. Only shriving, hey? There, solely. I won't ask, Patera promised. Pulled off my stripes and put them on my back. I could show you the scars. Cull called Desmond brought me in. He's cold. I've been catching spies for Viren 22 years now. I don't know how many I've nabbed or helped nab, 30 or 40. Could be more, and there's a lot we don't want to nab, but could any time we wanted to. I'm telling you 'cause of what I want my end of our bet to be. I'm sticking with Councilor Potto, see? 22 years I've been working for him, and he took me when I didn't have 2 bits or a padkin. I'm his man, always will be. In that case, let us hope a peace can be arranged that will permit Councilor Potto to retain his seat. Spider nodded. Sure thing. All right, let's talk about this bet. First off, these 3 questions. Suppose you were to ask me who my boys are, the ones you think's yours. I can't tell you names. You see that? I won't lie to you, General, but I won't tell either. I understand. I won't ask you to betray your friends. All right, here's what I want. If your side wins and you get loose, you don't nab me and my knot for spying on you, or for holding you like we're doing. Patera started to speak, but Spider raised his hand. That's not all. You let us keep doing what we've been doing for Viren. You're going to need us worse than you think. If you do that, I'll tell what's gone on before and give you the files. I can't. I would accept that bet if I could, cheerfully and without hesitation. Those are matters for the Calde and the new Ayuntamiento, not for me. The, terms he, designated? Specified yourself, General. Not the, reconstituted Ayuntamiento or the Calde, hey? But he means our side. The Calde, Generalissimo Usyk, and even the Tribigontes. Don't you, Spider? For myself, I would give you my word, as I said. In fact, I do, whether I win or lose. But I cannot bind the Calde and an Ayuntamiento that does not yet exist. But you'll promise, General? Personally? Absolutely. I have, and I do. Spider indicated Remora with a jerk of his thumb. Have him flash that gaud. Pass his cross. You can swear on that. If you wish. Will you allow me my 3 questions when I win? Full, honest answers? Sure thing. I'll swear, too, if you want. Then it won't be necessary. Remora had produced his Gamadian. Mater Mint laid her hand upon it. I, General Mint of the Horde of Viren, called by some the rebel or insurgent forces, I, who am also Mater Mint of the Sun Street Mantian, do hereby swear that should we prevail, I will not punish nor attempt to punish this man Spider and his subordinates for their activities in collecting intelligence for the Ayuntamiento as presently constituted. I further swear that I will do everything I can to prevent others from so punishing them, short of force. In addition, I will actively support their being retained in their function, that is to say, the counterintelligence function, in which they have served our city faithfully. I will do these things whether I win my wager with Spider or lose it. She drew breath. Is that satisfactory? Art to cover it. Great Pass, bear witness. Ophidian Echidna, whose sword I am, bear witness. Scintillating Scylla, patroness of our holy city of Viren, bear witness. Good enough. Spider held out his hand. Have we got a bet? Shake on it. Solemnly they shook hands, her own small hand enveloped in a thickly muscled one twice its size. All right, I'll tell you right now I got a lock. We're almost there, he gestured. See that side tunnel up ahead? We go in there, and the old guard room's only 4 or 5 steps. If they were cold, we've have made them before this. She shook her head. To the contrary, though I wish you were correct. They would have heard our voices and called out. 100 steps brought them to the side tunnel's entrance. As soon as they turned into it, she caught sight of a man's feet protruding from a doorway. That will be Guan, she murmured. Spider stopped her, spreading his arms to hold Remora back as well. That's Hyrax. I always twig a Cully's shoes, or a Mort's either. Shoes tell more than any kind of kick. A lot know it, but that don't stop it from being true. Wasn't the other man with Hyrax, Spider? Where is he? In there. Spider's breath rasped in his throat. Just out of sight, most likely. You don't shoot a cull as soon as you see him through the door, not if he's coming in. You let him get inside. That way you got 2 tries, the beat's hoof. He turned to Remora. You first, Patera. Pull out Pass's cross and have it where they can see, and hold your hands up. You're a augur in a robe, not holding a slug gun or anything. They won't shoot you, or I don't think they will. Tell them I got the general. Leave us be, or she's cold. Remora looked stricken. You wanted to die down here, didn't you? This is your chance. Go on before I shoot you myself. They won't. They must know we're out here, Mater Mint said. They will have heard us. If not before, they will certainly have heard that. Spider did not reply. His eyes were on Remora. I shall. Remora backed away, raised his hands, and turned toward the doorway. Pass's Gamadian, Mater Mint prompted him. Take it out so they can see it. If Remora heard her advice, he ignored it. She watched him pause at the threshold, then step through. There was no shot. They used to have soldiers down here awake and ready to go if there was trouble, Spider told her. His hoarse voice was close to a whisper. That was before the guard. That's what Councillor Potto told me one time, and he ought to know. They stood side by side in silence after that. There was no sound from the guard-room, no sound from any other source, save the almost inaudible sigh of the cool wind that filled the tunnel. At length Spider said, I should have told him to take a look around in there. I guess he's doing it anyhow. I'm going too. Mater Mint started toward the doorway. Hornbus! Spider caught her arm. You're going to do what I say, and I say you can't. Your Eminence, she called. Are you all right? For a few seconds her words echoed hollowly from the grey walls, and she felt certain that she and Spider were the only living people within earshot. Then Remora stepped out of the doorway, avoiding the dead man. He held out a bottle of thick, mottled glass. Water, Mater, General, potable, pure insofar as I can, gauge its qualities. Spider snapped. Nobody in there? Not, dead men? 2 in addition to the one you, observe in the entrance, shot with slug guns, or, both with a single such gun, quite possibly. Our, companions, eh? Yesterday, likewise earlier, one the, Go on. Yes, The name you gave, furnished, supplied. Having come near enough, Remora handed the bottle to Mater Mint. He dropped this, I fancy, General. So it appeared, when he, attained life's culmination. Some spilt, She was drinking and did not trouble to reply. The water was cool and clean and tasted fresh and unspeakably delicious. All her life she had been taught that surging Scylla, the water goddess, was first among the seven. She had not realized either how true or how important that insight was until this moment. Chapter 7. The Brown Mechanics. Silk looked around curiously, finding it hard to believe that this enclosure, this collection of sheds surrounded by a fence, produced taluses. On his shoulder, Oreb croaked in dismay. "It's starting to rain," Chenille announced. She pushed back raspberry curls to squint at the sky. "I've been trying to remember where I came from," Mater Marble ventured. "I don't think it was like this at all." She edged Mucor toward the shelter of the sentry box as she spoke. If flyers were a rain sign, what might flyers who landed presage? The final days of the Whorl? Silk decided to keep the speculation to himself. "I should have asked you about that long ago, Mater. Tell me about it." "I couldn't remember a thing then, I'm sure. Not till poor Mater Rose bequeathed me my new parts. I'm sure I must have told you about them." Silk nodded. "A week last Thursday, that was. They're much better than my old ones, but after I'd put them in, it was hard for me to keep straight which memories were marbles and which were mine." Chenille corrected her. "The other way, Mater." "You're quite right, dear. Anyway, I recollect a big room with green walls. There were pallets, or perhaps metal tables, little ones, about as high as a bed." "Here comes one of the guards," Chenille pointed. "I was lying on one, and I didn't have any clothes on. Perhaps I shouldn't talk about this, Patera." "Go ahead. It's not immoral, and it could be important." "I was trying to boot, and I remember that the girl next to me sat up and said she was naked, which she certainly was. When she did, somebody brought her a dress." The guard halted with a clash of armored heels, one hand leveled across his slug gun. "Follow me, Calde." "No wet," Oreb muttered. "He has a point," Silk remarked as they set out. "Could we borrow umbrellas, if we're going to have to walk between these buildings, as I expect we will?" "I'll get some while you're talking to the director," the guard promised. He trotted ahead to open the door of a brick structure not much different from a modest house. "We can wait outside," Chenille told Silk. "I mean in the hall or whatever, just as long as it's out of the rain." He shook his head, entering a reception room presided over by a woman rather too large for it. She smiled. "Go right on in, please, Calde." "Will there be enough chairs? There are 4 of us." From the room beyond, a short man, beginning to go bald, told him, 3 chairs and a settle. Come in." He offered his hand. "Swallow's my name, Calde." Silk shook it and introduced Mater Marble, Mucor, and Chenille. Swallow nodded, still smiling. "Sit down, please, ladies, Calde. You're lame, I hear, and I see you're limping." He shut the door. "Everybody's got some tidbit about you. You're lame, you've got that tame bird, and you predicted the downfall of the Ayuntamiento. I'm sure you've heard it all." Silk took a leather armchair near Swallow's table. "And now you're surprised to see how young I am, and would like to ask my age." "Why, that's none of my affair, Calde." "I'm 23. You must be—" He glanced at Swallow's hands. "In your 40s. 45 or 46, am I right?" "I'm glad you're not, Calde. I'm 43. 20 years older than I am, precisely. You must think I'm very young and inexperienced to head the city government. I am, and I realize it. I have to depend on the judgment of more experienced men and women. That's one reason Mater Marble's with me today. It's also the reason I'm here talking to you, an older man with experience I haven't got but need to draw upon." "I'll be happy to help you any way I can, Calde. Would you like something before we get started? Coffee, wine, tea? With the young ladies. Chamomile can fetch us some." Chenille shook her head. Silk said, "No, thank you." "You build tailorses here?" "We do. That's our business, and our only business." Horeb offered his judgment on tailorses. "Bad things." "Be quiet, silly bird." Silk leaned back, the tips of his fingers together. "I know nothing about business, and this must be a remarkable one." "Not to me," Swallow smiled. "I grew up in it, working in our shops. But you're right, it's unique. That's the word we like to use. Call it self-promotion if you want, but it fits." "Because a tailus is a person," Silk continued, "both in law and in fact. There are boatyards along the shore of the lake where I was a few days ago. The boatwrights build a boat there, and when they're through, the fishermen paint eyes on it and call it she. They give it a name as well." Swallow nodded. "A boat has a certain character, just as this chair does. This is comfortable and solid, brown, and so forth. A boat may be a willing or a reluctant sailor. It may be stable or prone to rock. But a boat isn't a person." Matera Marble cleared her throat, a rasp like the scraping of a crusted pan. "Are you going to ask how they can build a tailus with a certain character, Patera? I don't think they can, really. I've never—" "Go on, Matera." "Never built a child. With a man, you know. But from what I understand, we can't either. We do our best to give the child all the advantages we can, but after that it's up to the gods, to Molding Mulpy and Lord Paz principally." Swallow nodded again. "It's no different here, Matera. The layman thinks tailorses are all alike. That's because they all sound the same to him. When you've spent a while talking to them, you find out they don't really talk alike, even if they all sound like tailorses. When it comes to ingenuity or honesty, that kind of thing, they can differ pretty widely. As you say, it depends on the spirit they get from the gods." "They're all boring," Bucor told him. He seemed about to reply, but meeting her corpse-like gaze, quickly looked away. "There is another difference I wanted to inquire about," Silk interposed. "I mean between tailorses and boats, or any other man-made object. If I were to go to Limna with a case full of cards, I could buy a boat, and once I had paid for it, it would be mine. I could sail it or leave it tied to a pier. I could burn or sink it if I wanted to, or give it to Matera here, or to Chenille, or anyone I chose. A tailus is a person, and I would assume that in cities in which slavery is legal, anyone with sufficient funds could go to a facility such as yours and order a tailus built." "You can do that here, Calde," Swallow put in. "Ah, that's interesting." "Good thing?" Horeb inquired. Patera Marble said, "It seems to me that all this applied to me once as well, Patera. No one owned me. I've always been free, I'm sure, and yet I did what I was told. I still do for the most part. I respect authority, and when I was younger I don't think it even occurred to me to question it." She looked thoughtful, her head down and inclined to the left. To encourage her, Horeb croaked, "Talk now." "Most bio— Do you really want to hear this, Patera? I could tell you later if you like." "Of course I do. Tell us." "I was just going to say that most bio children are like that, too. I don't mean that there are no bad children, though foolish people say that because it makes them feel virtuous. But there are really very few. I've taught children for a long time, and most can be controlled quite easily with a few little scoldings and a few words of praise." She paused, lifting her head and squaring her shoulders. "So can most grown-ups. Not quite so easily, but it isn't a lot more difficult." Swallow chuckled. "She's right, Calde. I boss almost 200 employees here, and as a general thing, a good chewing out now and then and a pat on the back for good work are all it takes. Once in a rare while we take on somebody that doesn't work out, stealing tools or whatever, and we've got to get rid of him. But it doesn't happen often." "I've been thinking about Maro, Patera." Silk nodded, noting as he did the first large drops of the rain that had been threatening. They were tapping on the window panes, tentatively, but with growing urgency. "Maro doesn't receive any wages at all. I told you." Swallow raised an eyebrow. "Black mechanics, Matera? It sounds like it." I don't know. I really hadn't considered it. I was just going to say that marl seems like an extreme instance of pliability. I suppose you could call it that. Matera Marble's remaining hand tightened its grip on the handle of the small basket in her lap. And if you can make use of that pliability to control others as you do, Director, with a little money and scoldings and praise, then it seems to me people like you don't really need slaves, except as sops to their egos. I'm expressing this offensively, I know, but I think you see what I mean. As for black mechanics, aren't they legendary? Largely legendary, I should have said. I know that some people practiced the black art in the past. There's still a bit around, in my opinion, Matera. In my business, we hear things, and that's one of the things we hear. Swallow turned to Silk. I'm a blunt man, Calde, and I'm going to ask you straight out. Are you interested in getting a new tailor's for the guard? Is that why you're here? I've been considering it, Silk admitted. Several, perhaps. Swallow smiled. Good. Very good. I'm delighted to hear it. I've been telling our people that this unrest was sure to bring in some fresh business, and I'm glad to see I was right. You're wondering why you should have to pay for something that the city can't own, aren't you? I am. Also, how I can be assured that the Taylors' Viren pays for will be loyal and obedient. It's a good question. Swallow hitched his chair nearer his office table, resting his elbows on it. First of all, if you want absolute assurance, I can't give it to you. Nobody can. I'm told there's an outfit in Wick now that tells people that, but they're lying. Suppose you went to that boatyard in Limna. Could the people building boats there give you an ironclad guarantee that any boat they sold you would never sink or turn over, under any circumstances? I doubt it. So do I. If they did, they'd be lying exactly like those fellows in Wick. Here's the guarantee we offer. If one of our tailors betrays your interests or won't carry out a legitimate order within the first 2 years you employ it, we will refund the entire amount you paid. When I say you now, I mean the city. For the 3rd year, the amount is cut by a quarter. You get 3/4 of what you paid us back. During the 4th, you get half, then a quarter. Nothing after the 5th year? Matera Marble asked. That's right. But you will have had 5 years' service from your tailors by that time, don't forget. Silk nodded thoughtfully. I'd like to have your business, Swallow continued. I don't deny that. We rarely receive an order for more than a single tailor's, and it would be a feather in our cap to be able to say we already had a large order from the new government. So here's what I'll do. I set a full refund if there's any serious trouble during the first 2 years. All right. For each tailor's you get over 1, I'll increase the guarantee by 1 year. Say you were to order 3. Is that about what you're thinking of, Calde? Perhaps. Then let's say 3. That's 2 over 1, so you'd get a full cash refund. We're talking here about the price of the individual tailors, not the price of all 3. I understand, Silk said. A full refund on that tailor's for serious trouble during the first 4 years. After that, 3/4, then half and a quarter, as I've already outlined it to you. You'll be entirely covered or partly covered for how long, Matera? 25% in the 7th year, Patera, she told Silk. Nothing after that. Good deal? Horror tugged a lock of Silk's hair. A safe one, at least, I believe. You don't have to pay often, do you, Director Swallow? Swallow smiled and relaxed. No, we don't. If we did, we'd be bankrupt. We paid a quarter-price refund 15 years ago. No, make that 16. I was foundry supervisor then, and I felt it was a pretty dubious case. All of us knew it was, really, and if we'd fought it in court, we'd probably have won. But it was only a quarter. The customer was making a lot of noise, and the director we had then wanted to establish that we keep our promises. I'm not saying he was wrong, just that the tailors in question had been abused. The customer had it piling bricks, which isn't natural. What is? Silk inquired. Fighting and protection, the same things you'd expect from a watchdog. Swallow cleared his throat. Can I get a little bit personal, Matera? No disrespect intended, but you brought up an important principle, obedience to authority. What you said made a lot of sense, and I'd like to use you for an example. Chenille said, I don't think you ought to. Tell him no, Matera. I don't think this is a good idea at all. Because it will make me more aware of my nature, dear. I don't believe it will, since I'm very much aware of it already. I've spent many, many hours thinking about who I am and what the gods require of me. But if it does, even a little, I'll thank the director very sincerely for the insight. No talk, Orb advised Swallow. He chuckled. I won't say what I was going to, I promise. But I will say this. What I was going to say I could have said about myself or anybody else in this room. I just thought the clothes might make it clearer. The clothes that were given to me when I woke? I didn't get to them, but you're right. After a while I sat up too, and another girl gave me my first clothes. Were you going to ask me what kind of clothes they were? Swallow nodded. That's right, I was. A little black dress, very simple, with rather a short skirt. Underclothes. Patera Marble paused to smile. I was about to say I'd prefer not to describe them, but they were so plain that there's hardly anything to describe. Black shoes with low heels, but I don't think there were any stockings. A pretty little lace apron and a matching cap. It's easy for me to describe those clothes because people from Ermin's came to Patera's palace just before we left, and there were young women dressed exactly as I was then, except that they had stockings. Did they come to clean? Swallow asked. Sweep and dust? Dear Chenille and I have done that already. To wash the dishes they'll need tonight and set the table and wash walls we haven't gotten to. At least I hope they'll wash those walls and the downstairs windows. I asked them to. Swallow nodded again. You see, Calde, each of us is born to do certain things. Matera was born to sweep and dust and wash walls and floors, and she's still doing it. Did you have to urge her to? Silk shook his head. I would have been surprised if you'd said you did, and it shows the important principle I want to explain. When you're born to do a thing, and somebody gives you a chance to do it, that's all it takes. Everybody else is afraid I'll embarrass her, so let's talk about your bird. Orb elucidated. Nobody's got to make him fly. He flies because it's his nature. Nobody has to make him talk, either. He was born to. Talk good. There you have it. All right, it's a tailor's nature to fight and protect property. Give your tailor a chance to do those things, and it will do them. You're afraid the ones we build for you will give you a hard time, but you're Calde, and if they did, you'd give them a hard time, too, wouldn't you? Have them arrested and disarmed, and tried, too, eventually? I suppose so. Naturally you would. So why should they make trouble when what you want them to do is what they want to do, the things they were born to do? I was at a country house guarded by a tailoress not long ago, and Mucor told me it could be bribed, though it took a great deal of money. Silk looked at her for confirmation. Musk said so. Chenille asked, what would a tailoress do with money? And Patera Marble ventured, the same things that you or I would, I suppose, dear. You were asking how you could buy something you couldn't own, Calde. Swallow picked up a pencil, apparently to rap the tablet before him. Let me tell you about that now, about the financial arrangements. When a tailor's is finished, it owes us by law the cost of its manufacture plus 15%. Even though the city has paid for it? Exactly. What the city's doing, you see, is advancing us the money we'd eventually get from the tailors. We make no more than we would if we'd built without an order, which we seldom do, by the way, since by building to order we get our money a lot sooner. What's even more important, we don't have to worry about the tailor's getting killed before it can pay us. Silk nodded while his right forefinger drew small circles on his cheek. I see. We require payment in full before the tailor's is finished. When it's finished, we explain that it has been built because there is an employer anxious to hire it. That's you, Calde. We also explain the nature of wages, what wages it can reasonably expect, and what bonuses. But I don't actually pay it. Isn't that correct? I can see you grasp the idea already. That's right, you don't. Let's say that you and your tailors agree on 5 cards a month, a fair wage. From that, you deduct your expenses for fuel, maintenance, and repairs, if any. Most employers furnish ammo free of charge. It's customary. Silk nodded again. You report the net to us, or you can have the tailors do it. We deduct it from the tailor's debt. Eventually, its indebtedness will be wiped out, and it can keep the wages it earns. Provided it survives that long. You've got it. Swallow glanced over his shoulder at the windows behind him, where the tapping of raindrops had mounted to a steady, insistent pounding. If you'd rather have a look at our shops another time— Patera Marble began. I don't— She was interrupted by Silk, who stood as he spoke. I'm eager to see them, and I'm sure a little rain won't hurt me. I was caught in that downpour a week from yesterday, but here I am. I don't want you to feel that you have to take us around in person, however, Director. Someone else can do it. Not take the Calde around? Grinning broadly, Swallow rose too. I wouldn't miss it for any money. The ladies can wait in here if they like. I'm coming, Patera Marble declared. My granddaughter can stay here with Chenille. Me too, Chenille announced. I want to see this. In that case, Bucor will have to come with us, Patera. I can fly, she informed Swallow gravely, even in the rain, but they can't. The promised umbrellas had been left on a chair in the outer room. Chenille picked one up. Here's a black one for you, Patera, if you want it. Silk shook his head. Let Patera have it. Hanging her basket on her right forearm, she accepted the black umbrella and shook it out. It's bad luck to open them indoors, they say, but I've already had mine. I can't thank that nice young man for getting these for us. One of your guards, Silk explained. Now that I come to think of it, it seems strange that you've hired bios to protect this place instead of a tailor's. We do have a tailor's. Swallow accepted a yellow umbrella from Chenille. As a matter of fact, we have two now because of the unrest. They're in the guard shack. He went to the door, opening his umbrella. You went to buy it on your way here. They have windows so they can keep an eye on the gate, but mostly they listen for shooting or shouting. A lot of the little matters that our guards handle, a good bio can take care of better than any tailors. Suppose you had tailors patrolling the streets instead of troopers, Calde. You'd have a dozen people shot every night instead of 1 or 2 a week. Opening the green umbrella that Chenille handed him, Silk followed Swallow out into the rain. I've dealt with tailors once or twice, and I'm sure you're right. They protect the plant at night, and we have them there ready to roll in case of serious fighting. So far it's been around the Palatine and the Alhambra, I'm sure you know. Silk nodded. Would you like to look at them? There's the guard shack. Swallow pointed at a weathered wooden shed. Not now, thank you. Silk had to raise his voice to make himself heard above the rattle of rain on his umbrella. Later, perhaps. Right now, I'd like to see how they're made. Good, that's where I'm taking you. Excuse me a minute, and I'll get the door. Swallow strode off through the rain. Silk limped after him as rapidly as he could, splashing through deepening puddles in shoes that were already sodden. The wide wooden door Swallow had opened let them into a cavernous structure whose floor was covered with coarse sand. 3 men were working in a pit a few steps from the doorway, illuminated by a single bleary light high overhead. This is the foundry, Swallow announced as Patera Marble and Bucor entered under a single black umbrella. I always start visitors here because it's where I started myself. I sifted, shoveled, ran errands, and the rest of it. It's hard, dirty work, but I was bringing home a little money to help my folks, and I've never felt so good about anything I've done in my life. Chenille exclaimed, You make those great big things out of sand? I don't believe it. Oreb flew off into the darkness at the other end of the building to explore. There are some glass parts, and they really are made out of sand, but not by us. Swallow shut his umbrella and thumped its tip on the sand-strewn floor. This is foundry sand and wouldn't make good glass, but we cast some big parts in sand, which is what these men are getting ready to do. He pointed with his umbrella. You see the hollow left by the form when it was lifted out? Those round pieces are called cores. They're made of compressed sand with a starch binder, and if they aren't positioned exactly right and firmly enough that they stay in place when the iron's poured, the whole piece will be ruined. What they're doing here is preparing to cast an engine block all day. At the last word, the workers looked up. Silk had been trying to locate Oreb in the darkness. This seems a very large place for 3 men. When we're going full tilt, which we will be tomorrow if we get your order today, there will be 18 men and 6 boys working in here, Calde. I've had to lay off everybody except my best men, which I don't like to do. Taking Silk unobtrusively by the elbow, Swallow led him deeper into the building, his voice kindling a second light. They're all good men, to tell the truth, and the boys are smart lads who'll be good men, too, before long. We can't use anything else. I hate layoffs because I know the people I let go won't be able to find another job, generally. But if they could, I'd hate them worse because I'd lose them, and you can't just bring in an untrained man and have him go to work. It takes years. Mater Marble inquired, How old are the boys? We start them at 14 nowadays. I was 12 when I started. Silk heard the soft exhalation of Swallow's breath. We had layoffs then, too, though it wasn't as hard as now. Not usually. I never got to go to Palestra, but there was a woman on our street who had, and she taught me to read and write and figure during layoffs. I'm pretty good with figures, if I do say it. She was a friend of Mother's and wouldn't take anything for it, but I always thought that someday I'd get to where I could pay her. I was just about there, just made lead man here when she died. Silk asked, May I speak as an augur instead of Calde? Go ahead. I'm not religious, but maybe I should be. Then I'll explain to you that the woman who helped you out of friendship for your mother had been helped herself when she was younger by some earlier person you never met. Swallow nodded. I suppose it's likely enough. She couldn't repay that person any more than you could repay her, but when she helped you, she wiped out her debt. When you help someone, you'll wipe out yours. Possibly you already have. I have no way of knowing. I've tried once or twice, Calde. You say you're not religious. Nor am I, though I was very religious not long ago. Because I'm not going to say that this passing forward from one generation to the next is the method the gods have ordained for the settlement of such debts, though perhaps it is. In any event, it's a good one that lets people die, as everyone must, feeling that they've squared accounts with the Whorl. Patera Marble said, Perhaps he already has Patera by employing those boys. Swallow shrugged. They don't pay, and that's the truth. We pay a card a month, and they're not worth it to us. But we're not doing it from charity. We have to have them so they can learn the work. If we didn't, someday we'd need foundry men, and there wouldn't be any, no matter how much we offered. Then it was good of you to lay them off, is that what you call it? So they could attend a Palestra, because I'd think that if you were teaching them, they'd be the last ones you'd want to send home. They were, Swallow told her shortly. Chenille had been looking at the largest ladle Silk had ever seen. A great cup of scaly pottery large enough to hold a man. Is this what you melt the iron in? That's right. Swallow was himself again at once, brisk and all business. It's heated in this brick furnace here. He went to it. It burns charcoal with a forced draft, and it takes a lot. Those bunkers you saw against the wall where we came in were for sand. Every casting we make uses up a little, and they're our reserve. These bunkers hold charcoal and steel scrap. We fill up that crucible with scrap, lower it into the furnace, and put the lid on. When it's been in long enough, depending on how much scrap was in it, we lift it out the same way and pour. A slightly smaller crucible stood on the other side of the brick furnace. Reaching into it, Chenille displayed an irregular scab of shining yellow metal. This looks almost like gold. Horrod flew over for a closer inspection. It's brass, Swallow told her. A talus's head requires some pretty complicated castings, and brass is easier to cast than iron, so we use that for the head. Silk said, Some taluses wear helmets, I've noticed, while others don't. The helmet's actually a part of the head, Swallow told him, or you could say it takes the place of the skull plate. Would you like helmets on the taluses we're going to build for the city? I can specify them in the contract. I don't know. I was wondering whether a helmet furnished better protection for the head. In his mind's eye, Silk saw the talus he had killed. The shimmering discontinuity that was the blade of the Azoth he had thought Hyacinths had struck it below the eye, vaporizing metal and inflicting a mortal wound. Not really, Swallow clapped his hands to brighten the lights. "Over here we have the forms for various head designs. They're made so the parts can be switched. Say you like the nose on one head, but you'd rather have the mouth on another. We can give you both without any additional charge. We cast the nose you want and the mouth you want, and after the castings have been cleaned up, they'll fit together." "How thick is the metal?" Silk inquired. 2 to 4 fingers, depending on where you measure. It has to be at least 2 to get enough melt through the space." Proudly, Swallow gestured toward a row of somewhat worn-looking wooden heads, each nearly as tall as he was. "There they are, Calde, 29 of them. Since all of them trade parts, there's almost no limit to the number of faces we can provide." "I see. Is 2 fingers of brass enough to stop a slug?" "No, shoot," Oreb advised from Chenille's shoulder. "It depends, Calde. How far away was the trooper when he fired? That can make a big difference. So can the angle it strikes at. If it hits square on, it might go through if the trooper was standing close. I've known that to happen. The Talus has its own guns, though, and unless it's out of ammo, an enemy trooper that close isn't likely to be alive." Chenille grinned. "I'll say." "What we've found," Swallow continued, "is it's pretty rare for a trooper to shoot at the head at all. The thorax plate and the front of the abdomen are bigger targets, but they're steel. I'll show you some in the welding shop." "Will a slug penetrate them?" Swallow shook his head. "I've never known it to happen. I won't say it can't. I'd want to run some tests, but it's very unusual if it happens at all." Silk turned to Chenille. "You and Orc were riding on the back of a Talus when it encountered some of the Ayuntamiento's soldiers in the tunnel. You told me about that." She nodded. "Patera Incus was with us too, Patera. So was Oreb here." "Later on, one of the wounded soldiers?" Chenille nodded again. "The Talus stopped to shoot. I guess that's why it stopped anyhow. And Orc got on Patera about not bringing the dead ones past his pardon. We could see a bunch of dead ones in back of us. There were lights in that tunnel, and some of the dead ones were on fire." "I understand." "So Patera did. He got off the Talus. Orc was just... He couldn't believe it. And the Talus saw what had happened and said for Patera to get back on, and he said only if you'll take this soldier too. That was Stoney. We found out his name later." Maitre Marble asked, "Wasn't this nice Talus that let you ride on it killed, dear? I think you told me about its death and how the holy augur who was with you brought it to the pardon." Silk nodded. "That's the point I particularly want to hear about, Chenille. How was that Talus killed? Where did the slug strike it?" "I don't think it was a slug at all, Patera. Stoney said it was a missile. Some of the soldiers had launchers. I got one myself after, and they were shooting them." "You'll have to excuse my ignorance." To relieve the pain in his ankle, Silk backed to the crucible and sat down on its rim. "But I'm not familiar with those. What's the difference between a missile and a launcher?" "The launcher fires the missile, Calde." "That's right. Just almost exactly like a slug gun shoots a slug. Maybe they ought to call a launcher a missile gun, but they don't." "You had one of these weapons, Chenille? Where is it now?" "I don't know. Stoney took it to shoot at the Trivigonti terror troopers. That was while me and Orc were in the pit with Trivigontis flying all around and you talking at us from that floater up in the air. Somebody yelled for us to get back in the tunnel, and it sounded like a real good idea to me." Swallow said, "A missile's a very different proposition from a slug, Calde. A slug's just a heavy metal cylinder. It hits the target a lot harder than a needle or a stone from a sling, but that's only because it's heavier than a needle and going faster than a stone. Missiles carry an explosive charge, and that lets them do a lot more damage." "Missiles are heavier, I think, too," Chenille told Silk. "I've seen troopers carrying 40 or 50 slugs." "Cartridges," Swallow corrected her. "Whatever. They had them on a special canvas strap, and they were walking around fine. I think if you loaded a trooper down with 40 or 50 missiles, he couldn't hardly stand up. My launcher was nice and light when I found it, but Stoney helped me load it, and it was really heavy after that." Director Swallow. "Yes, Calde? You mentioned a part called the thorax plate. I take it that's the part covering what I would call the tailor's chest? Exactly right, Calde. Chenille says the soldier Patera Incus befriended felt that their tailors had been killed by one of those things, by a missile fired from a launcher. Are those the terms? Swallow nodded. Chenille said, That's it, Patera. But if I understood her, he was on the tailor's back at the time that it was shot. How could he have known? Swallow fingered his chin. He lived through this, didn't he? He must have, since the young lady said he took her launcher later. If he had a chance to see the tailors afterward— Man, see, Orab announced confidently. Iron Man. In that case, Calde, it wouldn't have been hard for him to tell the difference between a wound from a slug gun and one from a missile. Silk nodded again, largely to himself. Was this a facial wound, Chenille? Do you recall? She shook her head. He talked to us after. I'm not sure where he was hit, but lower down. Silk stood up. You mentioned your welding shop, Director. I want to see it, and ask a favor. May we go now? As they left, Silk lagged to question Mucor. You told us you could fly in the rain. Belatedly, he opened his umbrella. But they couldn't. By they, did you intend the flyers? She only stared. Is that why it rains after they've flown over? Because they somehow prevent it when they're present? Answer him, dear, Matera Marble prompted, but Mucor did not speak. As they splashed along a rutted path between sodden wooden structures that could easily have been barns, Swallow remarked, I wish you had better weather for this, Calde, but I hear the farmers need rain pretty badly. Silk could not help smiling. They need it so badly that the sight and sound of it fill my heart with joy. All the time we were in your foundry, I was listening to it, and the finest music in the Whorl couldn't have moved me half so much. I don't suppose Chenille or Matera like it. I know Orab here doesn't, and I'm a bit worried about Mucor, whose health is frail. But I'd rather walk through this than the clearest sunshine. Swallow opened the door of another ramshackle building, releasing a puff of acrid smoke and revealing a large and dirty canvas screen. Foundry work's pretty crude, Calde. In the old times, they knew a lot we don't, though I've spent a good part of my life trying to learn their secrets. What I'm going to show you now is closer to what you might have seen on the short sun Whorl. But before I do, I've got to warn you. You mustn't look at the process. At the blue welding fire, in other words. The light's too bright. It can make you blind. Silk shook his umbrella. Smiths join iron by heating and pounding it. I used to watch them as a boy. I wasn't blinded, so what you're doing here must be a different process. Chenille tossed back wet raspberry curls. Better make sure Orab doesn't watch either, Patera. I certainly will. For Swallow's benefit, Silk added significantly, At times we all look at things we shouldn't. Even birds do it. Swallow blinked and abandoned his study of Chenille's damp gown. Sometimes people think we do it different because we're working with steel instead of iron, but that's not true. We use this method because it works on pieces your smith couldn't have welded, because they're too big to be hammered. Light showed above the canvas screen, brilliant enough to make the rafters cast sharp shadows on the underside of the roof. One of our men's making a weld now. We'll wait here till he's through, if it's all right with you, Calde. Then we can go in, and I'll show you what he's doing and how he does it. He'll be welding up a thorax plate, I think. While her remaining hand closed the black umbrella she had shared with Mucor, Matera Marble gave Silk a significant look. He nodded. I want to see it. In fact, I'm very eager to, Director. You spoke of thick pieces in connection with these thorax plates and so on. How thick are they? 3 fingers. Swallow held them up. I want mine thicker, 6 at least. Can you do that? Swallow looked startled. Why? Could we weld them, do you mean? We could, but it would take longer. It would be a lot more work. Then do it, Silk told him. Orab whistled. Put it in our contract, 6-finger thorax plates. What was the other piece, below the thorax plate? The abdomen front plate? Swallow suggested. That's it. How thick is it? 3 fingers, too, Calde. Swallow hesitated, his eyes thoughtful. Do you want them thicker? I suppose it could be done, but it may take us a while to find steel that thick and work out a way to bend it. Oreb exclaimed, No, no! We cannot afford delay, Director. Viren requires these taluses immediately. I realize you can't supply them today, but if you could, I'd accept them and pay you for them, and thank you. You joined steel here. That's what the workman on the other side of this screen is doing. Swallow nodded. Then make my thorax plates and abdomen front plates out of 2 pieces of the steel you have, each 3 fingers thick. Patera here could make me a robe from doubled cloth if I had need of such a thing. Why couldn't you do this? We can, I think. Swallow cleared his throat. There'll be problems. With all respect, Calde, welding steel isn't as simple as sewing. But I think it could be done. Can I ask why they need it? So they can fight the Ayuntamiento's soldiers in the tunnels, of course. I've been down in those tunnels, Director. I even fought a talus there. There was only a step of clearance between the sides of that talus and the sides of the tunnel. A soldier who got that close would be very close indeed, and the taluses I want you to build will have troopers protecting their backs. The danger will be in front, where it will come from soldiers armed with weapons like the one Chenille had. Launchers, she supplied. Exactly, launchers shooting missiles. Silk collected his thoughts. The heads still trouble me. You say you can't cast them from iron? No, Calde, we usually paint them black. Nearly always because it makes the eyes and teeth show up better. If we could cast them from iron, we wouldn't have to paint them or touch up scratches, so we've tried it. Iron won't make castings that detailed, not till we learn more about casting it, at any rate. Too bad. The light above the screen had vanished. Oreb flew up to peer over. Yes, it is, Silk confirmed. But you're worried about strength, Calde. Resistance to slugs and that sort of thing. And to tell you the truth, iron wouldn't be a lot better. It might even be worse. Cast iron's a wonderful material in a lot of ways, but it's pretty brittle. That's why we use steel plate for the abdomen and so forth. Patera? Director? Patera Marble looked from Silk to Swallow and back. Couldn't the talus hold something in front of its face? A piece of steel with a handle like an umbrella? Silk nodded. And look over the top. Yes, that could be done, I'm sure, Patera. There's one other possibility, Calde, Swallow offered hesitantly. This is from the old days, too. But it was done right here, I understand, though it was before my time. We might try bronze. Silk looked around at him sharply. Isn't that what they are now? Chenille shook her head. It's brass, Patera. Remember when I held that piece up? He said brass. Bronze would be a lot stronger, Calde. Swallow cleared his throat again. Tougher, too. I mean real bronze. This is kind of hard to explain. Go ahead, Silk told him. I'll make every effort to understand you, and it's important. Let me start with iron. Maybe that will make it clearer. You and I talked about iron, casting it and so forth. Silk nodded. What people call iron's really 3 different materials, Calde. The commonest is just soft steel, any steel that doesn't have a lot of carbon in it. People call that tin when it's rolled out as sheet metal, and sometimes it's plated with tin. Most people have never seen a real chunk of solid tin. Go on. When you watched that blacksmith making horseshoes, that was what he was using. He probably called it iron, but it was really soft steel, iron with just a little touch of carbon. If there's gobs of carbon in it, it's cast iron, the melt we pour in the foundry. You can't pound cast iron the way a smith does. It'll break. I remember that you said it was brittle. That's right, it is. It has lots of uses, but you can't use it for armor or a hammerhead or anything like that. Swallow took a deep breath. Number 3 is wrought iron, and that really is iron, though there's generally some slag in it, too. We start with cast iron and burn all the carbon out when we want some. It's pretty soft, and it'll take almost any amount of bending. Mostly it's used for fancy window grills and that kind of a thing. You still haven't told me anything about bronze. I thought this might help make it clearer, Calde. You see, there's a couple dozen alloys people call bronze, because they look like bronze. Most have quite a bit of pot metal in them, and no tin at all. Tin costs too much. Real tin. Silk stirred impatiently. That makes real bronze cost a lot, too. Real bronze, not the stuff you'd get if you bought a bronze figure of some god, is half tin and half copper. Is that all? Swallow nodded. It's a pretty simple alloy, but it's got marvelous properties. It's tougher than steel and almost as strong, and you can hammer and weld it and machine it easier than anything except cast iron. I know that because we still make some little parts out of it. Sleeve bearings, mostly, and the worms for the big worm gears. But when I was a boy, the older men said they used to cast heads out of it, and there were still some old tailesses around with those bronze heads. Silk leaned against the doorframe. He was already tired, had been tired before the parade had ended, and there was still the dinner tonight. He resolved to get an hour's sleep before 8, no matter what happened. Aloud he asked, "Can you cast bronze, this real bronze, as well as brass?" "Better, Calde. We cast those worms I mentioned and then machine the bearing surfaces, so I know. It would speed things up, too, because the parts wouldn't need so much cleanup. But it would be expensive because of the cost of the tin." "Have you got the tin? Here, right now?" Swallow nodded. "Because we still use bronze for the worms and so forth." "Then do it. Use it." "I'll have to up the price, Calde. I'm sorry, but I will. Even if you order 2 or 3. "Then up it." Longing for the brown leather chair he had occupied earlier, Silk added, "We'll talk about how much when we get back to your office. And don't forget the double-thick thorax and front plates. Obviously you'll need a little more for those, and the steel umbrellas, shields, I suppose you'd call them, that Patera suggested." Mucor said, "The storm will pass over soon," surprising everyone. Then, "I'm tired." "She ought to sit down," Silk told Swallow. "And so should I, but first I must ask you about Patera's hand. She's got it in her basket. Patera, will you show it to him, please?" "Man cut," Oreb remarked from his perch on the top of the screen. Silk was not certain whether he meant that Blood had severed it, or that Blood himself had been killed by him, as animals were as sacrifice. Patera Marble had passed her basket to Swallow. He took off the white towel that had covered her now lifeless right hand, and held it up, in appearance the hand of an elderly woman. A short cylinder of silvery metal extended from its wrist. "I lost some fluid," she told him, "but not very much. There are valves and things to control that, I'm sure you know." He nodded absently. "But the tubes would have to be mended some way, the one that brings the fluid to move my fingers and the one that takes it back." Silk said, "We'd appreciate it very much, Director, if you would do everything you can for Patera. She can't pay you, but I may be able to if it isn't too much. If it is, I feel sure I can arrange for you to be paid." "Don't worry about that, Calde," Swallow returned the severed hand to its basket. "We'd be happy to do what we can for Patera here as a courtesy to you. We could rejoin those pressure and return tubes, though it'll take delicate work." Patera Marble smiled, her face shining. "The load-bearing part's no problem at all, or I don't think it should be. It won't look quite as pretty as it did, though. Repairs never do." "I won't mind a bit," Patera Marble assured him. "The difficulty—" "Pardon me, Calde." Swallow closed the door, the only source of daylight on their side of the canvas screen. "Patera, will you hold up your arm a minute? I need to show the Calde something." She did, and Swallow pointed. "Look down in here, Calde. Patera, I want you to try to move your fingers. Pretend that you're going to grab hold of my nose." Minute glimmerings appeared in the shadowy interior of the stump of arm, pinpoint gleams that reminded Silk oddly of the scattered diamonds he had seen beneath the belly of the Whorl. "There, see that, Calde? Those are glass threads, like very fine wires, with light running through them. It's fluid that powers her fingers, like she said. But it's those twinkles that steer them. The twinkles are messages. They're supposed to tell every joint in her hand how to move." Hesitantly, Silk nodded. Suppose you were to put a man on a hilltop 20 miles away and tell him to ride as soon as he saw a lantern run up the flagpole of the Husgado. It's the same principle. I believe I understand. When ordinary wire like we use gets cut, you can fix it by wrapping the ends together. With glass threads like you find in chems, that won't work. You've got to have a special tool they call an optic synaptor. We don't have one here because we don't use glass thread. We haven't any way to make it. Silk endeavored to ignore Matera Marble's disappointment. Then we must locate one of these tools, and someone who knows how to use it, I assume, and tie the glass threads. Is that correct? Then you can complete the repair. Swallow shook his head. If she went around with her hand hanging from the glass string, it would probably break. We can do the welding right now, and we'd better. When you find an optic synaptor, she can take off her hand in the usual way. The operator shouldn't have any trouble fishing out the other end of the string. Where would we find one? There you have me, Calde. A doctor who specializes in chems should have one, but I don't know of one here in Byron. Chenille snapped her fingers. I know somebody. Do you, dear? Do you really? Matera Marble's voice, usually so calm, trembled noticeably. You bet. Stoney had one of those strings cut where our tailors had shot him, and Patera Incus fixed it for him so he could move again. He had a gadget to do it with, and that's what he said it was, an optic synaptor. I was watching him. Silk turned to Blood's emaciated daughter. You were gone a few minutes ago, Mucor. Are you back with us? Please answer if you can. She nodded. With the flyers, Silk. Women have him. They want to know about the thing that lets him fly. I see. Perhaps it would be wiser for us not to speak of that at present. I want you to search for Patera Incus for me, as well as Hyacinth and Orc. Do you know him? After a silence that seemed long, Mucor said, No, Silk. He was a prisoner in your father's house for a while, at the same time I was. He's an augur, too, short, with a round face and prominent teeth. A few years older than I. I realize you don't see things as we do, but that is how we see him. Mucor did not reply, and Matera Marble passed her working hand before Mucor's eyes without result. She's gone, Patera. She's looking for him, I think. Let's hope she finds all three soon. Silk glanced up at Oreb. Has the man finished working over there? Joining the iron, or whatever you'd call it? No fire! No more! Thank you. Come along, Director. As interesting as all this is, and potentially valuable, I can't spare more time for it. Your workman must begin Matera's repair. You and I can discuss our contract while he works. How many tailorses could you build at the same time if you called back all of the employees you've sent home? Don't exaggerate. I won't. I just wish I had my charts here. The movement of parts, you know, Calde, and the time required to make them. How many? Silk stepped around the screen into a clutter of metal tables, remembering at the final moment to smile at the leather-aproned craftsman at work there. Good afternoon, my son. Thelxday, bless you. 4, Calde. Behind him, Silk heard Swallow's relieved exhalation. I want to say 5, but I can't guarantee it. We could start a 5th once the first 4 are moving along. Then the city will order 4, Silk decided, with the double front plates I described, heads of real bronze, and the shields. We must consider armament, too, I suppose, and price. How long will 4 require? Swallow gnawed his lip. I'm going to say 2.5 months. That's the best I can promise, Calde. 6 weeks. Hire new people and train them. There are thousands of unemployed men and women in this city. Work day and night. Silk paused, considering. The city agrees to pay a premium of 6 cards for each day less than 45. You have my word on that. Swallow licked his lips. From his perch on the screen, Oreb crowed, Silk, win! Chapter 8. To Save Your Life. Repressing a shudder, Matera Mint stepped over the dead man's leg, the last to go into the guardroom. Over Hyrax's leg, she told herself firmly. It was only Hyrax's leg, and not a thing of horror. Hyrax A near homophone of Hyrax was a name often given boys whose mothers had died in childbirth. Now Matera Mint reflected, Hyrax had come for Hyrax. Remora began and fell silent. Soldiers. Spider seated himself on a stool. Soldiers got them. He pulled up his tunic and thrust his needler into his waistband, let the tunic fall into place again, and wiped his hands on his thighs. See how good they got shot, Patera. Dead center, all three. That's soldiers shooting. I would have thought that Hyrax's body would warn Gwan, Matera Mint ventured. She was looking down at Gwan's body as she spoke. He must have seen it exactly as we did. Spider nodded. That's why he figured there wasn't nobody laying for him. He figured they'd have moved it if they were, and he had a slug gun, didn't he? I'd want to know more than feet in the door, wouldn't I? So he went in careful and had a look around, see? That's how I would have done, and that's how Gwan did. Then he set his gun down, probably stood it in the corner and got that water. That's when they got him. Shot him from in back. See where he's lying? He was watching the door while he drank. He couldn't shut it without moving Hyrax, and he hadn't done that yet. But he was watching, only a soldier was in here with him that he didn't know about, and that's when he shot him. May I sit, too? Matera Mint had found another stool. May His Eminence? Sure. Arms? Should be armed. Remora was poking about the guardroom. Slug guns, eh? Slug guns for soldiers, chemical persons, eh? All of them. The slug guns of the, departed. They're gone, Spider informed him. They all had slug guns. That's Gwan, Hyrax, and Sewello. A slug gun'll do for a soldier, and soldiers don't like them lying around. I am sorry, Matera Mint told him. Genuinely sorry. You must understand that. I sympathize with your grief, not just conventionally, but actually. All right, sure. Nevertheless, I have won our bet. You pledged your word to give me honest answers to 3 questions. If you would prefer to wait, I understand. We may not have long, however. I might not, Spider told her. That's what you're thinking, isn't it? Say it. She shook her head. I'm not, because I don't understand the situation sufficiently. When you've answered my questions, I may. Here is the first. The Army is by no means alone in its possession of slug guns. All Bison's troopers have them, as do many others. Yet you were entirely certain it was not one of Bison's troopers who had killed Parker. Why was that? Remora put in. He's answered already, hey? The, accuracy, precision. Yeah, that. But we saw them, and the other boys shot at them. You said you heard shooting when we had you locked up. Well, that was what you heard. It was soldiers, 2 or 3, maybe. If they'd known there wasn't but 5 of us and me with no slug gun, they'd have shot it out. But they couldn't be sure we didn't have a couple dozen, that's what I think. So they beat hoof, figuring to chill us one at a time. He sighed. We ought to have stuck together, but I didn't see it like that then. Thank you. Matera Mint laced her fingers in her lap as she considered. If they have come to rescue His Eminence and me, there would be no reason for us to shoot them if we had slug guns to do it. That's not a question, Spider, it's a comment. It's right enough, whichever it is. But if you're trying to find out who sent them or why, you're not going to get it out of me. I don't know. The Army is ours, the Ayuntamientos. All the soldiers are supposed to know about us. Possibly, Counselor, eh? Remora had carried over a stool. Might not he have come to, dubiety? You have, informers against the General's forces, eh? Might not the Counselor have come to fear that the Calde, likewise? You? Maybe. Spider rose, went to the door, and taking Hyrax's wrists, pulled him into the room. But I don't believe it. Nor do I. Matera Mint murmured as Spider shut the door and bolted it. You gamble, eh? Put yourself at hazard. And thus, if the soldiers you apprehend are concealed, eh? There are other, chambers, in addition to this, in which we, presently—" "That's the latrine," Spider told him, nodding toward an interior door. "We got one of those portable jakes in there. The other's the storeroom. Yeah, they could be in either one, or locked out. I'll take that for now." He turned to Mater Mint. "You got 2 more questions, General. You going to ask them? Or you want more water and something to eat? You can eat first if you want to." Observing Remero's expression, she said, "Why can't we eat while I ask? We're adults." "Swell. Patera, you're the hungriest, right?" Possibly." "Then you go in and get it. The door's not locked. Go in there, have a look at the prog, and bring out whatever you and the General want. Fetch along some wine, too, and more water if you want it." Remero gulped. "If they are, inside?" "They most likely won't shoot you. Tell them you won't have to shoot me, neither. Tell them all I got's a needler. When we went up to that house, I figured a needler'd be plenty and leave a hand free. Besides, it's what I usually pack." "I shall emphasize the point, assuming—" Remero faced about and bowed his head. "Well, get to it. Open the shaggy door." "He's praying," Mater Mint explained. "He knows that he may be shot as soon as he does. He's commending himself to high hierarchs and offering the other gods what may be his final prayers as a living person." "Well, make it quick." "Thank you for answering my first question," Mater Mint said to distract Spider. "I agree that you've answered fully and fairly as specified. My second may be a bit touchier. I want to point out in advance that it concerns no confidential matters of our cities, or of the ayuntamientos, insofar as the two can be distinguished. Before I ask, would you like to pray too? If there are soldiers in there, which you seem to think possible, they are more likely to shoot you than His Eminence. And if they shoot His Eminence, they will certainly shoot us as well." Spider gave her a twisted grin. "How about you, General? You're a Sybil. Why aren't you praying?" She took out her beads and fingered them while she framed her answer. "Because I have prayed a great deal already during the past few days. I have been in danger almost constantly, and I've sent others into dangers far worse and prayed for them. I would only be repeating the petitions I've made so often. Also because I've told the gods again and again that I'm very willing to die if that is their will for me. If I were to pray, I would pray only that His Eminence and you be spared. I do so pray. Great Poss, hear my plea," Spider grunted. "Furthermore, I don't believe there are soldiers hiding in here. I think that what must have happened was that one of them was in here looking for something. He heard Guan come in and hid, and then came out and shot Guan after Guan's first and perhaps rather cursory examination failed to find him." "Would the water have come from the storeroom?" Spider nodded. "Right. Then I should think that the soldier was in the latrine. Since chems don't use them, he might have thought Guan wouldn't expect him there." Spider said nothing, sitting with eyes half shut, his back against the shiprock wall. "Here is my second question. You'll recall that Councillor Potto described the situation on the surface to His Eminence and me, then asked who was master of the city. His description made it clear that he was implying the Rani was. I take it you will concede that. You were present." "Sure. When her troopers come out of her airship, some of yours took shots at them. You know that?" "I do. Many died as a result of that tragic error." "Those troopers thought Viron was being invaded, and they were right. Sure the Trivagantes are going to help you fight us. Sure they're going to make this Silk Calde. But he'll lose his job the first time he balks. What's the question?" "You've answered it already, at least in part. I plan to ask what you know of the plans of the Trivagantes." Remero cleared his throat. "I am, readied. Also resolved. You yourselves, Are you, Go ahead," Spider told him. Remero took 2 determined steps to his right and threw wide the door. "That's the latrine, you putt." Calmly Remero turned. "I was aware of it. I, eavesdropped, Couldn't help it. The General indicated that this necessary room would be the point of greater hazard. I revere her intellect more than your own, if I may be thus, incivil." "Usually I do better than this," Spider told him. "Now get in there where you're supposed to, and don't forget to bring me out a bottle." "You would, indubitably have had me, risk the necessary room as well." Remora opened the storeroom door as he spoke. "I therefore, advised by the immortal gods. Also I would like to, have it. The greater risk first." He stepped into the storeroom. "As for, this," he clapped to brighten the single dull light on the ceiling, "it is equally, innocent, unpeopled." "In that case I would like another bottle of water, Your Eminence," Mater Mint declared firmly, "if it's not too much trouble, and some bread if there is any, meat too. I would be very grateful." To Spider she continued, "I inquired about what you knew, you'll notice, not what you guessed. Do you know this, or is it speculation?" "I know it. Now you'll want to know how I know." She shook her head, marveling to find herself little Mater Mint from Sun Street, haggling with such a man over such a matter. "I won't require you to reveal your sources." "I'll tell you anyhow. Councillor Potto told me before we went up there. He wasn't just guessing, neither." Remora emerged from the storeroom with a dusty wine bottle, 2 even dustier bottles of water, and several small packages wrapped in tinted synthetic. Spider accepted the wine. "Brown's bread and red's meat. I ought to have told you, but I guess you worked it out yourself." "It was not, cryptic." Remora sat down. "This, packet is unopened, Mater. I, sampled the other. Somewhat saline, but tasty." She accepted a red package and unwrapped it eagerly. It held flat strips of what seemed to be dried beef. "We thank all gods for this good food," she murmured. "Thanks to fair Fia especially. Praise pasturing pass for fat cattle." She tore the leathery meat with her teeth and thought it sweet as sugar-cane. "Councillor Potto can lie birds out of a tree." Spider drew the cork of the wine bottle with a pop. "I've heard him to where I just about believed him myself. You said while we were talking in the tunnel that you figured I could fool you if I wanted to. I'm not so sure, but Councillor Potto could put it over on me, and I know it. Only this wasn't that. He just said it, listening to himself. I don't think he cared a shaggy bit whether I believed it. But I do, and I've known him 20 years, like I said." Mater Mint nodded and swallowed. "Thank you. And thank you, Your Eminence, for this food. I thanked the gods, I fear, but not their proximal agent." "Quite all right, eh? Delighted. Have some bread." Remora handed her a brown-wrapped package. "Strengthening, fortifying." "Thank you again. Thank you very much. All praise to fruiting Echidna, whose sword I am." She paused as she tore the loaf. "Spider, I'll ask my final question, if I may. I won't be able to with my mouth full of this good bread. You may not know the answer." "If I don't know, I don't." He wiped the top of the wine bottle on his cuff and held it out to her. "You want to bless this, too, while you're doing everything else?" "Certainly." Mater Mint laid the bread in her lap with the remainder of the dried beef and traced the sign of addition over the bottle. "Praise be to you, exhilarating Thelxday, and praise to you likewise, dark son of Theophany." "Want a drink? Help yourself." She sipped cautiously, then more boldly. "I bet that was the first wine you ever had in your life, am I right?" She shook her head. "Laymen, they are men, in fact, very largely, give us a bottle now and then. When it happens, we have a glass at dinner until it's gone." She hesitated. "We did, I should have said. Mater Rose and I did, but we won't any more. She passed away last Thursday, and I've scarcely had a moment to mourn her. She was—" "Excellent Sybil," Remora put in. He chewed and swallowed. "Doubtless. I did not have the, happiness of her acquaintance, but doubtless, no doubt of it. A good woman, whom life had treated sufficiently roughly that she struck out at times before she was struck. Patera Mint finished pensively. Toward the end she struck at others habitually, I would say. It could be unpleasant, and yet her asperity was fundamentally defensive. That's good wine. Might I have a little more, Spider? Sure thing. Thank you. She sipped again. Perhaps His Eminence would like some, too. Timber with me. Patera Mint wiped the mouth of the bottle and passed it to Remora. My third question now. As I said, you may not know the answer, but what was the original purpose of these tunnels? I've been wondering ever since our Calde described them to me, and it may be important. Spider leaned back, his homely, heavy-featured face tilted upward and his eyes closed. That's something I can tell you all right, but I got to think. As I say, he leaned forward once more, his eyes open and one large hand tugging at his stubbled jaw. I didn't say I don't know. Councillor Potto told me about them. One thing he said was it wasn't just one thing. There's 3 or maybe 4, and they go under the whole Whorl. You know that? Her mouth full, Patera Mint shook her head. If you went along the big one we turned off of, Spider jerked his thumb at the door, far enough, you could get clean to the Skylands, maybe. I don't know anybody that ever tried it, but that's what Councillor Potto said one time. You can be way out on the sticks, where there isn't any houses or anything, nothing but trees and bushes, and maybe there's one right under you. Could be 100 cubits down, or so close you'd hit it putting in a fence post. Hoping her face did not betray the skepticism she felt, she said, the labor involved must have been incredible. Pa's built them. It's queer telling you two that. You ought to tell me. But he did. He did it when he was building the Whorl, so it wasn't as bad as you'd figure. The wine returned to Spider, who drank and wiped his mouth on the back of his hand. His boys did the real work according to the councillor. When we say Pa made it, it just means he had the idea and ran the job. His divine, puissance animated his servants. If you say so. But there was a lot, see? He wanted the job done fast. Mind if I have a little of that? Spider took 2 strips of dried meat from Patera Mint's lap. I'm with him there. I'm the same way. You've got a job to do, you do it. Wrap it up and tie the string. Let one drag and something always goes queer. He bit through both strips. If they were indeed constructed by Pa, it must have been for some good reason. It's one of the paradoxes of isagogics. Patera Mint looked to Remora for permission to speak on learned and holy topics, and received it. That Pa, with all power at his disposal, squanders none. He never acts without a purpose, and deduces a multitude of benefits from a single action. She paused, inviting contradiction. We Sibyls don't go to the schola, but we receive some education as postulants, and we read, of course. We can also question our orders if we wish, though I confess I've seldom done so. All, admirably correct, Patera. General. Spider nodded. Councillor Potto said something like that about the tunnels. We were talking about when they got built. I'd like to hear it. It was while they were building the Whorl, like I said. To start, it was just a big hunk of rock. You know that? Certainly. The cosmologic writings emphasize it. So how could they get in and get the rock out? They dug a bunch of tunnels. Then they had to haul in dirt and trees, and pretty soon a big cart would come out, and it'd be tearing up stuff they just planted. These tunnels are shiprock in lots of places, especially high up. You twigged that? Most have been, I believe, nearly all. All right. They made those before they brought in dirt, see? Up on the surface only it was bare rock then, and now that's maybe 10, 20 cubits down. They set those stretches up and shoveled dirt around them. Then they could cart in more and the trees without tearing up what they'd already finished. Patera Mint swallowed bread. But the deeper tunnels are bored through stone?
That's how our Calde described them. Sure, that's how they got the rock out. Look up at the skylands next time you're out in the open. Look at how much room there is, just clouds and air and the sun and the shade, all right? What's a few tunnels compared to that? Remora nodded vigorously. How mighty are the works of Pas! The initial line of the cosmologic writings, eh? Therefore known to all, even laymen. We clergy, prone to forget. He pumped water through them, too, Spider continued. You take the lake. That's a shaggy lot of water. Think if old Pas had to bring it in barrels. So for the little stuff, he just run pipes down the tunnels, but for big ones like the lake, he put in doors to keep the water out of the ones he wanted to stay dry and pumped. I could show you a cave by the lake with one of those doors in the back. That's where Pas pumped in water to fill the lake, and he put in that door because he didn't want the water to wash back into his tunnels when he was done. That cave used to be under the water when the lake was bigger. Spider fell silent, and Mater Mint remarked, Something's troubling you. I was just thinking about a couple things. I told you this side one ends in dirt, and that's where we bury them? She nodded. There's one of those doors in front of the dirt. I guess the big tunnel was one of them they pumped in, and they didn't want water in it. What we're in now was probably put in after. Anyway, talking about doors reminded me we're going to have to bury these culls. It'll take a lot of digging. I had assumed we would, she said. You indicated there were 2 points troubling you. May I ask what the second was? And what the other uses of these tunnels are? That's the same question 2 times, Spider shrugged. You never asked me why the lake keeps getting smaller. I didn't suppose you knew, and to tell the truth, I've never thought much about it. The water has gone elsewhere, I suppose. Down into these tunnels, perhaps. You couldn't be any wronger about that, General. Remora put his water bottle on the floor between his feet. You know, eh? Privy to the, information? Yes, I'd like to know, too, Mater Mint said. If you don't mind. And I've by no means finished eating yet. It's all the same. You wanted to know what else they're good for and something else. I forget. The second consideration that troubled you. Same thing. The sun shines all the time, don't it? Certainly. But we get night half the time because the shade's there. It cools things off, right? When it's hot, you're happy to see the shade come down because you know it's going to get cooler. Winter time, you don't like it so much. Primary, puerile. What, the significance? See this room, Patera? 3 doors. Let's say they're all shut. No windows, all right? Now suppose the sun started at that corner there and run over to that one about as big as a rope. That's the Whorl. That's what it's like, see? Going to get pretty hot in here, right? I take your point, Mater Mint told Spider, but I do not understand it. The Whorl is very large. Not that big. It's been going for 300 years and over. That's what they say. The, fact, provable in, many ways. Good here, Patera. It had to be hot enough for people to live in when Pa started it, see? Neither Remora nor Mater Mint spoke. But it couldn't get much hotter or we'd fry. Couldn't get much hotter with the sun going all the time. So there had to be some way to get shut of the heat. The, outside, eh? Beyond the Whorl. The, writing state, eh? Frigid night. You got it. Notice how the wind blows all the time down here. It's cold, too. Colder than up top, anyhow. I, fail... Mater Mint interrupted. I see. Air circulates through these tunnels, doesn't it, Spider? Some of them must be filled with warm air bound for the night outside. The ones we've been in are carrying cold air back to the surface. Bullseye, General. Well, it's not working as good as it did. You said about lake water going in the tunnels. She nodded. Suppose it fills a tunnel half up. The wind can't blow as much, see? If it fills the whole tunnel in just one spot, the wind can't blow at all. There's places where the shiprock gave way, too, and wind can't blow there either. So it's getting hotter. We don't notice 'cause it's too slow. But talk to old people, and they'll say winters used to be colder and longer, too. Spider stood. I'm going to start digging. You want to eat more, bring it along. I do, and I will. Mainframe gathered up what remained of her bread and meat, picked up her bottle of water, and rose. The bolt of the outer door clanked back. The shadowy side tunnel beyond was deserted. They've gone off, Spider told her over his shoulder. I'd like to know why they started shooting at my boys. She sighed. Because they were ayuntamientados, I should imagine. 4 brave men who had kept Viron secure for years, slain by others who've guarded it for centuries. That's what we've come to. Not all, eh? Remora closed the door behind him. All the, not far... His mouth worked soundlessly. Mainframe looked around at him in some surprise. His eyes seemed to have sunk into his skull, and his nose appeared both thinner and smaller. As she watched, his lips drew back, exposing his big, discolored teeth in a frightful grin. Spider exclaimed, Sphigx, shit! He's not the right one, Remora informed Mainframe. She made herself smile. This is the one who talks to the one who's not there. The right one was down here with the tall girl. He might be here. This is Mucor, Mainframe explained to Spider. She's Matera's granddaughter. We've spoken before. Do you remember, Mucor? You came to tell me our Calde was in danger of capture, and I stormed the Palatine. Afterward we met in person in the Juzgado. Remora nodded, his head bobbing like a toy's, lank black hair mercifully concealing his terrible eyes. Incas is his name, a little augur. I don't know him, though his eminence has told me of him. Mucor? Mucor! The death-head grin was fading. Mucor, come back, please. If you see Bison or our Calde, tell either or both, where I am, and that this man is holding us for Councillor Potto. You won't be, then. The final word was almost too faint to hear. The grin vanished. Remora tossed his hair back, as he habitually did, and the eyes his gesture revealed were no longer terrifying. Not all, hey? Many on our, the Caldes. When no one spoke, he added, The generals, hey? You want my needler? Spider asked Mainframe. Certainly, if you're willing to let me have it. He presented it, but first. You wouldn't shoot me, would you, General? Not with my own needler that I gave you. She accepted it, glanced at it, and dropped it into one of her habit's side pockets. No. Only if I were compelled to, and perhaps not even then. All right, I'm going to dig the graves now, see? You two can finish eating and watch. Spider stepped out into the empty tunnel. But if I'm cold before I finish, it's for me. You wrap me and slide me in. Knife's in my pocket. They followed him down the tunnel until it was blocked by a massive barrier of rusty iron. Councillor Potto doesn't want anybody to hear, Spider confided, but I guess it don't matter anymore. Frouse! For a second or longer, nothing happened. The great barrier shuddered, creaked, and began to creep upward, rolling unpleasantly into itself. Abruptly, Mainframe became conscious of the stench of decay, nauseous yet so diffuse that she might almost have believed she imagined it. Remora snorted, sounding surprisingly horse-like, and wiped his nose on his sleeve. No fresh air except when the door's open, Spider remarked as he led them into the dim cul-de-sac the rising barrier had revealed. It'll air out pretty quick. He stopped to point. Right here's where the shiprock ends. Have a look. Mainframe advanced to do so, crossing loose earth into which her scuffed black shoes sank. I'm very glad you let us hear the word for that door. I'd hate to think of our being locked in there, unable to get it open. I'm being nice to you two, so you'll slide me in after it happens. See the rolls of poly? Certainly. She was examining the edge of the shiprock wall. This is not as thick as I had imagined. It's pretty strong, though. There's iron rods in it. The interments. Remora indicated scraps of paper that dotted the sloping earth at the end of the tunnel. Those, are they all? He counted them silently, his lips twitching. 11 in, toto? Spider nodded. Plenty of room left, but we got 3 in the guard room and Parker back in the big tunnel. And me. You, depression, a mere, state of mind, my son. Emotion, hey? Yes, Mater Mint agreed heartily. You mustn't talk as if your death were inevitable, Spider. I mean now, killed by those soldiers. It isn't, and I pray it won't happen. That devil you called your Sib's granddaughter, General. What did it say? She is not a devil, Mater Mint declared firmly. She is a living girl, one who has been shamefully mistreated. Spider grunted, picking up a long-handled spade that had lain between 2 rolls of synthetic. This, granddaughter, General, an, difficult child? Remora bit into a strip of dried beef. Mater Mint nodded absently and found herself staring at one of the grim slips of soiled paper. Bending and squinting, she read a name, a date, and a few particulars of the dead man's life. Is this the most recent one, Spider? The paper seems cleaner than the others. Yeah, last spring. There was still half a loaf. Deep in thought, she tore away piece after piece, chewing and swallowing slowly, and drank from her bottle. I'm about done here. Spider had ceased to dig, leaning on his spade. Think you two could fetch a cull out for me? Door's not locked. I was about to suggest it myself, Mater Mint told him. We, trust, eh? On our honor? I have his needler, Your Eminence. We could go at any time, and I could shoot him if he tried to stop us. In that case, the circumstances... But he gave it to me, remember? Besides, he knows these tunnels, and we don't. The soldiers... I feel certain they'd help us if we could find them, but what if we couldn't? Spider, we'll be happy to bring one of your late friends here for burial. Thank you for your trust in us. It is not misplaced. He nodded. Cut off a big hunk of poly. You can lay him on that and drag him. It's real slick. When you get him here, I'll wrap him up in it. May I borrow your knife? He got it from his pocket and handed it to her, then went back to his digging. Remora held the ends of the smaller roll while she pulled out and slashed free a length twice the height of a man. As they carried it back to the guard-room, Remora muttered, You, wonders with him, Mater. I congratulate you. She shrugged, unconsciously thrusting her hand into her pocket to grasp Spider's needler. He has no slug gun, Your Eminence, and without one he would be defenseless against the soldiers. He's hoping our presence will make it possible for him to surrender. Remora opened the guard-room door and glanced around. Their stools stood in a circle as they had left them, and the 3 dead men still sprawled on the gritty shiprock floor untouched. One can always, give up, capitulate. Not, that we... One can always raise one's hands and step into full view of the enemy, Mater Mint told him. A good many troopers lose their lives doing it. This one nearest the door, I think. If Your Eminence will unfold that synthetic, we can roll him onto it, poor spirit. You, concerned, eh? Remora spread the synthetic winding sheet, holding it down with his knees as he wrestled with the dead man's shoulder. I observed your demeanor in, there, as you ate. Puzzled. She forced her gaze away from the dead man's eyes, wishing that it had been possible to roll him so that he lay face down again. There was fresh earth on the blade of that spade. At least I think it was fresh, or fairly fresh. Matera has a little garden back at the Cenobie, Your Eminence. I've helped her with it now and then, hoeing and spading in the spring. I don't think that Spider noticed it. I fail to see the, import. Someone else, eh? Could be Councillor Potto, another, subordinate. I fail to see it, too, she told Remora. Take the other corner, will you? Back at the end of the tunnel, Spider had completed the first grave and begun a second. That's Hyrax. He produced a stump of pencil and a battered notebook. All right, you two cap for him. They knelt. Mater Mint found herself, rather to her own surprise, clasping the cold hand. If things had been different, she thought, we might have been man and wife, you and I. We must be nearly of an age. The drone of Remorer's prayer reminded her of the sing-song voices of children in the classroom, reciting the multiplication table, memorizing prayers for meals, for betrothals, for the dead. Had she taught girls this year, or boys? She could not remember. We would have kissed and held hands and done what men and women do, and I would have borne you a child, perhaps, my own child. But when I met Bison— All right, General, let him go. I got to fold this over him. Suddenly Hyrax was no longer a dead man, but a statue or a picture, still visible but blurred and faintly blue through the synthetic. His knife. She rose, dusting loose earth from her black skirt by reflex. You'll need his knife for the paper. I already got it. You want to help, Patera? I could do it alone, but it'll be easier with two. They crouched, one on either side, and Spider said, Lift when I do, see? A 1 and a 2 and a 3. Raising the shrouded corpse to waist level, they slid it into its grave, and he began shoveling earth after it, pausing from time to tamp the damp, dark face of death with the handle of his spade. He said, You're wondering why we don't dig them down the way you usually do, I guess. The, papers, Remora ventured. Stepped upon, eh? Trodden. There's that, but mostly it's easier to dig here. Then, too, we'd have to walk on the old ones to bury the new ones. As they were leaving the guardroom with Gwan stretched on a fresh sheet of poly, laughter, faint and mad, echoed in the main tunnel. Wait, Mater Mint told Remora. Did you hear that? You must have. He shuddered. Possibly. Will you do me a favor, Your Eminence? She did not wait for his assent. Go back in there and get 2 packages of that dried meat. One for yourself and one for me. We can put them in our pockets. That, merriment— I have no idea, Your Eminence. I have a feeling, a presentiment, if you will, that we may need food. If we, never mind. Remora vanished into the guardroom. When he returned, Mater Mint handed him a needler. But I am, better perhaps with you, eh, General? Your, fort. That isn't Spider's, it's Gwan's, she told him. Spider said a needler was what he usually used, remember? It didn't really make much of an impression at the time, but afterward, thinking about that poor man who dressed as a woman, it struck me that the other spy-catchers must have done the same thing. They would want some sort of a weapon, and before the rebellion nobody but a guardsman could walk around the city carrying a slug gun. And I wondered, this was while we were bringing Hyrax, what they did with them when they got their slug guns. It seemed likely that most of them had simply put them in their waistbands under their tunics, where they were accustomed to carrying them. Most, sagacious. Thank you, Your Eminence. Anyway, whatever that was we heard wasn't a soldier. Do you agree? Indubitably. Remora stared down at the needler in his hand. Or a chem at all, any kind of chem. So a needler should work, and we may need them, just as we may need this meat, for which I haven't yet thanked you. Thank you very much, Your Eminence. It was a great condescension for you to oblige me as you have. You must know how to, manage this? Remora might not have heard her. It's not difficult. Push that down. She pointed to the safety catch. When you wish to shoot, point it and pull the trigger. If you want to shoot a second needle, pull it again. I won't show you how to reload now. There isn't time, and we don't have any more needles anyway. Remora gulped and nodded. In your waistband under your robe, perhaps. I believe that's where our Calde must carry his. It would be, inadvisable, hey, when we return to the, up there. I won't tell anyone if you don't. Mater Mint stooped for a corner of the sheet of synthetic on which Gwan's body lay. We'd better go now, and quickly, or Spider will wonder what delayed us. At the end of the side tunnel, she knelt as she had before, trying to keep her mind upon appropriate petitions to the gods. Gwan had kicked her shortly before Spider had locked her away with Remora so that he and his men could sleep. The right side of her thigh was still sore and stiff. She had scarcely given it a thought since it had happened, or so she had convinced herself. Now that Gwan was dead, now that Gwan lay before her, she found she could not free her mind from the memory of that kick. It was easy to mouth, I forgive you, and to ask the gods, Echidna particularly, not to hold the kick against him. Yet she felt that her forgiveness did not reach her heart, however hard she tried to bring it there. The transparent sheet covered Guan as a sister sheet from the parent roll had covered Hyrax, and Mater Mint got to her feet. What was the third man's name? He had been the quietest of their captors. She had thought him sullen and marked him as potentially the most dangerous. She would never know now whether she had been correct. "How about if you dig for Sewello, Patera? I'll go back with General Mint here and fetch him." "Why, She saw Remora assure himself that his needler was in place with a touch of his forearm, and said, "He's not going to attack me, Your Eminence. He would like to speak to me in private, I imagine." Remora managed to smile. "In that circumstances, I shall comply, with all good will." "What it really is," Spider told him, "is I want to see if you can do it right. You'll have to dig for me, see? You've seen me do it. Now you do for Sewello and Parker, and that'll be 2 for each of us. Let's move out, General." Obediently, she followed him down the side tunnel. "What I told Patera's Lily," Spider said as they walked. "You know that word? It means the truth." "Yes, I do, though I've always considered it children's slang. My pupils use it sometimes." "But that you said, General, that was the Lily, too." She nodded, striving to make her nod sympathetic. "I'm sorry about the way I talk. Sometimes I swear when I didn't mean to. It's just that I always do." "I understand, believe me." He stopped abruptly. "Thing is, I don't believe you. Or him, back there. Patera, what's his face?" "Remora." Spider waved aside Remora's identity. "Echidna made you a general? She talked to you about it?" "She certainly did." "Could you see her like you're seeing me now? Could you make out what she was saying? She talked to you out of one of those big glasses they got in Manteans?" "Exactly. I can repeat everything she said if you wish. I'd be happy to." This was a return to familiar ground, and Mater Mint felt more confident than she had since she and Remora had passed through the ruined gate of Blood's Villa. "I know somebody that says he couldn't really hear the words. He just knew what she meant." "He had known woman," Mater Mint explained, hoping that Spider would understand what she intended by known. "Or else he had— excuse this, please, the indelicacy." "Sure thing." "He had known another man or a boy, as men know women." "That man you told us about, Titi?" "I should imagine." "Yeah, so do I, and the other way, too." "Sure he did." "Is that the only reason?" "It is. By Echidna's will, those who have enjoyed carnal knowledge of others may not behold the gods, or may they hear them distinctly, though in most cases they understand them. It varies between individuals, and several reasons have been put forward for that. If you don't mind, I won't explain those in detail. They concern the frequency and the specific natures of various sexual relations. You can readily construct them or similar theories for yourself." "Sure, General, you can skip all that." "I have never known man. Therefore I saw the face of the goddess exactly as I see yours. More clearly, because her face was very bright. I heard each word she uttered, and can repeat them verbatim, as I said. When I have known man—" The guilty words had slipped out. She hurried on, conscious that her cheeks were reddening. "I shall no longer be able to see Echidna. No more than your friend could. In the event that I know man, I mean have relations with a husband. My husband. Then I won't be able to repeat the words of the gods any more than you could." "That was the thing I was wanting to talk to you about." "The words of the goddess?" She said. Spider waved Echidna's words aside. "You get married and knowing a man, like you said. I got to tell you." Her hand closed about the needler in her pocket. "Do you mean yourself, Spider?" "No, not willingly." He shook his head. "Bison. I'm Fly, see? I can tell from how you talk about him. It got you worried when I said I got culls you think's yours.
You were scared Bison was one. Certainly not. Patera Mint took 3 deep breaths and relaxed her hold on the needler. I suppose I was, a little. Yeah, I know. You kept telling yourself it couldn't be like that on account of stuff he's said to you. She had taken a step backward. She found that her shoulders were pressed against the tunnel's cold shiprock. I haven't said anything to him, Spider, nor has he said a single such word to me. Nothing. But I've seen, or believed I saw, and he, Bison, no doubt has, seen me, and heard me too. My voice, in the same fashion. Yeah, I got you, General. To her surprise, Spider leaned against the wall next to her, sparing her the embarrassment of his gaze. How old are you? That is none of your affair. She made her voice as firm as she could. Maybe it is, and maybe it isn't. How old you say I am? She shook her head. Since I declined to confide my age to you, it would be completely inappropriate for me to speculate on yours. I'm 48, and that's Lily. I'd say you're about 33, 34. If that's queer, I'm sorry, but you wouldn't tell me. Nor will I now. I just want to say it goes awful fast. Life goes by awful fast. You think you know all about that now. The shag you do. I remember all kind of things that happened when I was a sprat. I understand, Spider. I know precisely what you mean. You just think you do. I've had maybe 100 women. I wish I'd kept count, but I didn't. There was only 2 I didn't have to pay, and one was Abram once you got to know her. It's quite normal for men to think women— Patera Mint sought for a diplomatic word— irrational, and for women to think men irrational as well. Handing you the Lily, I had to pay the other one, too. I didn't give her the gelt, but she cost a shaggy lot more than she was worth. Spider shot Patera Mint a sidelong look. I got something important to say, but I don't know how to make you believe me. Is it true, Spider? Shag, yes, every word. Then I will believe you, even if you don't believe me about the gods. What is it? This isn't it. This is what I should have said back there, see? There was a time when I might have got a woman like you, but that's over. Over and done up, see? Just slipped away. Last year I met one I thought I might like and sort of shaved her a little, you know? And she shaved me back. Then she seen I was getting to be serious, and she just froze up. She'd look at me, and her eyes kept saying, too old, too old. It goes so fast. I didn't feel like I'd got old. I still don't. For a half-minute or more, his silence filled the tunnel. All right, about this buck Bison. Patera Mint forced herself to nod. I'm going to die. Probably it won't be very long at all. Back there where we bury. I kept hoping they'd shoot me and I'd get to say it before I went cold, 'cause then you'd believe me. But they don't shoot like that. The way my cul's got it, you're chilled straight off, so I got to say it right here. He was one of mine, see? Bison was. A dimber hand. She could not be certain she had spoken. Perhaps not. He was supposed to check in every night. I'd meet him, see, in this certain place. But he only come the first time, the first night. It was possible to breathe again. So I sent somebody. I sent this cully we're fetching, Sewello. Bison, he told me he was out. He wouldn't tell you anything about us, but he wouldn't tell us anything about you, neither. That's the Lily, General. That's how it was. I don't blame you if you don't believe it, and in your shoes maybe I wouldn't. But I'm going today, and know it, and I'd like you to cap for me when I'm cold. Pray for your spirit. She was still trying to wrap her understanding about the fact. Yeah, so it's Lily. I told you I wouldn't tell you who mine was, the ones you thought was yours. But he's not mine anymore. That's what I'm telling you. She found herself entering the guardroom again with no memory of having resumed their walk. Shall I go back and cut off a piece of synthetic? She asked. I forgot entirely that we'd need another one. If you carry Sewellel on your shoulders, you'll have blood all over you. I got it right here, Spider told her. He held it up. But I have your knife. You gave me that, so I used Juan's for I wrote for him. Spider smiled, a small, sad smile, heart-wrenchingly foreign to his coarse face. It don't really take 3. It don't even take 2, see? I've been down here by myself and buried a couple times, and that's what I do, 'cause I start by finding the dead cull's knife. Yes, she said. Yes, I'm certain you must have been the only mourner that those men had, more than once. She thrust her hands into her pockets, found his needler and her beads, and at last his knife. Take it, please. I don't want to bury you, Spider. I won't. I want to save your life, and I'm going to try. I'm going to try very hard, and I'll succeed. He shook his head, but she forced the rough clasp knife into his hand. Close the door, please. I think it would be better if we didn't startle His Eminence. Striding purposefully now, she crossed the guardroom and entered the storeroom. I should have gone in here before, she told Spider over her shoulder. I let His Eminence do it both times, and it was cowardly of me. This locker, I suppose that's what you call it, with the sign of addition on it in red. Is this where the stretcher's kept? Behind her, Spider said, Yeah, that's it. She turned, drawing his needler. Raise both your hands, Spider. You are my prisoner. He stared at her, his eyes wide. He may be able to see us. I can't be sure. Raise them. Hold them up before he kills you. As Spider lifted his hands, the front of the locker swung open. A soldier stepped out and saluted, his slug gun stiffly vertical, his steel heels clashing. Mater Mint said, You aren't Sergeant Sand. What's your name? Private Schist, sir. Thank you. There's a dead man in the other room. I take it you killed him. That's right, sir. Take the synthetic this man's holding and wrap him. The dead man out there, I mean. Wrap the dead man's body in that. You can carry it for us. Schist saluted again. Spider said, You knew he was in there all the time. Mater Mint shook her head, finding herself suddenly weak with relief. I wish I were that. I don't know what to call it. That godlike. People believe I am, but I'm not. I have to think and think. She paused to watch Schist through the doorway as he knelt beside Sewellel's corpse. And even then, I asked Bison's advice and the captain's. Often I find they've seen more deeply into the problem than I have. I suppose it's useless to ask whether you were telling me the whole truth about Bison now. You can put down your hands, I think. I was, yeah. From his expression, Spider was relieved as well. How'd you figure he was in there? From the earth on the spade. There was fresh earth on the blade. Didn't you notice it? He shook his head. From the guardroom, Schist announced, I got him, sir. Good. You'd better walk ahead of us, Spider, and put up your hands again. There are more, you see. They could have rushed you hours ago, but they must have been afraid you'd kill His Eminence and me. 100 thoughts crowded her mind. Besides, if we let you walk behind us, you might decide that your duty to Councillor Potto compelled you to run. Then this soldier would fire. I'd hit you, too, Schist said. I don't miss much. He patted Sewellel's swathed corpse, slung over his left shoulder. Can I put my hand down to open the door? Certainly, Mater Mint told him, and Schist. Sure. I ought to explain that I've spoken with Private Schist's sergeant, Mater Mint continued as they left the guardroom. That was on Sphigx Day, the day after our Calde was rescued. His name is Sand, and he has come over to our side, to the Calde's side, with his entire squad, or rather with what remains of it, because several were killed by a Talus. I know how it feels. I realize you do, Spider. Neither you nor I nor Sergeant Sand created war. What I was going to say is that our Calde and I, with Sergeant Sand himself and Generalissimo Usyk and General Saber, conferred upon how we might make the best possible use of Schist here and the rest of the few soldiers we had. It wasn't a lengthy debate because all of us found the answer rather obvious. The soldiers knew these tunnels, and none of us did, though our Calde had spent some time in them.
Furthermore, down here they might encounter other soldiers whom they could bring over to our side. Plainly, then, the best use that could be made of them was to send them back here to scout the enemy's dispositions, and augment their number if they could. All right, but how'd you know he was in there from the dirt on my spade? It was fresh, as I said, still somewhat damp. I asked about the grave that looked most new and read the date on the paper, and it wasn't nearly new enough. So somebody else had been burying something. I thought of an ear, as they're called, or something of the sort, though to the best of my knowledge Sand didn't have one. She fell silent, listening to their echoing footsteps. Go on, Spider urged her. Eventually I realized that room back there was a better place. A soldier as intelligent as Sand would surely anticipate that we would stop there to eat and talk. He'd want to know what we said, since you might say something that would be of value to him. He was right, because as soon as we arrived I began asking my questions. At any rate, he had schist hide and listen, and when we left we were going here. Already, too soon, as it seemed to Mater Mint, they had passed beneath the great iron door, and Remora was staring at schist. She called, "It's all right, Your Eminence. We have been rescued, and Spider is our prisoner." The earth around Remora erupted as two more soldiers freed themselves from it. Chapter 9. A Piece of Pass. Orc pounded on the door of the old manse on Brick Street with the butt of his needler. Behind him, Incus cleared his throat, a soft, unapologetic noise that might have issued from a rabbit or a squirrel. Behind Incus, 22 men and women murmured to one another. Orc pounded again. "He's in there, trooper," Hammerstone declared. "Somebody is, anyhow. I hear him." "I didn't," Orc remarked. "And I got good ears." "Not good enough." "Want me to bust the door, Patera?" "By no means. Orc, my son, allow me." Wearily, Orc stepped away from the door. "You think you can knock better than me, Patera? You go right ahead." "My knock would be no more effectual than your own, my son. I feel quite confident. Less so, if anything. My mind, however, may yet be of service." "Patera's the smartest bio there is," Hammerstone told the crowd. "The smartest in the whole Whorl." They edged forward, trying to peer around him. Incus drew himself up to his full height, which was by no means great. "Blessed be this manse in the most sacred name of Pas, Father of the Gods, in whose name we come. Blessed be it in the name of gracious Echidna, his consort, in those of their sons and their daughters alike, this day and until Pas's plan attains fulfillment, in the name of Scylla, patroness of this our holy city of Viren, and my own patroness." Hammerstone leaned toward him, reporting in a harsh stage whisper, "They stopped moving around in there, Patera." Incus filled his lungs again. "Patera Jerboa, for you we have the highest and holiest veneration. I, who speak, am like you, a holy augur. Indeed, I am more, for I am that augur whom scintillating Scylla herself has chosen to lead the chapter of our holy city. Accompanying me are two laymen who themselves have the greatest of claims to your revered attention, for they are Orc and Hammerstone, the biochemical person and the chemical one, co-joined, selected by Lord Pas himself to execute his will at a holy sacrifice at which I presided this very—" The door opened a hand's breadth, and the pale, affrighted face of Patera Shell appeared. Are you really an augur?" "I am, my son. But if you are Patera Jerboa, the augur of this Mantian, you are the wrong Patera Jerboa, one whom we do not seek." From behind Hammerstone, the foremost of Orc's followers declared, "He ain't no augur. Twig is Gippon." Incus turned back to address him, one small foot blocking the door. "Oh, but he is, my son. Do I not know my own kind? No mere tunic can deceive me." "Yeah," Orc put in. "He's a augur right enough, for I never seen one. Come here, Patera." Catching Shell's wrist, he jerked him through the doorway. "What's your name?" Shell only stared at him with wide eyes, his mouth opening and shutting.
"He's Patera Shell, my acolyte,"
announced a white-bearded man who had taken Shell's place. His antiquated voice creaked and groaned like the wheel of an overloaded cart, although he wore a brilliant blue tunic intended for a young man.
"I'm Patera Jerboa, and I'm augur here."
His rheumy eyes fastened upon Incus.
"You're looking for me. I don't hear much any more, but I heard that very well."
Jerboa stepped through the doorway and traced the sign of addition between Incus and himself, making it both higher and wider than was currently customary.
"Do what you came to, but let Shell go."
Orc already had.
"You're the Calde, all right. You got a window in your Mantean, Patera?"
"It would not be a Mantean without one.
Jerboa coughed and spat.
"I've served my window for 61 years.
He fell silent, sucking his gums as he looked from Orc to Incus and back.
"Who's in charge here?"
"I am,"
Orc told him, and offered his hand.
"I'm what you call a Theodidact, Patera. Patera Incus there ought to have told you. I've been enlightened by Tartarus. Right now I'm doing a job for his pa. So are they."
He jerked his thumb at Hammerstone and Incus, then held out his hand again. Jerboa clasped it, his own hand dry and cold, with a grip that seemed oddly weak for its size. For a moment his eyes were bright.
"I was going to say that I'd like to die in front of my sacred window, my son, but you haven't come to kill us."
"Course not. Thing is, Patera, you got a piece of past."
Shell, who had relaxed somewhat, stared again.
"He wants it back now. He sent us to get it for him."
"My son."
"That's the job I've been talking about, Patera. That's what he asked me to do for him at the Theophany."
One of Orc's followers called,
"This afternoon, Patera. We were there." "There has been another."
Jerboa lifted his raddled old face to the vanishing thread of gold that was the long sun, and seemed at that moment nearly as tall as Orc.
"At Silk's Mantean,"
the same follower called. Orc nodded.
"Only this time it was Pras, Patera. You know about that, don't you? You seen him one time yourself, that's what he said."
"He did," Shell announced unexpectedly.
"Timber here."
Orc felt the last lingering doubt melt away, and grinned.
"That's good, Patera. That's real good. People talk about how long it's been since any god come to a window, or they did 'fore Kypris told us we could solve any place we wanted that night. Only they don't never say when last time was, or who it was that got the god to come. Pa said it was you and gave your name, but we didn't know where to find you."
Shell looked beseechingly at Incus. "I don't understand, Patera. The peace of past. Patera's brought the peace of past to thousands, I'm sure, but—"
"A chunk of him," Hammerstone explained. "Like a slice, sort of, or if I was to unscrew one of my fingers." "We need some animals for him," Orc announced, raising his voice. "A whole herd of 'em. Listen up, you culls. We found him. This right here's the holy augur that's got a piece of pos in his head, a piece that pos wants back. Our job was to find him. I mean mine and Hammerstone's, and Patera's here."
A sibyl, herself stooped and old, appeared like a shadow at Jerboa's side.
"Are they going to hurt you, Patera? I came through the manse. I broke the rule, but I don't care. If they're going to do something bad to you." "It will be all right, Matera," the old augur assured her. "Everything's going to be all right."
Still addressing his followers, Orc told them,
"We did our job, and it's your turn. You want to be part of this? Part of the biggest thing that's ever happened yet? You want to bring Pos back for people everywhere in the Whorl? You get us those animals now, good ones. Get 'em any way you can, and bring 'em back to this Mantean."
"You can't answer your own door," Matera Marble scolded Silk. "You simply cannot." He resumed his seat, vaguely unhappy that the longed-for respite from the stacks of paper before him would be postponed. The city's various accounts at the fisc totaled, he tapped his pencil in unconscious imitation of Swallow, not much over 400,000 cards. In private hands it would have been a vast fortune, but the guard had to be paid, as did the commissioners, clerks, and other functionaries, to say nothing of the contractors who sometimes cleaned the streets and were supposed to keep them in repair. His mouth twisting, he recalled his promise, so lightly given, to reward those who had fought bravely on either side. All 4 tailorses would have to be paid for as well before Swallow would deliver even one. It was in the contract he had signed less than an hour ago. Long before those tailorses were finished, the guard would need food, ammunition, and repairs to 5 armed floaters. For the 10th or 12th time that day, Silk considered using those floaters in the tunnels and rejected it. Meanwhile, both the tailorses the guard employed currently, the remnant of those it had when the fighting began, would have to be paid as well. Patera Marble re-entered, bowing. "It's Generalissimo Usick, Patera. He desires to speak with you at once." Usick's bulky form was visible in the reception hall beyond the ornate doorway, rocking back and forth with impatience. "Of course," Silk said heartily. "Show him in, please, Patera. I apologize for asking you to get the door." "It was no trouble, Patera. I was glad to do it." Behind her, Usick was already marching into the room. He halted before Silk's work-table and saluted with a flourish and a click of polished heels. "I trust that your wounds are not too troublesome, Calde." "Not at all, Generalissimo." "Thank you, Patera. That will be all." "Coffee, Patera? Tea?" Usick shook his head. "No, but thank you." Silk waved her away. "Pull up a chair, Generalissimo. Sit down and relax. Have you found—" Usick shook his head. "I regret not, Calde." "Sit down. What is it, then?" "You watched the parade, as I did?" Usick carried over an armless chair that looked too small for him. "The guard detachment was amazingly trim, I thought, for having just been taken from the fighting." "Pah!" Usick blew aside the detachment. "I thank you, Calde. You were gracious. But the Trivagontes? That was the thing to see, Sayuf's horde." Silk, who had been wondering how to bring up the matters that had occupied his mind earlier in the afternoon, tried to seize the opportunity. "It was what I didn't see that seemed most significant. Sit down, please. I don't like having to look up at you like this." Usick sat. "You saw their infantry. I hope you were impressed, as I was." "Of course." "Also their cavalry. A great deal of that, Calde. Twice what I had expected." Usick wound one end of his white-tipped mustache around his finger and tugged. "The cavalry was beautiful, certainly, but I was struck by their guns. I'd never seen big guns like that. Do you have any, Generalissimo?" "A few, yes. Never as many as I would like. What did you think of their floaters, Calde?" "There weren't any." "What of the tailorses? I should like your opinion, Calde." Silk shook his head. "You won't get it, Generalissimo. There weren't any of those either. That is a matter—" "Precisely so." Usick released his mustache and waved his forefinger to emphasize his point. "I do not seek to embarrass you, Calde. Every man knows much upon some subjects, little or nothing on others. It cannot be otherwise. No one can predict what will happen in war, yet a commander must try. What sort of fighting does Sayuf anticipate here? A horde shapes itself as a man dresses, at one time to hunt, at another to attend the theater. I've seen her horde now, and I will tell you." Silk, who had been about to speak at length himself, said, "Please do, Generalissimo." "She will fight above ground, not in tunnels, not in the city either, or little. Infantry, Calde, for fighting in a city and to defend one. The guns that so impressed you are for defense also. Mostly she will attack. Thus she brings cavalry, which can go swiftly to a place chosen by herself in her airship and strike without warning. She spoke of mules to free her guns from mud. I overheard your talk, for which I hope you will forgive me." "Of course you did. You were standing beside General Sabre." "Exactly so. Why not tailorses, Calde? In your guard we use our tailorses to free mired guns and even wagons, and a tailorse is stronger than 30 mules. Why will she not use tailorses, and tell you so?" "Because she hasn't got any. I noticed it at the time, and before the parade was over I became very conscious of it. It may be that no one in Trivagonte knows how to make them, though I'd think unemployed tailorses would go there seeking work if that were the case.
They have kept their tailorses at home to defend their city, Calde. Their floaters, too. Those are best for forcing a city street, however. I would think them best for tunnels, also. I agree. They would have been destroyed in the tunnels, fighting the soldiers and tailorses of the Ayuntamiento. You see. Silk, who feared that he saw only too well, said, "Not as clearly as I'd like. Go on, Generalissimo." "My wife visits a woman who professes to reveal the future to her." Sphigx tugged his mustache again. "She says she does not believe this, but she does. I have upbraided her without effect. A man without a wife is spared a full half of life's unpleasantness." "We augurs," Silk said carefully, "profess to reveal the future, too. That is to say, we profess to read the will of the gods in the entrails of their sacrifices. I admit that the intestines of a sheep seem like an unlikely tablet even for a god, but history records many striking instances of accurate predictions." A slight smile elevated Sphigx's mustache. "My change of topic did not discomfort you, Calde?" "Not at all." "Good. I mentioned this woman because she and many like her are false, and I do not wish you to think me a false prophet like them. If I predict with success the next event of the war, will that increase my credit with you?"
"It can go no higher, Generalissimo."
"Then this will demonstrate that I deserve the confidence you repose in me. Sayuf will send a force of substance into the tunnels. It will bravely engage the enemy, and there will be terrible fighting. You, I think, Calde, will be taken to see it, if you will go. You will find the tunnel choked with bodies." Silk nodded thoughtfully. "Once more in the Husgado, you will insist that the force be withdrawn, those gallant young girls. Soon it will be, and after that, Sayuf will fight in the tunnels no more."
"You are a false prophet, Generalissimo," Silk told him. "Having heard your prophecy, I won't permit that to happen."
"In which case we must fight there, and because they are narrow, 100 or 2 at a time. One by one we will lose our floaters and tailorses, and with them scores of troopers. It will be slow work, and while it is done, our numbers will grow less each day. These thousands and thousands of troopers of General Mintz, who constitute so formidable a force. Can you afford to pay them?"
Silk shook his head.
"Then what will there be to hold them if there is little fighting for them? A trooper fights for honor, Calde, whether he is General Sphigx's trooper or hers, or from loyalty, or for loot sometimes, but he waits for pay. He will not wait without it, because when there is no fighting, there is no honor to win, no flag to die for, no loot to gain."
"The Tripagontes are stronger than we are already," Silk said pensively. "I think so, at least, after what I saw today."
Sphigx shook his head. "Not yet, Calde. Though Mintz's ranks have begun to thin, perhaps, by the end of the winter."
Sphigx was interrupted by chimes and Horn's hurrying footsteps. The 3 augurs had agreed that Jerboa would offer the first victim and the largest. The rest, 8, had been led through the chill dusk into the old Mantean on Brick Street, and more were expected momentarily. Would be divided between Incus and Shell, with Incus offering the 2nd, 4th, 6th, and 8th, and each choosing freely from those available, as long as he did not choose the largest. Orc, who had been a silent witness to their discussion, watched with interest as Jerboa tottered to the ambient. This feeble frame, this snowy-haired, half-naked skull, contained a tiny fragment of Great Pass, Lord of the Whorl and Father of the 7. Did it know it was about to be reclaimed? Shag, yes, Orc told himself. It was bound to. He, Orc, had explained the whole thing to old Jerboa, hadn't he? How gods could tear chunks off themselves without getting smaller, and how they could slip those into a cull. The chunk could be Hefe, then, if it wanted to, but it didn't have to. It could, as he had been at pains to make clear, just go along. He was like a buck on a donkey. Sure, he could order it around, make it trot or stop, turn one way or the other, only he didn't have to. Maybe he'd just let go of the reins, hook a leg over the pommel, and snudge, letting his donkey graze or look for water or whatever it wanted to. That was what Pass had done for years and years, but how long would he keep it up? "My very dear new friends," Jerboa began, "I know you have not, any of you—" He coughed and clearly wished to spit, but swallowed. "That you haven't come out here and brought the gods more fine offerings than we've seen since, I don't know.
Benevolently he looked toward the sibyls gathered about the fire that the youngest was kindling on the altar.
Matera, would you've a better memory? They just brought another calf. That makes 4. 4 nice calves and 4 lambs and a colt. We'll have a bull before we're done, I declare. What was I going to ask you about, Matera?
When we'd had better animals, the oldest sibyl told him. It was when you came from the schola, Patera. Your parents and your aunt bought a bullock and a peacock, and, oh dear, it was Patera Salvia who told me. What else did she say?
A monkey, Jerboa informed her. I recollect the monkey, Matera.
He had not liked offering the monkey, and something of that showed in his face after 61 years.
It doesn't matter. There were 9, 1 for each of the 9.
As if they were a backward class, he fixed his eyes on Orc and Hammerstone and those of Orc's followers who had returned.
There are 9 great gods, as all you young people should know. That's Pos and Echidna and their children. What my father and my aunt did was to buy a gift for each, for me to give them the first time I sacrificed. On that altar right over there it was. Most were small, some kind of a singing bird for Molpe, and a mole for Tartarus, and the monkey. I recollect those.
Incus, waiting with shells, stirred impatiently. If Jerboa noticed, he did not betray it.
What they were doing was a very important thing. They were starting a young man off.
He coughed again.
Excuse it, the gods will, I'm sure. I just want to say it's a more important thing that we're doing tonight. A god, not just any god, but Lord Pos himself, they say, has told these new gentlemen and Patera...
Incus, Hammerstone prompted from a front seat.
What's an incus, anyway? I don't think I've offered an incus in all my years. Well, never mind. One of those little things that live in trees and eat the birds' eggs, I imagine.
Another cough.
Told them if they'd find me... Is that right?
Incus, who had been on the point of objecting violently a moment before, exerted self-control.
You are indeed the augur whom Pos himself designated, Patera, if you are that Jerboa whom he intended.
Shell added encouragingly, I'm sure you are, Patera.
If they'd find me and sacrifice, he'd come again, he said. Have I got that right?
Hammerstone, Incus, and even Shell nodded confirmation, as did most of those assembled. There was a stir at the back of the Mantian as an immensely tall worshipper led in a tame baboon.
What I wanted to say, while our good sibyls get the fire going, is that it's not a little thing, not a little thing at all. Theophany's over on Sun Street lately, and this you've come from makes 3. But I'm no stranger to them, not what you could call a stranger at all.
He turned, shuffling around behind his ambion, to address Incus.
You talked to Pos, did you?
I did. Incus swelled with pride. Jerboa faced about again.
He said he was going to come. Well, we'll see. It'll be a great thing, a tremendous thing, if it happens.
Matera Wood presented him with a knife of sacrifice, the signal that the sacred fire was burning satisfactorily.
I'll have that black calf with the white face, he decided. Bird back!
Bison halted before Silk's table and saluted at the very moment that Oreb, who had been riding on Horn's shoulder, landed upon Silk's head. No slightest twitching of Bison's thick black beard betrayed amusement, although it seemed to Silk that there had been the briefest possible flicker of hilarity in Bison's dark and darting eyes. "I'm early, Calde," Bison confessed. "I came beforehand because I want to talk to you. If you object, I understand. Go ahead and tell me. But I have to talk to you, and I hope you'll let me when you're through."
We could have talked at dinner. Silk was thinking about Bison's salute. Bison had not tried to imitate a guardsman's click, snap, and flourish, which would almost certainly have rendered him ridiculous. Yet the salute had conveyed respect for order and the office of Calde plainly and even attractively.
Not alone. Part of what I'm going to say—" Bison let the thought trail off. Usyk rose. "We must speak more upon our topic, Calde. Not now, but soon. I hope you agree." Silk nodded, causing Horror to hop from his head to his left shoulder. "With your permission, I shall look in on my son. I hope he is well enough to attend. I will return at 8. Silk glanced at the clock. It was after 7. "Of course. Tell your son, please, that all of us hold high hopes for his recovery." Usyk saluted and made an about-face. Stepping aside for Usyk, Horn put in, "Willet's back with Master Xiphias, Calde. He asked me to tell you." Silk was on the point of instructing Horn to call Hossaan by his true name, but thought better of it. If Hossaan had called himself Willet, Hossaan had no doubt had a reason. "Master Xiphias is in the blue room. He says he doesn't have to see you before dinner unless you want to see him." "That's good," Silk smiled. "I'm in dire need of people who don't have to see me. I wish that there were more. You'd better go home now, Horn, or you'll miss supper. Nettle and me are going to help. We'll get something." "Fish heads?" Orab inquired. "If there are any, I'll save them for you," Horn promised. "Very well, Horn, and thank you." Silk returned to Bison. "When I heard you were here early, I hoped that you had come to tell me you'd found Mater Mint. I take it you haven't." "No, Calde, but that's what I want to talk to you about." "Then sit down and do it. I don't have long before dinner. The other guests will be here soon, but we can finish up afterward if we must." Bison sat. Like Usyk, he seemed too large for the chair. "You've talked to Loris and Porto on a glass, Calde?" Silk nodded. "They won't talk to me. I know because I tried before I came here. But they talked to you, and they might talk to you again. I want you to ask them to let you see General Mint for yourself. They say they've got her. Make them prove it." "Why do you doubt them, Colonel?" Bison sighed and leaned back. "I knew you'd ask that. I don't blame you. I would, too. Just the same, I kept hoping you wouldn't." "Poor man," Orab commiserated. "When I ask to see her, they'll want to know why. I must have something to tell them, and the more compelling it is, the more likely it will be that they'll show her to us, assuming that they have her." "You'll let me watch?" "Certainly." Silk paused, his forefinger tracing circles on his cheek. "You're emotionally involved. Orab senses it, and so do I. I hope you won't let your attachment to Mater Mint, one that I feel myself, goad you into acting rashly." "I hope so, too, Calde." Bison clenched hairy fists that looked as big as hands. "You've been down in the tunnels. You said so during that meeting." "Bad hole." "Well, so have I. Maybe I should have told you then, but I didn't because it didn't seem relevant, and I didn't want you to think I was showing off. There's a way down in the area, and I'm pretty sure there's more, besides the one under the Husgado that Sand and his soldiers used." Silk nodded. It had not occurred to him that Bison might be a thief, and he adjusted his mind to the new information as Bison spoke again. "I got a hunch after a while. I remembered a place down there, an old guard-room that they used when there were soldiers underneath the city all the time. I had a feeling they might have taken her there and went in with 30 of my troopers to check it out myself." "Bad hole," Orab repeated, and Silk nodded again. "It is a bad hole, and I'm not in the least sure that what you did was wise, Colonel. I understand why you did it, however." "We found the place all right." The big hands clasped and seemed intent upon pulling each other's fingers off. "The door was open, and there were bloodstains all over the floor. Fresh blood, Calde." Which could have been anybody's. Silk hoped that his expression did not reveal the dismay he felt. Horn, would you come back in here for a moment, please?" "When we got back to the surface, I tried to talk to the Ayuntamiento on a glass," Bison continued. "There used to be one in that old guard-room, I think, but it was stolen a long time ago, if there was. Anyway, I tried to talk to Porto, and when he wouldn't, to Loris. Then to Tarsier or Galago. None of them would speak to me. That was when I came here." "Did you ask your glass to find Matera for you?" Bison shook his head. "It didn't occur to me. Do you think they might have her where there's a glass?" Horn burst in. "Yes, Patera. I mean, Calde." It's late, Silk said, and I'm getting tired. It seems to me that I've been inviting people to dinner all day long and relying on Matera to keep track of everybody. Would you ask her, please, as soon as she has time, to write me a complete list of the guests we expect? I can tell you, Calde, or write it out for you if you'd rather. I wrote the place cards and put them around. Tell me, then, if I need a written list afterward, I'll have you do it. You, Calde, at the head of the table. On your right will be Generalissimo Sayuf. Matera said we had to put her there because the dinner was to welcome her to the city. Silk nodded. Quite right. Then his cognizance. She'll be between you and him. Oreb fluttered uncomfortably. Silk said, Go on. Then General Saber, she's the captain of their airship. Then Colonel Bison. I'm Colonel Bison, Bison explained. I came a little early to speak to the Calde. Good man, Oreb assured Horn. Horn is one of the boys at our palestra, Silk told Bison. The leader of the boys at our palestra, I ought to say, and he's been worth 100 cards to us. Continue, if you please, Horn. Sure. Colonel Bison, then Generalissimo Sayuf's staff officer, whoever she is, and then Matera at the foot of the table, only I don't think she's going to sit down there much and talk to people, Calde. She's too excited and worried about something going wrong in the kitchen. That's the chair closest to the kitchen. Of course. On her right there'll be General Saber's staff officer, then Chenille, then Master Ziphius. I'm beginning to lose track, Silk told him. Where will Generalissimo Usyk sit? On your left, Calde, then his son. When he got here, he said please put his son right beside him because he's been so sick. He's worried about him. Naturally, Silk said. Then Master Ziphius on the Generalissimo's son's left. If I've been following you, there should be 5 people on the right side of the table and 5 on the left. Silk counted on his fingers. Right. Sayuf, his cognizance, Saber, Colonel Bison here, and Sayuf's staff officer. Left, Usyk, his son, Ziphius, Chenille, and Saber's staff officer. That's right, Calde, and you and Matera make 12. Bird eat? Yes, indeed, Silk smiled, glancing sidelong at Oreb. I wouldn't think of dining without your company. Unfortunately, you'd make 13 at table the way things stand. You won't, however, because I'm asking Horn to ask Matera to set one more place to my immediate left, a place for General Mint. Please let her a card for her as well, Horn, and set her place exactly like all the others. It will make the left side a trifle more crowded than the right, but the guests on that side will have to bear it. It's a real big table, Calde. It won't be bad. I know, I've seen it. Perhaps General Mint will come. Let's hope so. She'll certainly be welcome if she does. Very welcome, Bison rumbled. So they... No, wait a moment. What about Mucor? Surely she isn't going to help you in the kitchen. Isn't she going to eat with us? Horn looked slightly embarrassed. Matera thought it'd be better for her to eat in her room, Calde. She isn't always... you know. Matera Marble's granddaughter, Silk explained to Bison. I don't believe you've met her. Bison shook his head. She must certainly eat with us. Tell Matera I insist upon it. She had better be close to Matera, however. Put her on the right side, between Matera and Generalissimo Sayuf's staff officer. That gives us 6 on each side and 14 places. 15 diners in all, including Oreb. Be sure to let her a place card from Mucor as well as one for General Mint. Silk heaved a sigh of relief, feeling better than he had since early that morning. His informal dinner no longer seemed a mere formality, and when the dinner was over, the formalities, which he had come to detest, would be over as well. She may be dead, he told Bison. With all my heart I pray she isn't, but she may be. Bison nodded gloomily. Even if she is, however, even if we were to find her body, even if we knew beyond doubt that she was dead, we dare not let the Tribigontes know it, or even suspect we think it. She has won more victories than any other commander we've got, and the better chance they think we have of winning, the more help they will provide us. Am I making myself clear? Bison nodded again. We mustn't let her troopers know either. Half would go after her on their own if they knew the Ayuntamientos got her. Or your troopers. Quite correct. Silk pushed back his chair and stood up. Come with me, there's a glass in the next room. The gauntleted hand of old Jerboa withdrew the knife of sacrifice, and the calf fell to its knees and rolled over on its side, its spurting blood captured in an earthenware chalice held by one of the younger sibyls. With more dexterity than Orc would have believed he possessed,
Jerboa cut off the calf's head and laid it on the fire. The right rear hoof gave him some difficulty, but he persisted. A fleeting fleck of color in the sacred window caught Orc's eye. He gasped, and it was gone. The impact of the calf's final hoof sent up a fountain of scarlet sparks. Jerboa faced the window, hands aloft. "Accept, O great Pars," he coughed, "Pars, who art of all gods." The window bloomed pink, violet, and gold. As Orc watched open-mouthed, the dancing hues coalesced into a face of more than human beauty, one that he saw as plainly as he had ever seen any other woman's. "You seek my lover," the goddess said. "We do, O great goddess." Jerboa's reedy old voice was weaker than ever. "We seek him because we seek to do his will." Orc blurted, "He said he'd come if we'd find Patera." The goddess's violet eyes left Jerboa. So much love here. Orc, you are Orc. Find her, Orc. Clasp her to you. Never part. "All right," Orc said, and repeated, "All right." It was difficult to argue with a goddess. "I sure will, kindly Cypress. Only Pars gave us this job. We had to find Patera, so we did. Now we got to find Pars. Got to get the two together, like." The grand Mantian Orc. The goddess's shining eyes left him, opening their bottomless lakes to Jerboa once more. "Will you go, old man, dear old man so filled with love? Will you find my lover and your god? Jerboa?" The old ogre struggled to speak. Shell said, "I'll take him, great goddess. We'll go together." His voice was stronger than Orc had ever heard it. Although he could not tear his gaze from hers, Incus, on his knees, scuttled backward. "I am pledged to prevent my mischief." Cypress's laughter was the peal of icy bells. "To kill 50, 100 children, or more, that little Scylla may heed you, homely little Scylla, with her father's temperament and her mother's intellect." Incus seemed incapable of speech or motion. "You'll require a sacrifice. Orc? Not children." "Not children," Orc repeated, and felt an immense relief. "My lover, Pars. My lover is engaged with his wife at present." This time the precious bells were warm and merry. "Not in making more brats. You call them sprats. No, oh no, wiping her out of core. Do you know what that means, Orc?" Cypress's smile found Shell. "Tell him." "He don't have to, kindly Cypress. I got it." "You will need a victim to get my lover's attention, not a child. Orc, something unusual. Think upon it." "A victim in the Grand Mantian," Orc repeated numbly. "Several, perhaps. Orc, I offer no suggestions, but tonight, as quickly as you can." For a half-second her high, ivory-smooth brow wrinkled in thought. "The peace the old man has may aid him in the fight. I hope so." As Silk limped into the room, one of the waiters provided by Ermines pulled out his chair for him. He halted behind it, his hands resting on the back. Bison, smiling broadly, made his way down the table to his seat near the foot. "Welcome," Silk said. He had intended to welcome them in the name of the gods, but the words died unspoken. "Welcome in the name of the city of Viren to all of you. I deeply regret that I was unable to welcome most of you when you arrived, but I was engaged with Colonel Bison. Matera will have welcomed you, I feel sure, in Scylla's name." At the other end of the table, Matera Marble nodded. Xiphias whispered, "Sit down, lad. Want your leg worse?" "In which case," Silk continued, "I welcome you in the name of him who enlightened me, the outsider, the only god I trust." "He is right, Calde." Usyk pushed back his chair. "If you will not, my son and I must rise. We cannot remain seated while our superior stands." The pale cornet on his left was struggling to get to his feet already. "Of course that was thoughtless of me, Generalissimo. I beg your pardon, and your son's." Silk sat, finding his inlaid rosewood chair rather too high. "I was about to say that I do trust him now, though it's very hard for me to trust any god." "We are like children, Patera Calde," Quetzal told him, and Oreb flew from Silk's shoulder to perch upon the topmost level of the crystal chandelier. "A child has to trust its parents, even when they're not to be trusted." The pale cornet looked up with a flash of anger that seemed as much a symptom as an emotion. "What are you two implying?" "Nothing, Matak, nothing at all." His father's big hand covered his. Sayuf's laugh was clear, pleasant, and unaffected. "So we feel of Sphigx, Calde, but are we fighting among ourselves so quick as this? At home we make a rule that there is allowed no fighting until the 4th bottle." "That's a good rule," Bison put in, still smiling, "but the 10th might be better." The young officer had already relaxed, slumping back in his chair. Silk smiled, too. "I don't know what the proper form is, but this is a thoroughly informal dinner, anyway. Generalissimo Sayuf, have you met your fellow diners? I know you know his cognizance and Generalissimo Usyk." "There is one I should particularly like to meet, Calde Silk, that very promising girl who sits with Major Hadale." The Major, a gaunt, hard-faced woman of about 40, said, "Her name is Chenille, Generalissimo. She's living here in the palace temporarily." Sayuf cocked an eyebrow at Silk. "I am surprised that you have not seated her next to you. She could fit in very easily here between you and me." "Good girl," Oreb assured Sayuf from his lofty perch. "Major Hadale is correct," Silk told Sayuf. "Her name is Chenille, and she's a close friend. So much has happened since we met that I could call her an old one. She has been helping Matera here, haven't you, Chenille?" She stared down at her plate. "Yes, Patera." "Is there anyone else? What about Master Ziphius?" "I have not this pleasure." Sayuf's eyes remained upon Chenille. "Master Ziphius is my fencing teacher and my friend, as well as the best swordsman I've ever seen." "Rich, too, lad, rich. You asked me to open the window, remember, up there in Erman's. Everybody heard you. Think they'd stay away after that? Breaking my door down. Doubled my charges, Mopstay. Tripled them yesterday. It's the truth." "I am happy for you," Sayuf told him. "Your Calde speaks of swordsmen. He has never seen a swordswoman, perhaps. Soon we must cross blades for him." Silk recalled Hyacinth's feigned fencing with the Azov. To hide what he felt, he said, "We are neglecting the cornet. Neither Generalissimo Sayuf nor I have met you, cornet. That is our loss, beyond doubt. Are you a swordsman? As a cavalry officer you must be." "I am Cornet Matek, Calde," the young officer announced politely. "My sword has been drawn against you. I'm sure you know that. Now I long to draw it again, in your service." "You must recover your health first," his father told him. Quetzal murmured, "I will pray for him, Generalissimo. We augurs teach others to pray for their foes. We try, at least. We seldom get a chance to pray for ours because we have so few. I'm grateful for this opportunity." Matera Marble was equally grateful for the opportunity to turn the talk to religion. "It's Lord Pars who teaches us that, isn't it, your cognizance?" "No, Matera." Quetzal's hairless head swayed from side to side above his long, wrinkled neck. Matak said, "I want to apologize, your cognizance. I've been feverish." His voice faded as he met Quetzal's gaze. "My son has horrible dreams," Usyk explained to the table at large, "even when he is awake." He was interrupted by the arrival of the wine, a huge bottle rich with dust and cobwebs. "We've an extensive cellar here," Silk told Sayuf, "laid down by my predecessor. Experts tell me a good deal of it may have soured, however. I know nothing about such things myself." The sommelier poured him a half-finger, releasing a light aroma suggestive of wildflowers. "Not this, Calde." "No, indeed." Silk swirled the pale fluid in his glass. "I really don't need to taste it. No ceremony could mean less." He tasted it nonetheless, and nodded.
"Except these introductions," Bison said unexpectedly, "if the Generalissimo's intelligence is as good as I imagine, I'm Colonel Bison, Generalissimo."
"They are not," Sayuf told him. "Yet I hear of you, and I receive a description I find accurate." She let the sommelier half fill her wine-glass, then waved him away. "You are Mint's chief subordinate. Not long ago you were upon the same footing as many others. Now you are their superior, answerable to her alone. Is it not so?"
"I'm her second in command, yes."
"So well regarded that Calde Silk closets himself with you before this dinner. I congratulate you." Sayuf paused, glancing round the table. "There is but one other I do not know, that thin girl beside my Colonel Abanha. She is also of the Calde's household? Pretty chenille, you must know her. Tell me." "Her name's Mucor, and she's Matera's granddaughter," Chenille explained. "We take care of her." "This is by adoption, I take it?" Chenille hesitated, then nodded. "Hello, Mucor. I am Generalissimo Sayuf from Trivigonte. Are we to hope that you will soon be a fine, strong trooper, or a holy woman like your grandmother?" Mucor did not reply. The sommelier paused, his bottle poised above her wine-glass. Patera Marble put her left hand over it, and Silk shook his head. "I see. This is not fortunate. Calde Silk, you know of my General Sabre, and you have heard the names of Colonel Abanha and Major Hadale also. Will you not tell me of the empty chair at your left? I did not read the little card before sitting. Wait." Sayuf raised her hand. "Let me to guess. Mine is the place of honor. I am your distinguished guest. But in the second is not Generalissimo Usyk, as I expect, but another. It is then for someone deserving of exceptional honor, and not one of us, for Crane, who saved you from the enemy, is now dead." Surreptitiously, Silk made the sign of addition. "Tell me if I am right as far as I have gone. If Crane is living and I am wrong, I like to know." "No, he's dead. I wish it weren't so." A waiter whose livery differed from the others came in with a tray of hors d'oeuvres. As he set the first small plate before Sayuf, Silk recognized him as Hossaan. If Sayuf herself had recognized him as well, she gave no indication. "Then Crane must be dismissed. Each officer here was permitted a subordinate. That is our custom, and I think it a good one. For me, Colonel Abanha, for my General Sabre is Major Hadale, and for your own Generalissimo, his son. But there is here also Colonel Bison. Mint herself is not present." "You're entirely correct," Silk told Sayuf, still studying Hossaan out of the corner of his eye. He handed Matera Mint's place card to Sayuf. He had invited Bison himself, and forgotten to tell him that he could bring a subordinate, but there seemed little point in mentioning it. "Bird eat?" The hors d'oeuvres included clams from Lake Limna, and Orab regarded them hungrily. "Of course," Silk told him. "Come down and take whatever you fancy." Orab fluttered nervously. "Girls say—" "Me?" Chenille looked up at him. "Why, Orab, how nice! I'm flattered, I really and truly am. I always thought you liked Orc better." She gulped, and later a marble directed a searching glance at her. "Only I don't blame you, because I do, too. I'll get a bunch of these, and you can have anything you want, like Patera says." Orab glided from the chandelier. Sayuf asked Silk, "He is dead, this Orc?" Silk shook his head. "He is not, and so this card," Sayuf held it up, "should be for him. Is that not so? He is alive, you say, but your General Mint is as dead as my Dr. Crane." Quetzal asked, "Are you sure, Generalissimo? I have good reasons for thinking otherwise." "You have cut open some sheep." "Many, I fear. A god speaks to us also. Sublime Sphigx cares more for us than any other city. She alone of the gods speaks to us in our ancient tongue, speaking as we did in my mother's house, and as we speak in mine." Silk said, "The high speech of Trivigonte? I've heard of it, but I don't believe I've ever heard the language itself. Could you say something for us? A prayer or a bit of poetry?" Sayuf shook her head. "It is not for amusement at dinner parties, Calde. Instead, I shall say what I set out to say. It is that no other city is so close to its goddess as we. Look at you. You have a goddess, you say, Scylla. Yet your women are slaves. If Scylla cared for you, she would care for them. Mattock started to protest, but Sayuf raised her voice. We who are near the heart of Sphigx do not butcher beasts to read her will in offal. Each day we pray to her, and do not tease her with questions, but offer sincere praise. When we wish to know a thing, we go and find it out. Your mint has been shot. She looked at Sabre for confirmation, and Sabre nodded. This is not pleasant, Sayuf continued, and I would like that I am not the one to say it. She went to treat with the enemy. Is that not so? From Sabre's right, Bison answered, Yes, it is. With a holy man to safeguard. The enemy has killed both. Captured, they say, but I have spoken to their leader, this man Loris, and he cannot produce either. Sayuf waited for someone to contradict her, but no one did. Your mint was of greatest spirit. I would have liked to speak to her, even a bout with practice swords, this old man, to see fair play. All I have heard says plainly that she was of greatest spirit, and I am sure that when she, who had come to talk peace, was made prisoner, she would resist. Some fool shot her, and her holy man also, a filthy crime. I learned of this after our parade, and already I have set our labor corps to dig. We will find these tunnels, make a new entrance near the big lake, and soon find one that shall lead us to this Ayuntamiento of Viron. Then Mint will be avenged. Bison glanced at Silk. Silk nodded, and Bison said, I must tell you, Generalissimo, that the Calde and I saw General Mint in his glass before we sat down. The Calde had a place set for her originally as a sort of signal, I say. He wanted to show that we hoped she was still alive. That she would return to us soon, Silk added. Now that chair, Bison gestured, is more than a symbol. Calde Silk got a monitor to show us what it had seen before we questioned it. And it was General Mint, with 4 other people and some soldiers and animals hurrying along a tunnel. She may join us before the evening's over. Sayuf pursed her lips. If your mint was in the hands of soldiers, is not that the enemy? Sabre put down her wine-glass. Byronese soldiers protected the Calde when some private guards tried to kill him, sir. I mentioned that... Her voice altered, and her mouth assumed a ghastly grin. I found her, Silk. She was in the market. She bought a little animal that talks. She's taking it where they kill them. Chapter 10. A Life for Pass. Sergeant Sand had scrambled up first. Mater Mint, exhausted and practically suffocated by the ash that filled the air of the tunnel, thought it strange that it should be large enough to admit his bulky steel body. She had purified the altar of the old Mantian on Sun Street many times, and although she told herself that she must surely be mistaken, it seemed to her that its chute had been scarcely half as large as this one. These victims, eh? Remora coughed, eyeing the yearling tunnel gods Eland had taken charge of. For him, pass, his, ghost? Schist nodded. That's what the prolocutor says. You're saying that Pass is dead. Maître Mint was by no means sure she believed such a thing possible, still less that it had taken place. He's come back as a ghost? That's it, General. Shale added, We're not saying it happened, but that's what he says. He jerked his head toward the chute into which Sand's heels had vanished. Sarge believes him. So do I guess. Eurus edged near Maître Mint. There, Abram, lady, all these chems. Look, we're bios, all right? You and me and Spider and Eland here, even the Long Butcher. She could scarcely make out Eurus's features in the ash-dimmed light, yet she could picture his wheedling expression only too vividly. We got to stick, us bios. Got to make a knot, don't we? The way they're talking, we'll all be cold. Good riddance, Spider muttered. Sand's voice ended the conversation, hollow-sounding, as it echoed down the chute overhead. The auger next. Hand him up. Remora was peering up the chute. It's a Mantian, eh? Big one, Patera. Pretty dark, too. Wait a minute. Slate had crouched at Remora's feet. I'm going to grab you by the legs, see, Patera?
I'm going to lift you up and in. Get your arms up over your head to steer yourself. When you're in good, I'll push on your feet and get you up as far as I can. Maybe you'll have to wiggle up a little more before Sarge can grab hold of you." Abruptly, the dark mouth of the chute became a rectangle of light. "It is big," Mater Mint thought. "It has to be. They have a lot of victims, burn a cartload of wood at every sacrifice." Sand's voice returned. "They got oil lamps here. I lit a couple for you." "Thank you," Remora called. "My most deepest, sincere appreciation, my son." He looked down at Slate. "I am ready, eh? Lift away." "You'll be fine, Your Eminence," Mater Mint assured him. "You think, fear me apprehensive?" Remora smiled, his teeth visible in the light from the chute. "To, revisit the Whorl of light, Mater, I should, Slate had grasped his ankles and was rising. For a moment Remora swayed dangerously, and it seemed he must fall. But Spider pushed his hips to right him, and in another second his arms and head were out of sight. "Here he comes, Sarge!" "What it is, see?" Eurus was nearly at Mater Mint's ear. "Is they think they ought to give Pass something. He put that in their heads, your Jefe did." "His cognizance." Coughing, she turned to face Eurus. "I cannot imagine his cognizance in these horrible tunnels, though I know he was here with the Calde." "Me neither. Only see—" "Be quiet." Mater Mint was studying Eland's beasts. "How are we going to get these animals up there, Slate?" "I've been thinking about that," Slate said. "Watch this." Crouching again, he sprang into the chute and scrambled up. "You two'd better stay here to lift the General and me up," Spider told Schist and Shale. "Sure thing." With Slate gone, Schist leaned back against the shiprock wall. "We'll pass him up just like the slug guns. You'll see." Shale indicated the opening with a contemptuous gesture. "He's bucking for another stripe, Slate is. We used to have this corporal from H Company, only he bought it in the big fight with the Taylors the other day. This time probably they'll promote from inside, and Slate figures he'll cop it." Slate's voice came from the chute. "Knock off jawing down there and pass them guns." Schist said, "Sure thing," and lifted the bundled slug guns into the chute. Shale explained, "I strapped 'em together with one of the slings. Makes 'em easier to handle." The bundle of guns vanished amid scrapings and bumpings. Schist tilted his head back and to the left to grin at Mater Mint. "He's hanging in there, see? Sarge has got his feet." Spider coughed. "Maybe you'd like to go next, General." "I would," she confessed, "but I'll go last. It is my place as the senior officer present." "I don't think you can jump up there," Schist objected. She turned on him. "I don't think you can jump up there, sir, or General." "I give you your choice, Private, which is more than I ought to give you." "Yes, sir. Only I don't think you can, sir, and I'd be glad to stay down here and help you, sir." "That won't be necessary." Mater Mint turned to the other soldier. "Private Shale." "Yes, sir." Shale snapped to attention. "You were very ingenious with that sling. After you and Private Schist have passed these beasts up and helped Spider, Eurus, and this other convict—" "Eland," Eland put in, speaking for the first time since they had reached this darkest stretch of tunnel. "Thank you. And, Eland, to climb up, you will contrive a rope of slug-gun slings, making a loop at the bottom into which I can put one foot. Can you do that?" "Sure thing, sir." "Good, do it. Then you can pull me up, last." Spider ventured, "You're going to be down here all alone for a minute or two, anyhow." "These—" She was racked by a paroxysm of coughing. "These animals, I don't know what to call them." "Bufes," Eland supplied. "Thank you." Turning her head, she spat. "I will not call them gods. That must stop. More Bufes may come, though I hope they won't. I pray they won't. But if they do, I'll shoot them. If I don't see them in time or don't aim well, I will die." "I'll stay with you," Spider told her. She shook her head. "Only one." From the chute, Slate called, "Give me your guard." Shale lifted a squirming beast over his head and thrust its hindquarters into the opening in the ceiling. Its eyes were wild, and blood ran from the sinews binding its muzzle. "I don't know if I could have trained them as big as that," Eland muttered, "only it seems like a shame to waste 'em." "I caught 'em, sir," Shale explained to Mater Mint. The bios and me were back by that dead bio you left behind. We knew the smell would fetch 'em. Schist added, that was why Slate and Sarge jumped out of the dirt when they did, probably, sir. Sarge thought you might scare 'em off if you went back for the dead one. Perhaps. I can understand how a soldier could capture such an animal. What I cannot understand is how you, Eland, were able to capture others without the help of one. Mine was littler when I got 'em. He watched the second beast vanish up the chute. We killed the big uns, we had to. I got behind the little uns and got a noose over their mouth. It must have been dangerous just the same. He shrugged, the motion of his skeletal shoulders barely visible. I want to go up next. Be with 'em. That all right? From the chute, Slate called, Pass up them other bios! Certainly, Mater Mint told Eland. She gestured toward the chute, and Schist lifted him. You can't get 'em to like you, Eland said as his head vanished into the chute. Only maybe mine did, a little. From nearer the top, Slate told him, Grab on! If the Bufes don't bring Pass, lady, and they won't. I know they won't. Mater Mint shook her head. You cannot know. Then it's us, me and Eland, him too. Eurus pointed to Spider. If you let 'em, that sergeant. My son. Mater Mint stepped so close to Eurus that the muzzle of the needler she held gouged his ribs. I have been most remiss with you. I have let you call me lady, or whatever you wished. I must remember to bring it up at my next shriving, if there is a next shriving. In future you are to address me as Matera. It means mother. Will you do that? Yeah. Timber here, Matera. That is well. She smiled up at him. She was a full head shorter than he. As your mother, your spiritual mother, I must explain something to you. Please pay strict attention. Eurus nodded mutely. From the chute, Slate called, Give me another one! Go, Spider, Mater Mint said, and turned back to Eurus. I haven't had much time in which to form my estimate of your character, yet I think it accurate. It is not an estimate very favorable to you. When he did not speak, she added, Not favorable at all. I will not compare you to such a man as Sergeant Sand. Though not pious, he is resolute, energetic, loyal, and reasonably honest. To compare him to you would be grossly unjust to him. Nor will I venture to compare you to His Eminence. His Eminence has less physical courage, I think, than many other men. Yet he has more than a casual observer might suppose, as I have seen. And his assiduity and piety have justly earned him a high position in the chapter. He is intelligent as well, and he labors almost too diligently to put the mental acuity that he received from the gods at their service. Have you got the safety on that thing, lady? Call me Matera. I insist on it. All right, all right. His voice shaking, Eurus repeated, Have you got the safety on? And added, Matera. No, my son, I do not. She took a deep breath. Stop talking and listen. Your life hangs upon it, and we haven't long. I am a general and a sibyl. As a sibyl, I try to find good in everyone, and though it may sound less than modest, I generally succeed. I find a great deal in His Eminence, as I would expect. I find more than I expected in Sergeant Sand. There is good in Private Slate, too, and in Private Shale and Private Schist here. Not good of a very high order, perhaps, but abundant in its kind. I've tried to find good in Spider, and found more than I dared hope for. The glimmers of good in Eland are hardly discernible, yet unmistakable. She sighed. I talk too much when I'm tired. I hope you followed me. Eurus nodded. There was a faint play of light across one cheekbone. It was half a second before she understood that he was sweating, cold perspiration soaking the grey ash black and running down his face like rivulets of fresh paint. As a general, it is my duty to defeat the enemy. I must do it by killing men and women. I find that repugnant, but such is the case. You are the enemy, Eurus. Do you follow me still? From the chute, Slate called, Ready for the next one! That will be you, Mater Mint told Shale. Remember what I told you about those slings. He saluted with a clash of steel. I'll get right on it, sir. She returned her attention to Eurus. You are the enemy, I say. Should I, who have been called the sword of Echidna, let you live when I have you at my mercy? You're fighting the Ayuntamiento, right? General, I swear by every shaggy god there is that I never done nothing. Be quiet. Angrily, she poked him with the muzzle of the big needler that had been Spider's. What you say is true, I'm sure. You never served the Ayuntamiento.
But ultimately the enemy is evil. Evil is the ultimate enemy of us all. She fell silent, listening to the faint rattle as shale was helped up the chute, to the sighing of the ever-present breeze, and to Eurus's feverish breathing. The ash is not so thick in the air as it was, she said. Schist nodded. Not so many stirring it up, sir. I suppose so, and those ugly beasts were struggling. She jabbed Eurus as hard as she could, and he yelped. This one, too. I'm tired, Eurus, I'm awfully tired. I've slept on floors and walked for leagues and leagues. I forget sometimes what I've said and what I intended to say. You were thinking of snatching my needler a moment ago. Schist chuckled, a hard, dry, metallic rattle. No doubt you could. No doubt you can. Taking a needler from a tired woman much smaller than yourself, a woman so close that her needler is within easy reach, should be simple for you, for anybody. She waited. If you're not going to, you'd better raise your hands. Otherwise some small motion may cause me to pull the trigger. Slowly Eurus's hands went up. As you say, you haven't served the Ayuntamiento. I've talked with Councillor Potter, Eurus. Did you know that? He shook his head. I have. Also with Spider, who served the Ayuntamiento and would serve it still if he could. With a number of guardsmen, Generalissimo Usyk particularly, who served it for many years. I've questioned prisoners, too. In not one of them did I fail to discover some gleam of good. Councillor Potter is the worst, I think, but even Councillor Potter is not entirely evil. From the chute, Slate called, How about the General and that other bio? Mater Mint backed away, then motioned toward the area under the chute. I give you fair warning. I must see some good in you, Eurus, and soon. His smile was at once pitiable and horrible. You're going to let me get out, lady? Let me go up there? Call me Matera. Matera. I figured, see, I'd made it out. Only it was just the pit, the shaggy pit, and then we run back down and got into it with the old man. Schist lifted him by his ankles. He ain't got no sores on his legs like that other one, sir. Maybe you saw him. Looking down at the needler, Mater Mint felt herself nod. I had to sort of wash off my hands with ashes. Somewhat violently, Schist shoved Eurus's head and shoulders into the chute. After I lifted him, sir, I got pus on him, sir. No doubt he'd been nipped from time to time by the beasts he had earlier, Mater Mint said absently. Those would be the ones our Calde says Patera Incus killed, perhaps. Eland and Eurus might have encountered Orc in that case. She made a mental note to ask them about it, adding as an afterthought that she must not kill Eurus before she had a chance to question him. You're going to stay, sir? Until Private Shale lets down his slings. Yes, I am. Go ahead, Schist. Any time they're ready for you. The safety had been off, as she had said. Did that make her better because she had told the truth? Or worse, because she had practically nerved herself to killing Eurus? Dropping the needler into one of the big side pockets of her torn and soiled habit, she watched Schist's feet disappear into the chute, then sat down in the ash to await Shale's slings or the beasts that he called gods, and Eland bufes. Bison put down the untasted leg of a pheasant. 2 cards to every one of them, Calde? Silk nodded, his eyes upon the Mucor. Yes. I hadn't meant to tell you tonight, Colonel. To be more exact, I hadn't planned to make my decision until morning. Saber began, I submit. But if Mucor can locate the Mantian to which the woman I've had her looking for is bringing her offering, I'll be busy tomorrow. Besides, it's better that I announce it now so that Generalissimo Usyk and Generalissimo Sayuf can hear it. We'll send the volunteers home tomorrow, each with a letter of credit worth 2 cards at the Fisk. Calde! Usyk reached across Mater Mint's vacant place to touch Silk's arm. It will take longer than 1 day merely to collect their weapons. Silk shook his head. We won't collect them. They're to keep whatever they have. Those are their weapons now. Saber looked at Sayuf, and when Sayuf did not speak, said, That's unheard of. It's folly. Insanity. Chenille caught Silk's eye and nodded. She's right, Patera. It's Abram. He spoke to Mater Marble at the far end of the table. You told me something earlier that weighed heavily with me, Matera. There's no one whose judgment I value more, as you know.
Would you repeat it for us?"
"I can't, Patera. I don't remember what it was." Xiphias put in, "Couldn't you just let them keep their swords, lad?"
"I could scarcely take those, could I? Those are their own property already. Chenille, you agree that I shouldn't do this. Why not?" Sabre snapped. "Because they're men. 90% of them, and unstable like all men." Chenille added, "They'll kill each other, Patera." "Of course they will. They always have." Silk addressed Sayuf. "My Mantian is in what we call the Sun Street quarter. I should explain that our city counts many more quarters than 4. A quarter in our sense really means no more than the area served by a Mantian." If she inclined her head, the motion was too slight to be seen. 50,000, Calde Silk? All with slug guns? There are more than 50,000, certainly, but not all of them have slug guns. 50,000 slug guns, perhaps, or a little over." When she put no further question, he said, "It's a violent quarter. Most augurs would say it's the worst in the city. It borders on the area, which is what we call an empty quarter, one without a Mantian. A few people from the area come to our Mantian, however, just as a few from our quarter go into the area to buy stolen goods. What I was going to say is that there's seldom a week without a killing or two, and there are often 3 or 4. When one man decides to kill another, he does it. If he has a slug gun or a needler, he may use it. But if he doesn't, he uses a dagger or a sword, or a hatchet, an axe, or a stick of firewood." Recalling Orc, Silk added, "A big, strong man may simply knock down a weaker one and kick him to death. A group of men could clearly do the same thing. And I know of one instance in which a man who had raped a child was killed by a dozen women who beat him to death with their washing sticks and stabbed him with kitchen knives and scissors." Hadale told him, "One woman can kill a man, Calde. It's common at home, and there's a woman at this table who's killed several." "It isn't uncommon here either, Major. And that bears on the thing Matera told me that impressed me so much. A woman from our quarter came to see her this afternoon, and Matera asked if she wasn't afraid to walk so far through the city when just about everyone has a slug gun or a needler. The woman said she wasn't, because she had one too." Silk paused, inviting comment, and Sabre growled, "They'll overthrow you, Calde, in half a year or less." "You may well be right." He spread his hands. "But not by force, since they won't have to. I haven't the least desire to retain this office if our people don't want me. That's the chief difference between the Ayuntamiento and our side, really. But I think you've hit on something important. The reason the Ayuntamiento didn't let our people have slug guns or launchers like the one Chenille told me about this afternoon was that they are effective means of fighting soldiers and troopers in armor. The Ayuntamiento believed that if our people didn't have those weapons, it could rule as long as it retained the loyalty of the army and the guard." "Very sensible," Sabre declared. "Perhaps, but it didn't work very well. A few days ago our people overwhelmed hundreds of guardsmen and took their weapons." "I see I have not convinced you." Sabre shook her head. "Then let me say this. Generalissimo Usyk says that he would need more than a day to collect the weapons of General Mint's volunteers." Bison added, "If they'd surrender them." "Exactly. The best troopers would give their weapons up when they were ordered to, but the worst would hide theirs. The precise opposite of the situation we'd prefer. Furthermore, it would take at least as long to reissue those weapons, and we may need the volunteers again any day." Quetzal, who had been nodding over his untouched plate, murmured, 100,000 cards is a large sum, Patera Calde. Can you afford that much?" Silk shook his head. Xiphias exclaimed, "Then don't, lad, don't do it." "We can't afford to do it, Master Xiphias." Silk smiled wryly. "But we cannot afford not to, either. In the first place, I promised to reward those who fought bravely on either side, and I've done nothing thus far. There may be 1,000 things we cannot afford. No doubt there are. But the thing we cannot afford above all, the thing we dare not risk, is to have people come to believe that my promises are worthless. So tomorrow, as I say, every trooper that General Mint and Colonel Bison have is to receive 2 cards, and permission to return to his or her home and occupation. Those who were given slug guns or other weapons are to be told that the weapons are theirs now. No one will be able to complain that those who fought on our side went unrewarded, at least." Sayuf smiled. Like you, Calde Silk, I think we may need the hoard of mint again, and soon. When you call for them, they will come, having been rewarded handsomely for the first time. Thank you. Most of our financial troubles result from various businesses. Hossaan had entered as he spoke, carrying a huge roast upon a magnificent golden platter. The people from Ermines can see to that, will it? Silk told him. Please get your floater ready. I'll want it soon. Oreb flew up the table, circling warily before perching on Silk's shoulder. Bird, too. Of course, if you wish. Let me hear the rest, Calde Silk. I am most interested. I was about to say that if the overdue taxes were paid, our city government would be rolling in wealth, Generalissimo. General Mint's troopers will spend the cards they receive very quickly for the most part, and that should produce a wave of prosperity. If we make forceful efforts to collect the overdue taxes then, we may be able to meet our other obligations. Sayef looked down the table to Saber. You have told me he is mad. He is not mad. He is only more clever than you. It is not the same. Might not the dead rise and walk again? There were tales of such things, and they flitted through Matera Mint's mind as she was drawn up the chute. I was sacrificed, she thought. I should have realized it when Councillor Potto had Spider bend me over his knee. A drop struck me, too. How wonderful it would be if all the rest could come back up through these the way I am. The top of the chute was a glaring rectangle above her, light so bright that it seemed to her it must surely be noon, with the whole of Pars's long sun pouring golden radiance through the windows of the Mantian into which she rose. Fascinated, she watched Slate's metal hands in silhouette as they slowly and steadily hauled her up, each grip succeeded by the next. Then a hand of flesh, Remera's long blue-veined hand, was reaching for her. She caught it and let him help her climb from the looped slings to a mosaic floor. There you are, Matera. We have been waiting for you. The sergeant is most desirous to proceed, eh? Remera's face was clean, his soiled overrobe was gone, and his costly robe had been replaced by one more costly still. She looked for the windows she had pictured, expecting to find them glowing with sunshine. But there were no windows, only scores of rock-crystal holy lamps surmounted by long, bright flames, and a fire blazing upon the altar. I kindled the, Remera ventured, following the direction of her eyes. It seemed provident. Certainly. You've cleaned up, too. May I ask where, Your Eminence? Catching sight of Eurus edging toward the back of the Mantian, she shouted, Sergeant, stop that prisoner! An, dressing chamber? Cubiculum, off the sacristy, eh? For Sibyls, cabinets, wardrobes in there, so I am given to understand. I'll want water and soap, she told him. Warm water, if that's possible. You've washed, clearly. Spider interjected. The sergeant wants to sacrifice right away. From his position between Eurus and the door, Sand himself rasped, The prolocutor told us Pars would come, sir. I reported that. It's the plan, and standing orders say it's got higher priority than anything else. Slate nodded agreement. Indeed it does, but Pars may not come as well. We must be prepared for that eventuality, too. I say that, though I hate putting myself on the same side as Eurus, who feels certain Pars won't. But if he comes, as we hope, we must be fit to receive him. Not only I, but all of you as well. She followed Remera onto the sanctuary elevation and past the fire-crowned altar. The, locality, hey? Remera was almost grinning. What about it, Your Eminence? If you're asking whether I know where we are, she glanced around her. I haven't the least idea. I didn't know that a Mantian like this existed. They entered the sacristy, thrice the size of Silk's on Sun Street. A shelf held a long row of jeweled chalices, and on a block of fragrant sandalwood a dozen sacrificial knives whose gold or ivory handles flashed with gems. I have officiated here, innumerable, Remera informed her. 500, eh? 1,000? I should not contest even so lofty a figure as that. It is the, Oratorium Abolitus, the private chapel beneath the palace, for his cognizance's use, eh? And augurs who have, administrative duties, eh? We, offer our, 'seldom-seen, obscure services to the gods.
He was about to go. She caught the voluminous sleeve of his robe. "The room where I can wash? Where there may be a clean habit I can borrow?" "Oh, yes. Right, door." He opened it for her. "Should be a bolt, eh? Inside. No doubt. Water, likewise. Tank, eh?" He pointed at the ceiling. "Under in the west cupola." The room was twice as large as her longed-for bedroom in the Cenobie. Gratefully, she shut its door and shot the bolt. 2 large wardrobes and a wash-basin, a pierced copper hamper, presumably for laundry, a full-length mirror on one wall and a glass on another, a table in a corner. Opening one of the wardrobes, she found half a dozen clean habits of various sizes. She draped the biggest over the glass, then emptied her pockets onto the table, took off her own habit, and dropped it into the hamper. It was probably beyond saving, and the chapter owed her a round 100 new ones at least. Grimly stepping out of her soiled underdrawers and removing her chemise and bandeau, she resolved to collect those habits and distribute them to Sibyls as poor as she. It was Mainframe itself to take off her shoes and stockings, although she had to sit on the floor to do it, which made it seem likely there were no clean stockings. She rinsed the ones she had taken off, wrung them as dry as she could, and hung them over the open door of the wardrobe. A tap to her left gushed water that was at first tepid, then pleasantly steaming. There was a boiler somewhere in the palace, presumably. Matera Mock-Orange, whose family had been wealthy, had spoken of such luxury, although Matera Mint had never dreamed it might be available to Sibyls. She had to wash her hands 3 times, with scented soap, before the suds that streamed from them were no longer black with filth. Even so, small crescents remained under her nails. The point of one of the little projectiles, called needles, attended to those. Her small, tired face seemed to her equally dirty, if not worse. Gingerly dabbing at the bruises and burns, she washed it again and again, washing her short brown hair, too, then sponged her entire body, heedless of the pools that formed on the red-tiled floor. Remera's querulous voice penetrated the heavy wooden door. "The Sergeant Sand wishes—" She felt her sly little smile, although she struggled to repress it. "Tell him that I myself wish for sandwiches, Your Eminence, and ask what he knows about court-martials." "You chaff." "Not at all. Tell him that, and ask him." Her image in the mirror appalled her. If Bison were ever to see her like this. Not that he or any other man ever would, presumably, but men did not like skinny legs, narrow hips, or small breasts, all of which she possessed to a degree that seemed appalling. Yet she had been pretty 20 years ago. Many people had told her so, many of them men. A pretty girl whose long curls had bordered upon chestnut. Some of those men might have been lying, and no doubt some had been, but all of them? It seemed improbable. The other wardrobe was divided into pigeonholes. Most were empty, but one held 2 clean chemises and 2 pairs of clean underdrawers. The underdrawers were several sizes too large, but wearable with the string pulled tight. She could rinse her bandeau as she had her stockings. In a flurry of rebellion, she flung it into the hamper. A bandeau to cover up what? To hold in what? She had worn one because her mother, and subsequently Matera Rose, had said she must. She looked no different now in this yellowed chemise than she had in her own in the Cenobie. Snatching the habit from the glass, she clapped her hands. "Monitor! Monitor!" She had used glasses during the past few days, but was not completely comfortable with them. "Yes, madam." The floating grey face was at once detached and deferential. "Look at me. I'm lacking an essential item of feminine apparel. What is it?" "Several, madam. A gown, madam, hose, and shoes. Besides those." She turned sideways and stood on tiptoe. "What is it?" "I am at a loss, madam. I might offer a conjecture." "You needn't bother." She took the smallest habit from the first wardrobe. "Do you know who I am?" For an instant she was wrapped in darkness before it settled into place. Still no coif, she thought. Still no coif. "I recognize you now, madam. You are General Mint. I was ignorant of your identity previously. Would you prefer that I address you as General?" "As you like. Has anyone been trying to contact me?" For perhaps a second the monitor's face dissolved into darting lines. "Several, madam. Currently Captain Serval. Do you wish to speak with him?" She sensed that the name should have been familiar, yet it meant nothing to her. She nodded. better to find out who he was and what he wanted, and be done. The monitor's face revised itself, gaining colour, a round chin, and a debonair moustache. "My General!" A brisk salute, which she returned almost automatically. "My General, I have been ordered by Generalissimo Usyk to make you aware of the situation here." She nodded. Where was here? "It is a detachment of the companion cavalry, my General. They have posted sentries who are standing guard with mine as we speak. I have requested that their officer explain this to Generalissimo Usyk, but she refuses." "I see." Maitre Mint took a deep breath and found herself wishing for a chair. "Let me say first, Captain, that it's good to see you again. For me it is a great pleasure, my General, an honor." "Thank you, Captain. I'm sorry to find that you're still a captain, by the way. I'll talk to the Generalissimo about that. You mentioned companion cavalry. That is the name of the unit?" "Yes, my General." The memory of Potto's boiling tea-kettle returned. "You'll have to forgive me, Captain. I've been out of touch for the past few days. It had seemed like weeks. I was told that a Trivigonti horde was marching toward the city. Am I to take it that this companion cavalry is theirs?" "Yes, my General, an elite regiment." Regiment was a new term to her, but she persevered. "What was it you wanted this officer from Trivigonte to explain to the Generalissimo?" "I wish her to explain why she and her women are mounting a guard on our Husgado, my General, when it is already guarded by my men and myself." That was here, then, almost certainly. "I wish her to explain who has issued these orders, and to what purpose." "I take it she won't tell you either." "No, my General. She will say only that her instructions are to protect our Husgado until relieved, no more than that." "Generalissimo Usyk asked you to make me aware of this situation. Where is he?" "At the Calde's palace, my General. He is dining with the Calde. He informs me that the Calde has seen you, my General, in his glass, and that he has ordered a place set for you at his table. Generalissimo Usyk instructed me to request that you join them there if I reached you, should this be convenient." "I need sleep more than food." It had slipped out. "You drive yourself too hard, my General. I have observed this previously." "Perhaps. Can you tell me what orders you received from Generalissimo Usyk regarding these Trivigontis?" "He is of the opinion that they have learned of a threat to the Husgado, my General. I am to cooperate. There is to be no friction between those of my command and theirs." The captain paused, a pause pregnant with meaning. "Or as little as may be. I am to explore the situation and report once more should I discover facts of significance." "And notify me?" "Yes, my General, as I do." "Also Colonel Bison, I hope. If Generalissimo Usyk did not tell you to notify Colonel Bison, I am ordering you to now. Tell him I consider Generalissimo Usyk's position prudent." Someone was tapping at the door. "Colonel Bison is also at the Calde's dinner, my General. Generalissimo Usyk stated that he would inform him." "Good. That will be all then, Captain. Thank you for keeping me abreast of things." She returned his salute. "Monitor, was Colonel Bison one of the people who have been trying to reach me?" The captain's face grayed and sharpened. "Yes, madam." "I want to speak to him now. He is at the Calde's palace." Vaguely she recalled seeing it the year before on her way to sacrifice at the Grand Mantian, a huge house upon whose facade files of shuttered windows had risen like stacks of long and narrow coffins. She had shuddered and turned away. "I'll be out in a moment, Your Eminence." The monitor said, "I am aware of it, madam. I will ask someone to bring him to the glass there, madam." She would see him, and he would see her. The tired eyes and bloodless mouth that the mirror had shown her, the wet hair plastered to her skull, the face black and blue with bruises, surmounted by a scab. "Monitor?" "Yes, madam." "Let me speak to whoever comes to the glass." This was the hardest thing she had ever done, harder even than shutting her eyes during Cyprus's Theophany. "I needn't speak to the colonel in person." "Yes, madam." A minute, then two, passed. The grey features melted and flowed, becoming those of a lean man with hooded eyes. "Yes, General Mint," he said. "I'm Willett, the Calde's driver. How may I serve you?" General Sabre spoke, looking less like an angry sow than a dead one. "She's coming up here with it, Silk, coming up the hill you're on." "This is warlockery," Sayuf declared.
I disagree, but I haven't time to discuss it now. Silk stood so abruptly that Oreb fluttered to maintain his balance. Leaving you is the height of bad manners. I know it, and all of you are entitled to be furious with me. I'm leaving just the same. Patera Marble will remain as my representative. I beg your forgiveness sincerely and fervently, but I must go. He was already halfway down the table. Xiphias sprang to his feet as Silk strode past his chair. Alone, Silk said. Undeterred, Xiphias hurried after him, and the door slammed behind them. Saber's head jerked. She looked around self-consciously. We must speak of this, Sayuf hissed. You must describe to me, not now. Major Hadale drained her wine. I'll remember this dinner as long as I live. What entertainment! Patera Marble whispered to Chenille, I should have gone too. He's hurt, and... Smoothly Sayuf overrode her. General Saber has say to me he suffer a broken ankle, Matera. Matera, it is how you are addressed? She nodded. Yes, he did. He does. A week ago, feast day, I think it was. He fell, but he limp, so I observed. He was in greatest haste. He took big steps. No so big of the right leg, however. The old swordswoman, swordman. He also, but the left. The Calde was shot. Patera Marble indicated her own chest with her working hand. That's much worse. Not a slug gun, which would have killed there. A needler? Sayuf glanced around the table, seeking information. Usyk shrugged and spread his hands. Yes, Generalissimo, a needler in the hand of one of my own officers. We strive to prevent these terrible mistakes. They occur in spite of all we do, as you must know. This is a remarkable young man. We do not breed like him in Trivigonte, I think. Do you know what is this word? The ideas of Colonel Abanha? Usyk nodded to Sayuf's staff officer. I would like to hear them, particularly if they concern our Calde. What are they, Colonel? I am something of an amateur historian, Generalissimo. An amateur military historian, if you will allow it. Every good officer should be. Thank you. I am accused of shaping my theory to flatter Generalissimo Sayuf, but that is not the case. I have studied success. Not victory alone, because victory can be a matter of chance, and is frequently a matter of numbers and materiel. I search out instances in which a small force has frustrated one that should have defeated it in days or hours. Saber had regained her self-possession. I still say that it is brilliance that's decisive, military genius. Patera Marble sniffed decisively, and Sayuf said, Colonel Abanha does not think this. Brilliance it is well enough when the execution of the so brilliant orders is brilliant also. I do not speak of genius, for I know nothing, except it is rare and not to be relied on. Bison said, I have a theory of my own based on what I've seen of General Mint. I'll be interested to see how it compares to the Colonel's. I mention Abanha's, Sayuf continued, because I think Calde Silk so fine an example of him. She believe it is not this genius, not any quality of the mind, that it is energy, by clearest thoughts directed. Tell us, Abanha. Successful commanders, Colonel Abanha began, are those who are still acting, and acting sensibly, on the fourth day. They endure. We have a game that we play on horseback. I don't think you play it here, but I've won a good deal of money by betting on the games during the past year. The ends of Usyk's mustache tilted upward. Then you must tell us by all means, Colonel. It imitates war, as most games do. A cavalry skirmish, in this case. The players may change mounts after each goal, but the players themselves can't be changed, or even replaced if one is hurt. Both Usyk and his son nodded. There is a 20-minute rest for them, however, and so we speak of the first half of the game and the second, divided by this rest. What determines the result, I have found, is not which team scores the most goals in the first half, because there's seldom much disparity. The winning team will be the one that plays best and most aggressively in the second. And I see the team I've backed doing that, I'd double my bet if I can. Sayuf nodded. Her head moved scarcely one finger's width, but the nod announced that the time for controversy had ended. Let us move from the fields where Killy is played to this city of Viron, where is a so illustrative struggle. Who is winner? It is not too soon to say. One side hide in holes. Above prowl and roars the host of Viron and my horde of the Rani. For the second time I ask you that listen. She paused dramatically. Who is winner here? No one spoke. A man? This man Calde Silk, can that be? Observe the leg broken, the wound to the chest of which Patera, our hostess, speak. Yet he hunt by magic for a woman he require, and when by magic she is found, he leave food and friends and seek her out. Most women even would not do this. Chenille said, He's going to need a lot more help than one old man. I wish I'd made him take me along. Across Xiphias's abandoned plate, Matak said, 2 old men. His cognizance has gone too. Surprised, Sayuf stared at the empty chair next to her own. Under his breath, Matak added, I'm glad. Sergeant Sand spoke for them all. He didn't come. Kneeling by the headless, pawless body of Eland's second beast, Remora looked up. I shall, proceed. I have, led astray myself. Enthusiasm contagious, eh? But I, coadjutor, have not, eh? Seen a god. Possibly the victim will enlighten us. As the holy knife laid open the beast from breastbone to pelvis, Spider said, Sure, read it for us. It can't hurt. It hurt the poor brute, Matera Mint thought, but its death was swift at least, and now the pain is over. Sand had brought his slug gun to his shoulder before she saw Eurus halfway up the convoluted iron stair at the back of the Mantian and taking its steps 3 at a time. She shouted, Don't fire! And Sand did not. A moment later the door at the top of the stair slammed shut. He thought we were going to offer him, she explained to Eland. Do you? We won't. I will not permit it. Remora, who had been kneeling by the second victim, rose and strode to the ambient. Extraordinary, eh? Extraordinary, my, sons and daughter. Nothing, initially, and now this. Sand resumed his seat, his head bowed. An, preface. Necessary, I think. The offering of persons was practiced in the past in, here. Many of you are aware of it. Have to be. Forbidden within, by the present holder of the baculus. Oh, you gods, Matera Mint thought. He's going to say the entrails order us to sacrifice Eland. What am I to do? In practice, children, hey? Almost always. No sense sending a messenger who cannot see the recipient, eh? The offering of, persons, children, by no means usual even then, eh? In dire need. Only then. Slate shifted his position until he stood behind Eland. Before my time, as an augur, eh? I would have, declared— Remora paused, his bony hands gripping the edges of the ambion, his eyes on the headless carcass. Never, eh? Couldn't do it. Not a child. Not even, Eurus. Now, 2 sides to the entrails. You follow me? One for the congregation and the city. Other the presenter and the augur. For the, our holy city, war, death, and destruction. Bad. Calamitous. For the, myself I shall. Or for a person, human being, man. So Pass warns us. Me. Matera Mint said firmly, Eland, can you see the gods? He looked at her in mild surprise. I don't know, General. I never saw any. There was no time for delicacy. Have you had a woman? You must have. Sure. Lots of times before I got thrown in the pit. She turned to Remora. He is not suitable. I can see that, Your Eminence, and you must— Sand stood up. I am. He jabbed his steel chest with a steel thumb. The noise it made was like the clank of a heavy chain. You can't mean it. Yes, sir, I do. With oiled precision, Sand mounted the steps to the sanctuary. He came. Great Pass came to the Grand Mantian. Matera Mint nodded reluctantly.
He talked to the prolocutor, and he told him to talk to us, to me. He said for us to get you out, 'cause it's part of the plan. The plan's the most important thing there is, sir."
"Certainly."
"You say that,"
He advanced on her, formidable as a talus, 500-weight metal.
"'cause they taught you to in some palestra. I say it 'cause I know it in my pump. He said get you and sacrifice, and he'd come and tell us what to do next. Pa said that."
Meekly she nodded again.
"So we caught the bios, and then I thought maybe it's not enough, so I made them catch the 2 gods."
"Bufes, Sergeant."
"Whatever. Only the bufes aren't any good. And now you and him say the bios are no good either, sir."
Sand wheeled to face Remora and pushed his slug gun into Remora's hands.
"I knew, Patera. Before you read it, I knew. You ever want to die?"
"I?
"No."
He's lying, Mater Mint thought. I know what it is, and so does he.
"I do."
Sand gestured toward schist, slate, and shale.
"So do they. Maybe they won't say it, but they do. I want to die for Pa's, and I'm going to, right now."
He knelt staring at the floor, and Remora looked helplessly down at the slug gun. Mater Mint murmured, "If you would prefer not to, Your Eminence, it would certainly be permissible for someone more familiar with the weapon to act for you."
"You, concur, General?"
She sighed. "Sometimes generals need sergeants to recall them to their duty. So it seems. Whether I learned it in a palestra or not, Sergeant Sand is right. The plan is the most important thing in the Whorl, and the victim consents." Still on his knees, Sand muttered, "Thanks, sir." She knelt beside him. "I've heard it's possible for chems to reproduce. You've never done that?" Slate said, "None of us have, General, and there's hardly any femchems left." And Sand, "Nope, never." She turned back to Remora and held out her hands for the slug gun. "I've never fired one either, Your Eminence, but I know how they work, and I've seen it done thousands of times since this began."
"No, mate, no, General."
"Please, Your Eminence, for your own sake." He silenced her by raising Sand's slug gun and pointing it awkwardly at Sand.
"Precisely, to the point, for my sake, General, if I must, officiate the, holy and, self-sacrificing sole responsibility. Do you follow me? Criminal penalties, eh? Religious likewise. Removed from the, active clergy."
His wheezing breath seemed to fill the Mantian.
"But for him, highest God. For Pa's."
He jerked at the trigger. "Not like that, Your Eminence. There's a safety, and if you hold it that way, the recoil will cripple you. Or so I'm assured." She positioned the slug gun in his hands. "Grasp it firmly, tight against your shoulder. Then it will merely push you backwards. If you hold it loosely and try to keep it away, it will fly back and strike you like a club." Sand said,
"In the head, Patera. That's the best." "I am augur here,"
Remora told him, and fired. The crash of the shot was deafening in the enclosed space of the Mantian. Sand rose. For an instant, Mater Mint could not see where the slug had hit him. Spinning to face the sacred window, he threw up both arms. There was an uncanny sound that might have been a cry of pain or harsh laughter. Black liquid spurted from his throat, spattering the clean black habit she had just put on. And the holy hues began before Sand fell. She blinked and stared, then blinked again. Not one face but 2 crowded the window, one gaping and gasping, the other radiant with power and majesty, just, and more than just, pitiless and nurturing. "My faithful people," intoned twice-headed Pas, "receive the blessing of your God." "I see him." From the voice she thought it must be Spider, although she could not be sure. Pas's was thunder and a destroying wind. "Carry this most noble of my soldiers to the Grand Mantion. I shall speak." Both his faces faded. Tawny yellows and iridescent blacks filled the window on Mainframe. Serpents writhed across it as scorpions scuttled over their backs.
Behind them all, Spider and Matera Mint, Eland and Remora, Slate, Shale, and Schist saw the agonized face of Echidna. Pass returned as if Echidna had never been. "There our prophet Orc will restore him to us,"